Chapter 121. Fang Qingyu's coordinates had already been exposed, making him a target for attack. Just as he wouldn't let Zeiss's hive go unpunished, the Empire would absolutely not let Fang Qingyu's divine sword go unpunished. This would test the target's evasion ability. Fang Qingyu was clearly lacking in this area. Qi's task for him was to withstand the attack. He thought for a moment, then activated Deceleration 3. Instantly, a force equivalent to several gs of gravity slammed Fang Qingyu into the driver's seat. No matter how many times he tried, Fang Qingyu couldn't replicate Qi's masterful maneuvers. However, this very maneuver caused the first wave of missiles and laser beams targeting him to miss. Missile guidance and laser beams, when facing moving targets, must anticipate the opponent's speed and direction of attack. After all, missiles deal the most damage with a vertical strike. Having their trajectory flattened is a waste of firepower, and the same principle applies to laser beams. However, scheming is a back-and-forth game among highly intelligent people. Fang Sha was clearly not in that league. His sudden, decisive move caught the Empire completely off guard. All attacks missed. In the live stream. Comments: Alliance, no way, I'm dying of laughter. Fang Sha, the commander said to hold the line, so I have to stop and catch the missiles. What if I can't catch them? Ha ha ha. Alliance, ha ha ha, stop talking, you're rolling on the ground laughing. I only follow orders. Scheming is the commander's business. Alliance, ha ha, if Fang Sha's mental strength were even a little higher, he wouldn't have caused all of the Empire's missiles to miss. Empire, a person with B-level mental strength, dodging an attack with a bit of cleverness, and still has the nerve to be smug. Alliance, yeah, our B-level can go to the battlefield, but the Empire's B-level can't even get into Atom Military Academy, right? You must be SSS level upstairs. Empire, are you sure the Alliance doesn't have anyone else available? They're using any trash stuff. Alliance, yeah. Look, our Alliance doesn't have a single S rank. The participant information clearly states that our highest is only a plus. Perhaps the streamer was also curious about everyone's mental strength levels, because the participant information, originally in the bottom right corner, was brought up. John Howard, Empire, SSS class, Commander. Pilots the Raya support ship. Eric Zephyr, Empire, SSS class, Sniper. Pilots the Shumir fighter bomber. Joseph Caesar, Empire, SS class, Support. Pilots the Hive repair ship. Sinclair Claude, Empire, SSS class, Offensive. Pilots the Bikina fighter bomber. Ji Yinshin, Empire, SSS class / clone defender. Pilots the Lon Tess auxiliary ship. Chi He, Alliance, A+ class, Commander. Pilots the Ghost support ship. Fang Qingyu, Alliance, B class, Offensive. Pilots the Divine sword fighter bomber. Chi Jianni, Alliance, A+ class, Offensive. Pilots the Divine might fighter bomber. Anton Sergeyevich Kozlov, Alliance, A+ class, Support. Piloting the Luban repair ship. Hong Ruoruo, Alliance, A class, Medic. Piloting the Aegis support ship. Comments: Empire, to be honest, the names of Imperial starships are really hard to remember. It's actually quite a novel feeling when something that's about to be criticized by the other side is criticized by your own people. The Alliance netizens immediately withdrew their hands from typing. They themselves said so. So let's not criticize them anymore, haha. Blame the Empire's heroism, insisting on naming some starships after famous people. However, in reality, apart from military academy students, who have the opportunity to pilot starships and learn about the past of the famous person sharing the same name as the starship, the general public really doesn't care. It would be more practical to just issue more social welfare subsidies. The Hive, under concentrated attack from the Alliance squadron, is probably the only Imperial starship with a relatively uncomplicated name. However, its situation is extremely complicated. 3 laser beams came at point-blank range, instantly reducing the Hive's shield energy by a quarter. Following closely were 3 missiles. Unfortunately, the Hive was at point-blank range, making even leveling its trajectory difficult. Caesar immediately launched 3 missiles to intercept, but one missile's trajectory was particularly elusive, making it impossible to lock onto. This missile was launched from the God's Might, piloted by Chi Jianni. While the God's Might is indeed several versions behind current service in the Alliance, even relegated to virtual simulators, it is the only starship in the Alliance whose missiles use a space kite trajectory. This trajectory was originally invented by Qian Shueson of Yin. Traditional missile trajectories resemble parabolas, while Qian's kite trajectory involves shutting down the missile's engine upon reaching near space, allowing it to fly freely due to inertia. This makes the missile's trajectory unpredictable, like a kite with a broken string, hence the name kite trajectory. This is because the missile's own wave-like shape is affected by the atmosphere, resulting in an irregular trajectory. Combined with the engine shutdown, this makes it difficult to lock onto and intercept. However, in space, where there is no atmosphere, achieving a similar effect to a kite trajectory relies more on the mental control of the pilot. By using mental power to replace the irregular guidance of the atmosphere and controlling the missile's external direction, controlling its drift, combined with the Brownian motion of the engine shutdown, the kite trajectory is achieved. This demands extremely high mental strength, so unleashing the full power of the Divine Might missile is no easy feat. If there were sound in space, it would be a deafening roar. The Divine Might missile struck the hive, igniting the first firework in the silent space. Dozens of light years away, inside the Navigator space station, General Chi Heng's personal terminal displayed a live broadcast of the Interstellar Military Academy League. A rare smile appeared on her tired face. Chi Huanshan, commander of the Alliance's 3rd Planetary Defense Force, didn't use his own personal terminal but stood next to General Chi Heng, watching the broadcast. These kids nowadays are truly remarkable. That kite-like trajectory, 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have been able to execute it. Chi Heng smiled. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. Chi Huanshan pursed his lips and remained silent. Only Chi Heng would say something like that. She always exaggerates the collective, but never praises her own children. Anyone who didn't know better would think she wasn't her biological daughter. He's different. Even if he's not their biological son, but someone the country gave him, he still praise him endlessly. Chi Huanshan, look at mine. Look at mine. Beautiful. In the live stream, Chi didn't follow Chi Jenny and Anton in launching missiles at the hive. She made the most of the Ghost's stealth capabilities, and its smaller size, almost a quarter of its original size. It disappeared from everyone's sight the instant the attack started. Even the Empire's tracking drones couldn't find the Ghost's current location. As Chi Jenny, piloting the Divine Might, fired a missile at the hive, almost with perfect timing. A blinding white light, like a divine arrow, stole the show. It shot down directly from above the hive. Particle beam. It's a particle beam fired by Ghost. In the live stream, even Senior He-Bai's voice cracked from shouting. The Alliance team abandoned their usual passive approach. Chi, piloting the Ghost, used the particle beam within the first 2 minutes. Unlike laser beams, which can be withstood by the starship's shields, a missile hit, while affecting the ship's hull, wouldn't immediately render it combat ineffective. Particle beam weapons are the ultimate weapons of mass destruction in space during the interstellar era. A beam of energy composed of protons and electrons accelerated to 0.97 times the speed of light, its kinetic energy can instantly melt any metallic object. Simultaneously, the accompanying electromagnetic pulse will burn out any electronic devices and chips, rendering them malfunctioning. Don't be fooled by the particle beam's diameter of only a few millimeters, even smaller than a laser beam. Its dazzling light signifies that if hit, the starship is essentially scrapped. Finally, someone realized what was happening. This was a combined tactic. Using the exposed coordinates of the Divine Sword as a pivotal point, the Alliance team capitalized on the Empire team's attack-first strategy. After confirming that the hive wouldn't provide support anytime soon, they launched a near triple-pronged feint attack, successfully allowing Chi's Ghost to eliminate the Empire's repair ship with a single particle beam. The initial laser beam attack from the 3 starships was a feint. Similarly, the missiles launched by Anton and Hong Ruoru were also feints. Even Chi Jenny's kite trajectory missile was a feint. The truly effective attack came from the elusive, difficult-to-detect Ghost. The hive, piloted by Caesar, was thoroughly pierced from top to bottom by the particle beam. The anticipated ship explosion didn't occur. The battle in space was quieter than expected. The heavily damaged hive first lost kinetic energy and ceased moving forward, then began to disintegrate from the point of impact, its fragments breaking apart like disassembled toy parts. At this point, no cockpit ejection was observed, essentially confirming the pilot's death. Of course, no cockpit ejection was expected. Chihi's attack was precise enough to target Caesar's cockpit. The first death occurred in the Interstellar Military Academy League. Caesar's life monitoring device showed a straight line in the Imperial team's information. A moment of utter silence fell over both the Imperial and Alliance broadcasts. In previous years, the Alliance had often been on the defensive. Even though the Alliance's participating team had fought in Zerg campaigns, this was the first time they had attacked humans since the peace treaty was signed. They weren't seasoned warriors. They couldn't possibly be without psychological burdens regarding real combat. This often puts the Alliance at a disadvantage in this regard. The previous tournament saw them suffer a defeat with 3 deaths and 2 injuries. Therefore, the Alliance's almost reckless and decisive tactics this time not only shocked the Empire, but also surprised their own side. Caesar is truly gone. He was sent to his death along with his starship by a single particle beam from Chi-He, without even successfully ejecting from the cockpit. The Empire's logistics were completely destroyed right from the start. Repairs were gone. Chi-He checked Fang Qingyu's coordinates. Fang Qingyu's divine sword, having been slowed by a 3rd debuff, was now clearly some distance from the Alliance's main force. Chi-He, Anton, support Fang Sha in case the Empire resorts to desperate measures. Anton immediately replied in the team channel, Roger. Chapter 122. Actually, after launching a missile that locked onto the hive, Anton had already broken away from the concentrated fire and teleported to the vicinity of Fang Qingyu's location. Anton was now closest to Fang Qingyu. Starting from Anton's Luban, the drone array entered the fray. The mechanical engineering major, Anton, finally set aside his role as the head steward and had a chance to showcase his mechanical engineering skills. The signal radius of drones on enemy radar is fundamentally different from that of starships. Starships have a significantly larger radius. However, Anton's drone piloting skills were arguably unmatched in the entire Alliance. Howard's central control screen was covered by a dense cluster of red dots. Fang Qingyu's divine sword still had a clear signal radius. Howard's finger was already on the particle beam attack interface. He was certain the particle beam would hit the divine sword, but if it struck the drones first, and then the divine sword, its power would be greatly reduced. This hesitation changed the parameters of the divine sword's original position. Starships are constantly moving in combat. For a particle beam to hit, its trajectory must be accurately predicted. Clearly, Howard didn't have the same seamless teamwork as Chi-He. Although predictive attacks were still possible, the particle beam required recharging after use, and couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. Furthermore, the divine sword shield was full. With a full shield, predicting manned starships was possible using his mental advantage, but drones were unmanned and numerous. Their trajectories were unpredictable. Howard wasn't confident he could bypass the dense swarm of drones and penetrate the divine sword cockpit in one fell swoop. If it misses, or hits but with reduced power, it's a pointless waste of energy. Howard's temples bulged with veins, but he ultimately didn't press the particle beam launch button. However, while the particle beam was held back, missiles and laser beams didn't need charging, and instantly, fireworks erupted in that area. The drones were indeed no match for the starship's attack. Anton watched his drones being destroyed, knowing they were meant to be sacrificed, but he still felt a pang of heartache. Anton, Fang Sha, hurry up, let's go. At the same time, Fang Qingyu increased his speed again. Anton manipulated the drones to change formation simultaneously, dozens of drones forming a group, converging on the radar to create a signal radius almost equal to that of the starship, for groups in total, instantly concealing Fang Sha's starship signal radius within them. Imperial Squad Team Channel. Sinclair was the first to react. They're going to run. At this point, it was up to Fang Qingyu and Anton to coordinate. Fang Qingyu seized the opportunity, reactivating the starship's stealth capabilities, while Anton coordinated to shut down the engines of one group of drones. The signal radius of one group of drones and the signal radius of Fang Qingyu's divine sword disappeared together. In real space warfare, the viewing angle from the window is very limited, especially in PvP where starships accelerate at least to Mach 10 or higher. Aside from face-to-face combat, most of the time it's an icon battle based on the signal points displayed on the main control screen. To put it another way, it's like a shooting game called Airplane Battle in a chat app on 21st century Earth. Because 2 signal radii had disappeared, it was impossible to immediately determine which was the starship and which was the drone. Howard, increase firepower. If it's cloaked, make it re-expose itself. The other Alliance starships were currently undetected. Even Anton, near Fang Qingyu, was holding its ground. The Empire couldn't allow the only exposed divine sword to hide again. Firepower exploded instantly. The pressure fell on Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu, now back in cloak, would be exposed again if hit even once, whether by a laser beam or a missile. Actually, the best approach at this point was to use drones for wide area, non-targeting strafing. It didn't matter if they couldn't penetrate the shields, drone damage was negligible against starships anyway, but they could effectively break the starship's cloaking ability. Unfortunately, the Empire's hive-carrying drones was destroyed by Chi-He, and not a single drone could be deployed. Chi-He encouraged Fang Qingyu within the Alliance team. Fang, you only last a minute at most. They can't possibly use all their firepower on you. Just hold out for a minute without getting attacked. Chi-He's assessment was correct. Even if Howard couldn't swallow this insult, he had to consider the team's future. Without a repair ship, and with insufficient firepower, they might as well just surrender. Chi-He acted like a mother hen, taking care of Fang Qingyu and Anton within the team. Fang Qingyu felt as if he were back to the first time he saw Chi-He piloting a starship and getting hit in the face by a meteorite, except back then Chi-He was piloting, and now it was his turn. But only a minute. If he couldn't even last a minute, the Alliance netizens wouldn't be too harsh, but he felt like he was dragging his teammates down. In the Imperial Squad's team channel, Ji Yanchen, besides the drones, their other starships haven't come to support us. They don't seem to intend to engage in battle at this stage. Commander, are you sure you want to use all your ammunition for a one-for-one trade? Zephyr also spoke up. The enemy drones will obstruct the particle beams, and missiles can be completely dodged without a signal radius lock-on. The only effective attack is the laser beam. Howard, you need to consider energy. We're out of supplies. Howard gritted his teeth in anger, but had to stop the attack. A minute later, Anton successfully broke through using a drone carrying Fang Qingyu's divine sword. Neither side showed any intention of attacking again, and the battle entered a stalemate. All the starships activated stealth mode. The live stream only showed the boundless space. The streamer could only switch to the pilot's perspective. The screen switched to the Empire team's R-Light piloted by Howard. On the Alliance side, He-Bai only had broadcast access, not the ability to switch perspectives, and was frantically pressing the Enter key. The Empire's commentators were also having a tough time. Let's switch to the Empire team starship control screen. Regardless of which team member's screen it was on, the team list in the upper right corner of the control screen was always black, and it was always Caesar. Isn't this a constant reminder to Caesar's entire family? Is your young master gone? Thinking about it sent chills down my spine. Let's switch to the Alliance team's control screen. Everything is at full capacity. Aside from Chi-He using up her particle beam, which is still recharging, even the divine sword, which had just suffered an attack, is having its shield energy and hull damage repaired. The divine sword, equipped with the repair ship Luban, is almost fully repaired. Fortunately, someone in the live chat asked at this moment, why not continue fighting? That's a good question. The Empire's commentator legitimately switched the focus to the star map. Commentator, from the Empire's current location, they are still 523,800 kilometers from Blue Star. At the speed of the starships, it will take nearly 8 hours to reach the surface. Therefore, engaging in fierce interstellar warfare from the start is not a wise choice for either side. This is probably an unspoken agreement between the two sides to travel quickly. He-Bai's side didn't have the same restraint as the Empire's commentator. He was practically swearing. He-Bai, what kind of coordination is this? Did they agree with the Alliance to not have anyone at the start? The chat was practically dying of laughter. In their own territory, they don't need to use tags, so they can speak their minds freely. Ha ha, how can it not be considered coordination? Old 6 coordination is. Wait, I unleash a big one for you. Believe that Sister Guaranteed Win will stay put and move on obediently, or believe that I am Qin Shi Huang. Ha ha ha, I believe Sister Guaranteed Win is Qin Shi Huang. He-Bai, laughs aside, let's be honest, from my perspective, the Empire clearly can't afford to fight right now. Don't forget, their starships lost 25% of their energy before. If they don't hurry to retreat now, and the fighting continues, they might not even last until Earth before their engines shut down in space. As for why we didn't continue the pursuit, the biggest reason is the equal strength of our particle beams. Chi-He's particle beam has already been delivered, and it will take 2 hours to recharge. Therefore, from this perspective, the Empire's military strength is actually superior to ours. This isn't about boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own. This is a very objective analysis. You must understand that the brutal contest of mental strength has no element of luck. The Empire's entire force is currently at SSS level, while Fang Qingyu and Hong Ruoro from the Alliance are only at B and A levels respectively. Even converted to the Empire's mental strength levels, they are only A and SS respectively. He-Bai, this is a compromise on both sides, and also a step forward for both, but I always feel it's not that simple. Comments. So, peace will only last 2 hours, and the Empire will definitely attack again before Chi-He's particle beam is fully charged? He-Bai, not necessarily. The mortality rate during the Star Wars phase was actually 0 before this one. Because starships have powerful shields and cockpit ejection devices, even if a starship is hit, the cockpit can be ejected, teammates can scout it out, and they can continue to the next phase of ground combat. Someone as unlucky as Caesar is unprecedented. It depends on how each side's commander specifically arranged the battle. He stretched in his starship. Feng Sha, is it finished repairing? A status update came from Feng Qingyu. Clearly, there were no problems. The shield's energy was especially full. He revealed a sly smile. Then, proceed according to plan. The next 2 hours could indeed be considered garbage time. The commentator's perspective switched back and forth between the Imperial and Alliance Starship Control Centers. He answered questions from viewers in the live stream. Just as everyone started chatting and eating snacks, the commentator, nearly falling asleep from switching screens, finally noticed a significant data discrepancy. Logically, the distance between the two teams and Earth shouldn't differ too much, generally fluctuating within 10,000 kilometers. The Alliance and Empire didn't actually have a significant difference in starship performance. However, the Alliance team's support ship, Aegis, was noticeably much further away from Earth than the rest of their team starships. This distance wasn't decreasing, in fact, it was increasing, albeit slightly, making it seem particularly strange because the team members were moving. What did this mean? It meant Aegis had changed its direction of travel to a horizontal shift. Wait! Senior Hibai clearly noticed the problem as well. According to Aegis star map, Hongruoro's direction of travel is the moon. Chapter 123. Senior Hibai was practically driven mad by the Empire's commentator. Can't you see it yet? Show us the moon star map. Unfortunately, he didn't have the necessary broadcasting privileges, leaving Senior Hibai incredibly frustrated. Not all Alliance viewers could access the Empire's livestream, so the viewers were also frustrated. Only the military academy student with quantum communication skills angrily bypassed the firewall and went to the Empire's livestream to argue. Empire commentator, are the Alliance's participating team members lagging behind? Or do they want to visit the ancient moon during the competition? The moon of today is not the moon of yesterday, but the moon of today once shone on the ancients. However, there probably weren't any ancient people on the ancient planet who could see the moonlight. Alliance, if you can't use ancient poetry, don't use it. Is this the meaning you're getting? This is teaching you to look back at history, cultural heritage. Alliance, the Empire has no heritage whatsoever. Their only heritage about the moon is those howling werewolves. Why not? I know what she's up to. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder he wanted to destroy the Imperial team's repair ship in the first place. He sent the coordinates to Hongruoro in the team channel. If I remember correctly, this is the location of the return capsule left after Russia's first moon landing. Hongruoro, piloting the Aegis, could already see the craters on the lunar surface through the starship's windows. Landing, I can see it. Hongruoro carefully approached and landed the starship 1 kilometer away from the target point. I check if this thing works. This was a very important question. If it didn't work, the plan would have to be changed again. Hongruoro donned her extravehicular activity, EVA gear, followed by an engineering drone. The distance of 1 kilometer on the moon where gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth, coupled with advanced equipment, allowed Hongruoro to reach her destination in less than 2 minutes beneath the return capsule. A spherical return capsule, astronaut capsule, and a cylindrical equipment capsule formed a complete return capsule, named Vostok 1. Its launch marked humanity's entry into the manned space age, and secured a crucial victory for the then undissolved Soviet Union in the space race. The spacecraft was primarily automated, equipped only with an emergency unlock code for astronaut intervention. This seems incredibly rudimentary by today's standards. But at the time, successfully sending a person up and back was considered a miracle. The engineering drone carefully opened the hatch and checked the equipment. Hongruoro saw the green indicator light on the engineering drone and exclaimed excitedly, "It still works." He chuckled softly, a touch of melancholy in her voice. Human memory is finite, so we need written records to document history. Even after we are far removed from humanity, history continues to exist in another form. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of this return capsule in a previous lunar simulation, which sparked this plan. It's remarkable that nearly 1,000 years have passed, and not a single meteorite has landed in the same spot. We should also be thankful that all the best materials were used back then for this mission, so it's still usable today. Otherwise, it would truly be like what the viewers in the live stream said, a visit to the ancient moon. The competition stipulated specific landing coordinates for the starships. Otherwise, with Earth being so vast, if one were to land at the North Pole and the other at the South Pole, what would be the point of fighting? But the competition didn't specify the landing location for the eye of the star source. In a previous competition, the Empire team used a crashed drone to send the eye of the stars outside the designated landing coordinates. The Empire dismissed the Alliance's protests by stating that it wasn't explicitly prohibited by the rules. However, since then, drones have become a target for both sides. And now, the boomerang is returned, striking the Empire itself hard. The rules don't explicitly prohibit the use of abandoned re-entry capsules. Hongruoruo secured the eye of the stars inside the astronaut capsule, adding extra shock-absorbing devices to ensure it wouldn't be damaged. The engineering drone began setting the final landing coordinates for the re-entry capsule and loading fuel. Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine, a fuel abandoned in the interstellar era. The re-entry capsule took off and, after a period of boost, would land at the designated coordinates. He Bai was incredibly excited. So, Sister Waning's disdain for winning 25% of the fuel from the Empire was all an act. No wonder she gambled with the fuel. Part of the Alliance's fuel was unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine, which couldn't be used on active star ships, and that dimethylhydrazine was meant for the return capsule, but it was used here. Good heavens! He Bai exclaimed. My cunning is beyond measure. Everyone deserves an Oscar for this. He Bai sighed, and clicked his tongue for a while before returning to the main point. This move was extremely risky. First, it was uncertain whether the return capsule would even be usable. If it wasn't, then the fuel would be wasted. Second, to utilize the return capsule, someone would have to leave the group to send the engineering drones and fuel to the moon. This meant one starship would inevitably fall behind. In the subsequent space battle/emergency landing phase, the Alliance would only have 4 starships fighting. This was the main reason why Sister Waning was willing to risk huge retaliation to destroy one of the Empire's starships. But success would be like a super insurance policy for the Eye of the Stars. You see, these ancient return capsules, like the artificial satellites orbiting ancient Earth, wouldn't be flagged as enemy targets by Imperial starship radar. Over the past millennium, humanity has launched countless artificial satellites into space. After humanity leaves Earth, these satellites continue their missions along their orbits until their mechanical limits are reached, at which point they naturally fall back to Earth. The return capsules would be automatically classified by starships as space debris, just like abandoned satellites. You ask why we don't wait for Aegis to return before engaging in battle? What a joke. Landing points have coordinates, but once the landing is complete, there are no range restrictions. If the Empire lands too early and tries to hide on the ground, it'd be very difficult. The world is so big, where do you think you find a place to hide? Therefore, the space war landing phase is also the most intense phase of fighting. Waiting is out of the question. As they approached Earth, Howard, from the Imperial team, issued commands through the command channel. Ji Yanchen, turn the radar detection power to maximum. The Alliance's Ghost has extremely outstanding stealth capabilities. We absolutely cannot allow it to cross the defense line and make an emergency landing. Ji Yanchen rolled his eyes in his cockpit. Besides detecting the enemy's thermal signature, the radar's own beam is also extremely easy for the enemy to detect, making him a conspicuous light bulb. Actually, at this point, apart from the Ghost, there's no need for the other starships to hide anymore. Howard, we don't have combat drones, but the enemy does. Be careful of their drones carrying star source eyes making emergency landings. Zephyr, you're in charge of setting up pinpoint missiles. The battle plan itself wasn't flawed, but the viewers in the live stream already knew that the Alliance's star source eye had already disguised itself as space debris and flown towards Earth's atmosphere. Compared to this, the Imperial people felt for the first time that their commanders weren't even as cunning as the Alliance's, let alone skillful maneuvering. There was a sense of disappointment and frustration. They stopped using tags and just went for the kill. Their star source eyes are already on their retro-style special planes, and you're still just babbling on. This SSS level rating is a bit inflated. You should at least be more adaptable. Your cunning and skill are inferior. It turns out that Imperial netizens can be sarcastic when criticizing their own team. In this situation, all the Alliance's starships, crew and all, should be destroyed. Star source eyes alone wouldn't be enough to win. Alliance, wow, what a boastful tone. A few peanuts and you're already this drunk. The Alliance's Imperial baby should be worried about its own star source eye. Now that there are no drones, it can't cheat anymore. It wouldn't be good if the starship and the star source eye crashed together. While the viewers in the live stream were exchanging comments, he had no intention of playing hide-and-seek. After reaching a coordinate point, relying on intuition, he launched 3 missiles forward. In such an open area, and not under concentrated fire, These 3 missiles were bound to miss. Anyone who could pilot a starship would know how to create a trajectory. Chi He's intention was to create a trajectory. Fang Xia aimed for this position, ram it. Fang Qingyu immediately charged diagonally in one direction. The Imperial Squadron, still deploying radar detection, was genuinely bewildered. The Alliance's 4 starships weren't even using stealth, it was a direct, head-on confrontation. The Imperial starships were all destroyers. They lacked highly stealthy support ships like the Ghost. Even the Ghost wasn't using stealth. For them, using it was a waste of fuel. Chi He faced Howard's Raya, making a sharp turn and unleashing 3 laser beams at Howard's face, relentlessly targeting him. Fang Qingyu slashed diagonally, cutting through the Imperial Squadron's formation to intercept the other 3 members. The high shield proved its toughness. Facing the Imperial missiles and laser beams, Divine Sword didn't dodge, relying solely on its shield to withstand the attacks. Qi Jianyi, piloting Divine Might, faced Sinclair's Beakener. Like chosen enemies, Sinclair couldn't dodge. The most frustrating thing about starship battles is when the forces are evenly matched. Your missiles can't hit her, and hers can't hit you. It seems like a peaceful game of dodging and weaving, but the mental strain is immense, and only the 2 individuals involved know the true extent of the drain. Hong Ruoro gritted her teeth. If I can't beat you, I change my surname to yours. Anton, facing Ji Yanshan's Lantis, was actually under the least pressure. The Lantis was an Aegis-equipped ship. Anton's repair ship's firepower was just a scratch against it. However, the same applied to the Aegis-equipped ship's attacks against the repair ship Luban. They couldn't repair as fast as they attacked. The battlefield was divided into 4 parts. Howard's starship was once again hit by Chi He's laser beam. The shield energy dropped by a quarter in just a few minutes. However, the other 3 were all tied down by the others, and couldn't spare a hand to help. Howard, as an SSS-class psychic, possessed a high level of accuracy in his attacks, and he was also a veteran of Star Wars. How could he not know how to dodge missiles vertically? Vertically aimed missiles are very difficult to dodge by leveling their trajectories, but the Ghost hadn't even used that tactic. Howard refused to give up. This time, he launched 2 missiles simultaneously, a right-angle tactic, 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming an angle between them, attacking at the same time. They were about to hit the Ghost. The Ghost sidestepped. Yes, literally, the ship rotated 90 degrees, plus a hop. It was that simple a maneuver. But both missiles passed right through the wing, without even touching it. Using the simplest technique to dodge the most difficult right-angle tactic. Even the Imperial commentator secretly gave him a thumbs up. Incredible. But he was even more speechless. Chapter 124. Howard, under pressure, moved towards the center of the battlefield, hoping to use stray bullets to compress Chi He's maneuverability and find a more suitable battlefield. Ziefel Schumanner had the advantage of field control. It possessed pinpoint projectiles, also known as spikes. These weapons, once their coordinates were set, could hover in a fixed position in the void, emitting a weak cloaking field to evade conventional detection. However, once approached, they would detonate autonomously, releasing high-density metal spikes in a 500-meter radius, extremely troublesome for starship shields. The pinpoint projectiles themselves had relatively low explosive power. The damage came from the starship's high speed impacting the ejected, sharp spikes. Its troublesome aspect was that it was undetectable by radar. Only the auxiliary ship that launched the weapon knew the coordinates of the hovering projectile. Other starships couldn't detect it, friend or foe alike. This made teamwork crucial. Ziefel, give me the coordinates. Howard shouted in the team channel. Zephyr had been loading pinpoint missiles from the start, but before he could finish, Fang Qingyu, piloting the Divine Sword, ran into him from the side. This meant he hadn't yet sent the pinpoint missile placement information to Howard. Just then, Anton, piloting the Luban, suddenly launched a particle beam attack, targeting not Ji Yanshan, his opponent, but Zephyr Schumanner. This was incredibly sudden. Don't let Anton's seemingly nagging demeanor, and his choice of maintenance as his major fool you. He might appear to be a support staff member, but Anton's mental strength is genuinely A+, surpassing even Chi Jianyi in both type and level. The particle beam strike hit Schminner precisely. But Anton lacked Chi He's decisiveness. Although he hit Schminner, he didn't aim at the cockpit. Another particle beam strike. It was Schminner. Without a repair ship, being hit by a particle beam meant a 100% forced landing. Knowing that a forced landing was inevitable anyway, Schminner aimed at Ghost and fired a particle beam strike before landing. Anybody's live stream? The viewers' hearts were in their throats. He dodged. He jumped up from his seat, almost spilling the water beside him. Comments, Anton was too merciful, giving the opponent a chance. If he had attacked the cockpit, that Zephyr wouldn't have been able to use a particle beam strike at all. That's not quite right. Particle beam attacks are like divine power. Anton was already multitasking, and Zephyr was only separated from the battlefield by the divine sword, unlike Caesar, who was attacked earlier. His movement trajectory was unpredictable. Hitting it is already quite impressive. In Hebei's view, Schmitter attacking Ghost was an inevitable outcome. Looking at the entire battlefield, the divine sword shield is incredibly thick. I feel even the Aegis used to go to the moon is inferior to the current divine sword. He might not be able to break through its defenses. Meanwhile, God's Might and Bikina are engaged in fierce combat, with extremely high mobility and various maneuvering tactics going back and forth. To attack God's Might, he might not be able to aim accurately, and he can't counterattack the repair ship Luban. As long as he doesn't hit the cockpit, it can be repaired. Therefore, his target must be Ghost. Even if he couldn't hit it, it would give Howard a chance to catch his breath. Clearly, Chi-He knew this. That's why she precisely dodged Schmeinel's particle beam. Particle beams can't be dodged instantly. They can only be avoided in advance using mental power. The audience might think it was a split-second dodge, but the dodge actually happened before the particle beam was fired. This is quite interesting. Senior Hebei couldn't help but wonder what kind of big move the sixth brother was planning. Chi-He, known as the sixth brother, was actually a bit confused. She genuinely hadn't expected Anton's particle beam to hit Zephyr directly. Her instruction was to prevent Zephyr from freeing his hands, but good heavens, Zephyr countered with a particle beam of his own. The dodge did indeed happen before the particle beam was fired, but this dodge also successfully gave Howard time to escape her blockade range. What big move was he planning? She wanted to know too. She could only say it was all fate's arrangement. At that moment, 2 more particle beams tore through the void. The communication system on Chi Jian's end crackled with urgent mechanical beeps. Shen Wei and Bikina had exchanged particle beams, but both managed to dodge. Shen Wei suffered damage to its flank, while the engine of the rear section of Bikina hull was pierced. Anton wanted to rush over to repair it, but was held back by Ji Yanqin's auxiliary ship. Ji Yanqin, who had been passively observing, suddenly sprang into action, using high-powered maneuvers to hold back Fang Qingyu's rampaging divine sword, while simultaneously using a high-powered laser sniper cannon to block Luban, who was trying to rush over to repair Shen Wei. This 2-on-1 situation was proving to be a formidable force. The viewers in Hebei's live stream were momentarily bewildered. Even in his own live stream, the viewers weren't holding back their comments. Wait, was this guy dozing off just now? I have a feeling this guy just dislikes those 2 families, or maybe he dislikes others, but it would be too obvious if he didn't act now. Ha ha ha. Conspiracy theory. Upstairs, you're probably wrong. I heard this guy is the son of the current Imperial Protector. This is probably one of his few public appearances. Once the Protectors are re-elected, he probably won't appear again. But to be fair, this guy's skills are really good. It's a pity he's piloting an auxiliary ship. Isn't anyone going to try and win him over? What's so great about being an Imperial? He's so good looking, of course he should join the alliance. Although he wasn't sure what Ji Yanqin meant, at this moment, it was best to force Shen Wei to land. Chi-He, Princess, you go first. Take cover once you reach the ground. Chi Jiani, Roger. As Shen Wei began its descent, Bikina, having destroyed its rear engine, also began its descent into Earth's atmosphere. Now, only 5 people remained in space. On the Alliance side, only Chi-He, Fang Qingyu, and Anton remained. On the Empire side, only Howard and Ji Yanqin remained. Chi-He continued chasing Howard, while Ji Yanqin seemed to have lost control again. Fang Qingyu and Anton, in a 2-on-1 situation, regained the upper hand. In the Empire team's channel, Ji Yanqin's voice was cold. Commander, fuel remaining 12%, I'm making an emergency landing. Howard, F*******. Ji Yanqin wasn't lying. He'd been allocated the least fuel in the team, barely enough for travel. Although Howard desperately didn't want Ji Yanqin to make an emergency landing at this moment, it was a live broadcast, and the commentators could see all the data on the central control screen. Preventing him from landing was tantamount to sending him to his death. However, at this juncture of the re-election of the civil officials, doing so would sway public opinion in an uncontrollable direction. Howard, you can make an emergency landing, but before you do, you must lure out that woman's particle beam. This was the biggest threat at present. Anton's Luban particle beam had already been used up, and would require 2 hours to recharge. While Fang Qingyu's divine sword was also equipped with a particle beam, Fang Qingyu's mental strength was insufficient. Lower mental strength meant a smaller threat from the particle beam attack, which Howard could easily dodge. The most dangerous was Chi-He. Ghost's particle beam was fully recharged. This was something that could threaten his life. This request was actually quite unreasonable. Anyone with eyes could see that Ghost had been fixated on Howard's Arlia the entire time. Getting Ghost to change its target was easier said than done. Just as the audience was still wondering how the support ship Lantis would bait out Ghost's particle beam, Lantis accelerated at its maximum speed several times, jumping out of the battlefield range of Divine Sword and Luban. It rushed to the vicinity of the battlefield where Ghost and Arlia were located, and the particle beam was directly aimed at Ghost. Almost simultaneously, two streaks of light appeared at the same time. Lantis and Ghost simultaneously fired laser beams. It was a collision. Chi-He realized Ji Yanchen was firing a particle beam at her, but it was too late. Ji Yanchen was aiming at her cockpit. Ji Yanchen's mental power was too strong, dodging was impossible, evasion could only happen before impact. The only thing she could do was press the particle beam firing button herself. The two particle beams collided in midair. There was no sound. However, space was truly torn apart. Beyond the other side of space was an indescribable darkness, gravity. Chi-He shouted in the team channel, "Go! Go quickly! Force a landing at top speed." Fong Qingyu stared dumbfounded at the torn space. "Go!" Anton reacted quickly, charging directly at the Divine Sword piloted by Fong Qingyu, Luban forcibly docking with Divine Sword. Then Anton pushed the control stick all the way, rushing towards Blue Star at top speed. He buys water glass finally spilled. But he didn't bother wiping it up, his eyes glued to the broadcast screen, which then went completely black. All the tracking drones were dead. The chat exploded. What happened? What's going on? The chat exploded, not just in Hebai's livestream. The Empire's livestream was the same. It lost its star map view, leaving only the cockpit interfaces of a few crash-landed starships still visible. But the cockpit interfaces of the Ghost, Raya, and Lantis starships were also completely blacked out. Senior Hebai, do you know the principle of teleportation? Humans haven't been able to create wormholes yet, only learn to utilize them. The initial teleportation portals were activated by particle beam collisions, which allowed for the use of cosmic energy to traverse distances of tens of thousands of light years. Don't assume that particle beam collisions will always activate wormholes. Current particle beam weapons don't have enough energy to meet the requirements for wormhole activation. It's a low probability event. However, the cosmic string of the teleportation portal is preset. In this situation, the accidental activation of a wormhole by two particle beam collisions is random. Once sucked in, who knows where in the universe they be transported. The tracking drones are probably all trapped now. Whether they can escape the pull of the unknown wormhole depends on their fate. Chapter 125. Fong Qingyu gripped the control stick tightly, trying to forcefully shift to deceleration to stop Anton's starship. Anton, under several GS of acceleration, didn't have the energy to reason with Fong Qingyu, but he knew that at this point, nothing could quell Fong's stubbornness. You could just decelerate, then have her save you while she's trying to escape. And then drag me down with you. Another burden. We all be finished. He practically shouted this. Fong Qingyu paused for 2 seconds, but his hand on the control stick remained firmly in place. All members of the Alliance team heard Chi-He's last words, telling them to go first, and everyone was anxious. But Hongruoro's starship was still a long way off, and couldn't get there in time. The substitute, Tasia, hadn't been deployed, and communication was only one way. They couldn't even offer any advice. Chi Jianni was already very close to the atmosphere of Blue Star, and would soon enter the blackout phase of traversing the atmosphere. At this point, she could only judge the general situation based on the star map. She hadn't witnessed the specific process. But one thing she was very clear about was that he was definitely not a person driven by personal heroism. If she could save someone, she would never let them go first. She valued her life highly, and it was clear that Anton and Fong Qingyu staying behind would be futile. Chi-He's Ghost, Howard's Raya, and Ji Yanchen's Lantis had all disappeared from their original positions. But the immense suction of the gray hole remained. Anton docked with Divine Sword and advanced to the 4th position, while the starship was still slowly retreating. Check the life monitoring devices. Chi Jianni's gaze fell on the monitoring devices displaying the vital signs of everyone on the starship's control panel. The life monitoring devices for the three were still functioning normally, at least proving they were still alive. Fong Sha. Stop arguing. Land first, then figure something out. After saying this, Chi Jianni's communication was cut off. They had already entered the blackout phase. Starships undergoing forced landings generally wouldn't waste fuel on autonomous flight. Using gravity and inertia to pass through the atmosphere was the wise choice. The starship's heat shield could withstand the high temperatures of atmospheric re-entry. Fuel would be used for deceleration after leaving the atmosphere, although the thousands of degrees Celsius would create plasma, interfering with communication signals. Fong Qingyu stared at Chi-He's life monitoring device, gradually calming down. He knew the others in the team weren't unconcerned about Chi-He, but they were more rational than he was at this moment. This wasn't the first time he caused trouble for the team. On Herka, if it weren't for his family's situation, the team could have completed the mission much more easily. Everyone followed Chi-He's plan without complaint, not just because they obeyed orders, but because they unconditionally believed their comrades had done their utmost for each other. He didn't know how to describe it. This trust allowed them to entrust their backs to each other without hesitation. At this moment, acting on emotion was truly the most useless thing to do. Fong Qingyu pushed the control stick forward 4 times. The 2 starships finally broke free from the pull of the unknown void and began their descent towards Blue Star. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Imperial team, Sinclair and Zephyr, who had made an emergency landing, also learned that Howard and Ji Yanchen had simultaneously fallen into the wormhole. Both were somewhat at a loss. This empire was truly in dire straits. First, they lost 1 at the start, then 2 more during the forced landing phase. Most importantly, the star eye was on Howard's Arlia. What's the point of fighting? Just surrender. Zephyr roared in the team channel, we can't let them complete the star eye acquisition. Before they land, let's team up and take out this one. Sinclair rolled his eyes. Only 2 left, and they were still thinking about taking out the others? Did they think the Alliance's infrastructure was made of paper? That was pure idiocy. He deliberately remained silent, assuming the communicator was broken. They created a wormhole in the sky. A broken communicator was perfectly normal. Anyway, it would probably take Zephyr some time to come and meet him. He deliberately set the landing coordinates 10 kilometers away from Zephyr's landing point, a straight line distance of 10 kilometers. Given the current environment on Earth, a straight line route was impossible. Zephyr's Shumaner was severely damaged. It had been struck in the middle by a particle beam, essentially a total loss. The machine's energy was also limited. With Earth's surface temperature currently below -40 degrees Celsius, staying inside the starship was the best option. Sinclair acted quickly. Instead of piloting his mech, he donned his ground gear and left the starship, heading towards the Alliance team's landing location. Chi Jianyi successfully landed within the designated coordinates for the competition. She didn't immediately shut down the engines and exit the starship. Instead, she activated the radar to its maximum range, detecting any approaching creatures. Currently on Earth, the Alliance team consisted only of her. Zephyr had already landed before her, and with Sinclair, who landed almost simultaneously, the Empire had 2 members, giving them a numerical advantage. However, while she waited inside the starship for Fong Qingyu and Anton to complete their emergency landing, a person appeared outside. At this time, anyone looking for her would be either Zephyr or Sinclair, but after a quick glance at the person's appearance, without any armed Mechs, it was most likely Sinclair. Chi Jianyi thought for a moment, then decided not to board a mech. Instead, she donned her full combat gear and put on her protective mask before opening the starship door. Sinclair, standing outside, was also fully armed, his flight suit somewhat bulky, making him unrecognizable to Chi Jianyi at first glance. It's me, Sinclair. Sinclair's voice came through the protective mask, sounding somewhat muffled. Chi Jianyi frowned and cut to the chase. Don't tell me you're just here to say hello. Sinclair sighed. Now that the drones aren't following us, there's no need for riddles. To be honest, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Chi Jianyi stared intently at his masked face. Why not? I think it's absolutely necessary. Sinclair was taken aback by Chi Jianyi's words and remained silent for a long time. Chi Jianyi suddenly leaned closer. Is it because you don't want to see me die? Sinclair suddenly couldn't find an answer to this question, and after a long struggle, he finally managed to stammer. I'm just a commoner, not a nobleman. I'm not one of those who can't afford to lose. Since that's the case, why disregard life? Chi Jianyi wasn't really looking for an answer right now. She was just asking casually. Sinclair, you've seen the problem now. Our team has lost 2 teammates, and your commander has disappeared into the wormhole. There have been too many unexpected events in this competition. Instead of continuing this life-or-death struggle, let's think about how to rescue them. Chi Jianyi snorted lightly. I have no objection to rescuing them, but too many unexpected events are not the main reason we should stop fighting. If you're going to say that, I don't believe a single punctuation mark. She didn't even consider the current situation. First, the Empire only has 2 members left, while the Alliance, including Hongruoro who hasn't arrived yet, has 4. Second, Zephyr hasn't reunited with Sinclair, which means the Star Source I isn't in either of their hands. Without rescuing the 2 starships that disappeared into the wormhole, the Empire has no point in competing. As long as they can stall until their own team arrives, finds the coordinates of the return capsule containing the Star Source I, completes the collection mission, and returns to the mothership hovering above Blue Star, the Alliance will win. But she couldn't voice her thoughts now. To rescue Chi-He, she needed to hear Sinclair's plan. How do we rescue them? Chi-Jianni cleared his throat. Sinclair glanced at his mechanical watch. To make a long story short, only Alliance members can attempt this. The method is to perform another particle beam collision at the same coordinates as before, and see if we can reactivate the wormhole through quantum entanglement to bring them back. Chi-Jianni was about to say something when Sinclair interrupted him. Sinclair, I know you want to ask why we don't send people from the Empire or the Alliance to rescue them. It's too late. Quantum fluctuations have a time limit. By the time the Empire or the Alliance sends people to perform the particle beam collision, the quantum field will have dissipated, and the wormhole that opens again might not be the same as the previous one. In that case, they would truly have no chance at all. The Empire has no more starships capable of firing particle beams. Now only your Divine Sword and Divine Shield have particle beam attacks that are useless. The other starships are either nearly destroyed or on cooldown for 2 hours. 2 hours is practically the same as the Empire sending reinforcements. By then, it's too late. This method is very dangerous. If the coordinates aren't precise enough, it could activate another wormhole, putting themselves at risk of being swallowed up. It's also possible they fall into a random wormhole, and even if they activate the same one, they won't be able to return. Sinclair told Chi-Jianni about all the risks. I know that proposing this method will make you suspect I'm targeting Alliance members. So, Sinclair removed his protective mask and suit, completely exposing himself to the frigid temperatures of Earth. You can take me as a prisoner. This is my sincerity. You're insane. Chi-Jianni rushed over, intending to help him put his suit back on. However, she genuinely had no idea how to wear the Empire's protective suit. What a mess. Having no other choice, she simply picked Sinclair up, opened the cockpit door of the God's Might, and threw him inside. Sinclair froze, like a salted fish thrown into liquid nitrogen finally warming up, shivering uncontrollably. The starship's cameras were still functioning normally. As a result, the entire intergalactic audience saw the Empire Sinclair being thrown into the cockpit. Chi-Jianni belatedly remembered the live broadcast, grabbed some ropes, and tied Sinclair up securely. Now he was truly a prisoner. Although she didn't understand why Sinclair would go to such lengths to rescue the 3 people who disappeared through the wormhole, Chi-Jianni was certain that Sinclair wasn't doing it for Chi-He or Howard. Don't ask her how she knew. The former was a rival, the latter, it was about power, and Chi-Jianni didn't believe Sinclair would bow down to power. There was only one possibility, he was doing it for Ji Yanchen. It was rare to find genuine friendship among the Imperial elites. Considering he was willing to freeze her to a crisp, Chi-Jianni decided to trust him this once. Chi-Jianni urgently contacted Hongruoro. Sister Ruoro, where are you? Hongruoro replied in the team channel. I'm nearby, about 10,000 kilometers from the original coordinates. Chi-Jianni then quickly contacted Anton and Fang Sha. Their starships were intact. After escaping gravity, they slowed down and entered the atmosphere, so there was no blackout issue. Chi-Jianni repeated Sinclair's words in the team channel. It's feasible. Anton affirmed, theoretically, it was possible. I pilot the Divine Sword to cooperate with Sister Ruoro's Aegis to complete the particle beam collision, Anton said. However, Fang Qingyu refused. I know my mental strength isn't enough, but there's no time for you to familiarize yourself with the Divine Sword operation. Let me go! I can do it. Trust me. Chapter 126. The moment the starship was swallowed by the wormhole, Chi-He felt a strange calm, even a sense of relief that this wasn't so bad. She estimated that the Empire Star Source I was on the starship piloted by Howard. Taking it all in one go meant the Alliance had a sure win. And she'd taken the Mother Worm's anchor point. This truly made it possible for the Alliance to destroy the Mother Worm. See, once the Mother Worm landed on her, there was no going back. How wonderful, it's just a pity. The Alliance should give her an award. I wonder if her name will still be engraved on a monument to heroes after disappearing into the ends of the universe. Surely they don't have to find her body to declare her dead, right? Don't be so stubborn. As for Ji Yanchen, Lostan will be fine. Only a clone disappeared. That's good, everything is good. Chi's thoughts drifted far away. She thought of everything she could, and then she realized something very absurd. How could she still think? But she couldn't open her eyes, nor could she feel her own existence. Everything around her was nothingness. Oh no, would she stay in this state of being neither alive nor dead forever? What Schrodinger's cat? It's over. No, this is worse than death. Can't you just give me a quick death? As if hearing her inner screams, Chi felt a dizzying sensation. When she regained consciousness, she was numb. Beneath her feet was the ground, above her was the sky, a real, existing space. Chi realized something. Her previous time travel might not have been a matter of metaphysics, but science. The slogan she shouted online, "The end of metaphysics is science," wasn't just a slogan to dispel feudal superstition. As for her current bewilderment, it's probably because the end of science is that she didn't study properly. Completely clueless about how wormholes work, she could only make rough guesses. To use a point he once read in a science fiction novel, time isn't a straight line forward. So, she's very likely been thrown into a past point in time by a wormhole. She strongly suspects her previous time travel was also due to the unstable wormhole during the jump of that smuggling ship, which accidentally threw her from the 21st century into the interstellar era. The good news is that this wormhole didn't throw her onto a gaseous or liquid planet, otherwise, she could have miraculously disappeared on the spot. Her current environment is both familiar and strange. Familiar because this is the blue planet she once lived on. Through the murky light, she can see one of the most iconic structures in human history, the pyramids. The feeling of alienation stemmed from the fact that this wasn't the era she had lived in. The pyramids were frozen solid. As everyone knew, the pyramids were the landmark of Cairo, and Cairo, located in the Nile Delta in northeastern Africa, where temperatures even reached below zero, couldn't possibly be the era she had lived in. There was no one nearby, and at this temperature, no one could possibly live on the surface. Fortunately, she had been thrown here along with her equipment. Her interstellar-era flight suit had a temperature-regulating function, preventing her from freezing to death. After assessing her situation, Chi sighed deeply. She hadn't died, sobs, but she still had to face reality. She decided to walk further away. It didn't make sense that 3 starships were swept into the wormhole together, and she was the only one so unlucky. As it turned out, she wasn't the only one so unlucky. She hadn't gone far when she saw someone she hated. Howard. At the same time, Howard saw her too. His first instinct was to reach for his gun behind him, but unfortunately, he didn't. Chi's face turned cold. You all deserve to die. Chi's memory flashed back to the long dining table, where there was bright red borscht and fragrant blini. Jize's face held a sadness that he couldn't understand. Jize, what do I want you to do? It's simple. During the competition, ensure that not a single member of the 3 major families returns. If he could, Jize wouldn't have chosen to bring Victoria back to the Empire. If he could, he would rather be buried with his lover in Dahafa. Victoria wasn't dead. Jize carried her back to the watchtower. He didn't tell her that the quantum cluster was almost repaired and could send messages to their respective countries. He knew perfectly well that Victoria's love for him was based on the fact that he was the only one there. If she returned to the Alliance, her beliefs wouldn't allow her to love an enemy. He struggled again and again, finally connecting to the Empire's quantum communication. Jesus squatted outside the isolation chamber, staring blankly at the translucent glass, surrounded by a line of fully armed soldiers. The leading officer, Howard, said, "Thank you for bringing such a valuable test subject. The consuls and the Senate have decided to award you the rank of captain. From today onwards, you are a captain." She's not a test subject. She's not a test subject. She's my wife. Didn't you say you would cure her? Jize's voice was soft, as if he were asking himself, not someone else. The leading officer chuckled dismissively. He stepped forward and stood in front of Jize. Are you sure she's your wife? The Empire has clear regulations prohibiting military personnel from marrying Alliance members. The officer crouched down, leaning close to Jize's ear. Do you know what the consequences will be? Treason. He drew out the last 2 words. Jize seemed to regain his senses instantly. He grabbed the officer's collar. I don't want this rank. I'm not a soldier. There's no law in the Empire that forbids civilians from marrying Alliance members. Give her back to me. Give her back to me. Oh. The officer wasn't angry at all. He pried Jize's hands off his collar, one finger at a time. Jize, 23 years old, studying artificial intelligence at Adam Military Academy. To date, you applied for a loan of 500,000 Imperial Yuan from the bank. For soldiers who volunteer for the Dahoffa campaign, the Empire rewards 100,000 Imperial Yuan. Your current assets are negative 400,000. The bank can demand immediate repayment or grant you an indefinite extension. The choice is yours. A friendly reminder. Those who default on their loans will go to jail. The officer pried open the last finger. Ji only realized the truth when his fingers were being squeezed painfully. All his resistance was meaningless. His life was meaningless. The goals he had fought for in the first half of his life were, in the eyes of those truly in power, merely fleeting sparks from the act of solidifying class ties through educational monopoly. A brief flash, leaving only ashes. Those who thought they could break down class barriers through sheer willpower and knowledge were merely pawns in the hands of those truly in power. And his proud battles were utterly meaningless. The nation he fought for had set a price for his valiant participation, 100,000 Imperial Yuan. How laughable. How laughable that, while reporting the battle situation through the Empire's quantum communication network, he still believed his country would save his family. The officer tossed the rank insignia at his feet like trash. Then, smiling, he patted his shoulder. I'm being merciful, I give you another chance. Pick up the insignia and be a good captain. Or trample it under your feet and be a real man. Ji thought this would be a difficult choice, but in reality, he hesitated for less than 10 seconds. He picked up the insignia. The officer smiled, as if he had won a sure victory, completely unfazed. He waved to the soldiers. Go in and take the test subject away. The soldiers entered the isolation chamber and placed Victoria, like an object, into the deep-sea capsule. Ji watched silently as the soldiers pushed the deep-sea capsule past him. Victoria's eyes were closed, as if she were simply asleep. Ji didn't reach out to stop them. He just watched quietly, like a broken puppet. You are a natural talent, a prodigy in the field of artificial intelligence. His teacher had commented on him in this way, saying that the development of artificial intelligence requires absolute rationality. Few people can analyze the potential problems of AI as clearly as you. Yes, he was extremely rational. Before this, he had no family, no friends, not even the investors who pooled their money to send him to military academy. So, he rationally analyzed the immediate pros and cons in just 10 seconds. He couldn't go to jail. What good would admitting Victoria was his wife do? If he were imprisoned, the Empire would have 100 more reasons to continue experimenting on Victoria. So he chose to pick up that epaulet. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford to lose the highest benefit he could obtain, even if that benefit was achieved only by turning Victoria into an experimental subject. He never mentioned Victoria in public again, as if he had forgotten her. He began to socialize diligently, wearing a friendly smile to everyone, until he received information about Victoria from the laboratory. The person who told her this information was a fellow medical student working in a secret Imperial-based laboratory. He could tell she liked him. He had intentionally or unintentionally given her small gifts a few times, thus establishing this communication channel. Alumnus, seeing how interested you've been, I'm telling you this secretly, but you can't tell anyone else. Subject 244 is the only individual who survived after being mentally possessed by the mother worm. The lab extracted her brain cells for a brain activity test. The experiment showed that she was indeed possessed by the mother worm, but her consciousness didn't completely dissipate, so she didn't immediately suffer brain death. In subsequent experiments, we discovered a very strong possibility. The reason she survived is because she's pregnant. The mother worm's possessive consciousness was split in two, one half in subject 244's mind, and the other half in the mind of the child in her womb. Isn't that amazing? As for what would happen if the child were removed, the lab researchers are still discussing whether to conduct the experiment. It's very risky. The subject might just collapse. The person on the other end of the phone continued rambling. Then Ji could no longer hear a single word the other person was saying. The calm he had been trying to maintain crumbled at that moment. That was his child. Chapter 127. Ji didn't know when the communication ended. After he put down the communicator, Eden welcomed another sunset. The aurora borealis appeared on the horizon, stretching to the ends of the earth. After receiving that news, Ji didn't have to wait long before he saw the officer surnamed Howard again. He was a rare member of the Howard family, possessing high mental strength and strong execution ability. Ji mentally planned out his promotion path. Soon, he could leap from an officer with no title to a provisional governor, and soon after, a consul, simply because his surname was Howard. What a precious surname. Julius Howard sat at the head of the meeting hall. Even though he currently had no official status, he sat while Ji stood. Ji knew why he was there, for the experiment. Julius Howard, first of all, congratulations. You're going to be a father. Zay's face remained expressionless. Looks like you're not happy. Howard's face held a mocking smile. Zay smiled too, just a sperm that won the race. If the country awards me a second medal for this, that would be wonderful. Howard showed little surprise. Once you witness the benefits of power, you recognize reality. Emotions are the cheapest thing in the world. That's good, he didn't even have to waste words. Howard didn't beat around the bush. Cooperate with the experiment, and the Empire will give you what you want. Zay knew what they were going to experiment on. Such a precious experimental subject, they would study not only the effects of the mother, but also the effects of the father. They were eager to extract what they wanted from it. Zay entered the laboratory as he wished. Victoria lay there. Not long ago, she had been complaining that even washing her hair properly was difficult on Dahafa. Her long hair was tangled. Zay had offered to cut it for her, but she refused, saying it was a medal. Proof of her time on Dahafa. Now, her hair was shaved off. Even her skull had been opened, her brain clamped in place, and researchers were dissecting it daily. They wouldn't let her die, they would keep her alive with the best medications. She wasn't dressed. For the sake of the experiments, she was covered in tubes. The person he cherished so much now had no basic dignity. Yes, what dignity did an experimental subject need? At the staff's request, Zay mechanically turned his body. A full-body disinfection system covered every corner with disinfectant, and he was allowed into the laboratory. He touched his lover again, but in this way. He was wrong, terribly wrong. What was the meaning of living? What was the meaning of living like this? She would die. He would send her down with his own hands. Zay slowly approached Victoria. He gently stroked her face, so close to her exposed brain. With just a light touch, he could crush her brain tissue. But then, his hand, resting on her lower abdomen, felt a slight throbbing. It was so faint, almost like his imagination, but that one touch sent his mind blank, all emotion seemingly stripped away in that instant. Victoria's breath tickled his hand. Her brainwaves, representing her emotions, reached their peak at that moment. For the first time in his life, Zay felt utterly lost. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. Victoria was conscious. She knew he was there. She knew it was him. Just as Zay was about to end Victoria's life, she and the life within her disagreed. In the year 2046, the Empire erupted in an unprecedented return to origin movement, a serious social problem concerning the human rights of digital beings exposed after the Battle of Dahafa. Nearly 80% of the Empire's population resisted digital beings, refusing to become part of the digital fighting force. Large-scale demonstrations erupted, with large numbers of people marching towards the alliance, even giving rise to a large number of smugglers who made money by smuggling people across borders. The underlying problem was, in essence, a fear of highly centralized power. In December of the same year, a riot also broke out in the consciousness world. Imperial soldiers, who had uploaded their consciousness, refused to descend into the lower consciousness, and refused to participate in the war. The forced descent resulted in widespread clone suicides. Consul Isaac Howard died in a clone terrorist attack during a military exercise. In Star Calendar 2047, Julius Howard became the new consul and introduced the tribunal policy. After rounds of voting, the position of tribunal surprisingly fell to a captain from a civilian background. Zay, an outstanding military academy graduate of Adam Military Academy majoring in artificial intelligence, he participated in the Battle of Dahafa, remaining there as an informant for a year. He used his exceptional skills to restart the malfunctioning quantum cluster, bringing back crucial information about the existence of the mother worm in Dahafa, and was awarded the rank of captain. He then offered constructive suggestions for improving EVA's management of digital life and refining the laws of the consciousness world. These experiences were perhaps publicly revealed on the interstellar network by some imperial netizen, or perhaps more than one. However, none of this is the most important thing. The most important thing is his family background, born a commoner, possessing high mental strength, yet attending Adam's Academy without relying on any powerful figures or bank loans, and still burdened with debt. This precisely demonstrates that he has no one behind him. At only 24 years old, the captain should have been at the bottom of the election pool, but he was thus propelled to the forefront by the people's votes, successfully elected as the first tribunal of the tribe, officially becoming a bulwark between digital life and the government. Subsequently, the Imperial High Command issued a series of regulations regarding the Tribunal of the Tribe duties. The Tribunal of the Tribe possesses management authority over the AI EVA and owns EVA's underlying code, major decisions regarding the AI must be made by both the council and the tribunal of the tribe simultaneously, including but not limited to war orders, service orders, and clone destruction orders. However, all the sons of the tribunal for the plebs must upload their consciousness to completely eliminate the possibility of abusing their power for personal gain, and a new election must be held every 10 years to ensure fairness and impartiality. In the meeting room, Jesus signed his name on the appointment letter. So the attendees gradually left, leaving only the newly appointed consul and the newly appointed tribunal for the plebs. Julius Howard stood before the newly appointed tribunal for the plebs. Jesus, my father once told me this. If your cunning is truly deep enough, you cannot show any cunning. Clearly, I didn't meet his expectations, but you did. Julius took out a cigar, cut it open with small scissors, and lit it. This fermented tobacco wasn't like box cigarettes. The flame teased the tobacco for a while before it burned slowly. He hadn't liked fermented tobacco before, but since becoming consul, he'd taken a liking to it. It was a special supply, very few people could afford it. Julius took a puff, placed the cigar in front of Jose, and smiled as he spoke. Let's talk about something unrelated to politics. Your lover has passed away. He emphasized the word lover. We delivered the child ahead of schedule. It was a boy. Unfortunately, subject 244's bodily functions were still normal, but he was brain dead. His words clearly expressed regret, but there was no trace of pity in his tone. It was more like anticipation. He was anticipating the man before him to go mad. He was anticipating turning the tables. Jose picked up the cigar and took a puff. The acrid smell of smoke made him cough and tear up. He grumbled, "Why is this stuff a special supply?" Before Julius could react, he continued, "Brain-dead subjects still have research value. Did her bodily functions change under the influence of the mother worm, including the child?" He paused, trying to continue but getting stuck. Julius Howard smiled. He had won. "Then I entrust this experiment to you. Your current position is qualified to participate in such important decisions. Should we turn her into a specimen, or keep her in a jar? It's not worth wasting medical resources on a brain-dead subject. What do you say, Sir Julius? As for the child, he's still alive. We already done the research. He's a normal child. As your offspring, upload his consciousness and destroy his physical body. I always been fair and just." With that, Julius walked out of the conference room, never giving Jose another glance. When Jose arrived at the lab, only the alumnus who had feelings for him remained. All the life support equipment had been removed. The experiment was over. Victoria on the lab table was dead. Jose walked over, trying to act nonchalant. He wanted the alumnus to take the child out, but his voice betrayed him. He was choked up, unable to utter a complete sentence. Large tears fell onto Victoria's bloodless face. Nothing mattered. Everything was meaningless. In the end, he couldn't even see her off as her lover. Humans discern the depth of love through the pain of separation, and only then did he truly feel the pain, a pain so intense it was suffocating. The pain drained all his life force in an instant. If life has an end, then this is probably his end. A cry roused Jose from his fading consciousness. The child, his and Victoria's child. "Help me." A thud, the sound of knees hitting the ground. He pleaded, anyone could help him. The alumna holding the child was startled. Okay, get up first, Mr. G, get up first. Actually, her instructions were to watch Jose destroy Subject 244 and upload the consciousness of Subject 245. She watched as the man who had once shone brightly in her eyes knelt before her, not for the marriage proposal she had hoped for, but for a dead experimental subject. She understood everything. This is your lover, this is your child. What is love? Cece couldn't explain it. Yet everything was clear. Jose didn't love her, and perhaps his approach to her had ulterior motives. Even so, she agreed, even though it was a matter so significant that her hands trembled. The Imperial High Command was determined to achieve their desired outcome, to confirm that the experimental subject had been destroyed. In the end, they could only resort to a crude method. A laser beam swept inch by inch across the child's body, starting with the tiny feet. Where it touched, not even blood splattered, everything vaporized. The child had been anesthetized, no cries came out. Everything was quiet. The child's legs were gone. Enough. This video is enough. Cece stopped Giza. I can make them believe the child has been destroyed. Only the child's consciousness was uploaded. He will live alone in the consciousness world for 18 years, until his clone is allowed to be used. Giza, no. As the regulator of digital life, he knew very well that only half of the child's consciousness was uploaded. As long as the physical body remained, as long as the clone was in a dormant state, he would grow up well in another country. Cece, I find the smuggler, send him away, send him to the Alliance. Let's give the child a name. Lost Orovich Sherbakov, Jesus said. Also in the swaddling clothes was a neatly braided pigtail. Chapter 128. Not only was Howard unarmed, but he was also unarmed. It was as if the world had reverted to the primitive era. Fights between animals indeed didn't require weapons. However, the law of the jungle, where strength prevails over power, didn't apply to humans. He was decisive. This wasn't the time for joint training. A powerful, sweeping kick followed. Howard heard the sound of his arm bones breaking. He deftly rolled to the side, appearing behind Howard. Her arms encircled his neck, silencing him completely. For the first time, Howard realized that his opponent was far stronger than he had imagined. Everything before had been a facade. Debts must be repaid. I heard Howard has no children. Chihi's voice rang in Howard's ears like a demon. As Chihi left the long dining table, she thought, the empire will one day collapse. As long as power, interests, and money exist in the world, as long as greed and selfishness exist in humanity, whether it's an empire or an alliance, any society composed of humans will eventually cycle towards destruction. Humanity's greatest enemy is not the Zerg, but humanity itself. Zay's revenge was meaningless. Even if it shook the structure of society at that time, it couldn't shake the essence of humanity. But investigating a person's motives for doing so was also meaningless. Perhaps this old man had long since died, dying with his lover in Dahafa, but the flames of hatred still refused to die in peace. He was surprised at when her thoughts had become so devoid of rationality. This was the influence of the Queen Zerg on her. I agree, but I have one request. Let me die as a human. This is a deal. Given Zay's 20 years of experience navigating the political landscape, he was capable of doing it. As Loston's father, he would also do it. Howard's vision blurred. He saw another figure running towards him. It was Ji Yanchen. Howard Ji Yanchen's gaze didn't fall on him, but on Chihi. Howard understood, he was doomed. Howard made an almost impossible move, swinging his broken hand to strike a spot on his body. That was his personal consciousness upload device. It ensured that even if he died in the real world, he could live on in the consciousness world. The struggling stopped. Howard was dead. His body slid to the ground as he released his grip. Ji Yanchen froze. He looked up at Ji Yanchen. A long silence fell over the air. History always repeats itself. He seemed to be transported back to that time in Dahafa through her memories, the whole world reduced to just the two of them. Only now, it was just her and Ji Yanchen. This is the first time you see me kill someone, isn't it, Lostan? Chi called out to him. Lostan chuckled at her slightly hesitant tone, but his focus was on her calling his name. When did you find out? Chi paused for a moment before understanding what he was asking. Actually, the mother worm's anchor wasn't entirely without its advantages. When my desire to devour you became incredibly strong, I knew it was you, not that clone of yours with only a sliver of consciousness left. How can this not be love? Chi laughed. Now, there was nothing left to hide between them. Lostan laughed too. He knew exactly what Chi meant. When reason was completely laid bare, leaving only instinct, it was surprisingly liberating. Lostan rushed over and hugged Chi tightly, just like when they first parted, so tightly it hurt her a little. Chi, however, was quite accepting. She patted his back. Isn't this good? When fate veered off course, Chi felt mostly grateful. Thankfully, he could accompany her on her final journey. The equipment didn't have much energy left, at most, it could last for 2 more hours. Chi wasn't worried about Lostan. Even if this clone died here, he would live well. Chi want to wander around a bit. In my time, I hadn't been to Cairo. I only seen the pyramids online. Lostan looked a little lost. Is this Earth? He did know about the pyramids. Chi estimated, probably a nuclear winter after humanity leaves, but I'm not sure what era it will be in. Lostan was even more confused. The era you lived in. Chi smiled mischievously. I didn't tell you, did I? I actually time traveled. Like a wormhole threw us here. I don't know how I got thrown here from the 21st century on Earth. Ha ha ha, that's my biggest secret. You hit the jackpot. She said this, but Lostan's face didn't smile. Instead, it held a hint of sadness. It's not a pity. Chi buried her head in his shoulder. I actually already lived a lifetime, so every moment of this life is a bonus. Lostan didn't speak, only hugged her tighter. He felt her eyes stinging. Perhaps after her death, Loston's love for her would slowly fade along with the disappearance of the mother insect's anchor point. That was for the best. As if sensing her thoughts. Actually, I hated you at first, Lostan said. Huh? He poked her head out of his embrace, staring at him. You were all dirty, and you wrapped your arms around my neck without any restraint. Didn't anyone tell you men and women shouldn't touch each other? Chi's memory was pulled back to their first meeting. You really hated me? Lostan laughed. Yeah. If it weren't for my sense of justice, I would have dumped you on the spot. I never seen such a lovesick person. Staring straight at me, you were even drooling. He punched him hard. You're lying, I didn't. I have a face, okay? Lostan grabbed her hand, enveloping it in his palm. Your infatuation is practically written all over your face. He wanted to punch him again, but was interrupted by what he said next. So, from dislike to liking, it was all my own choice. What I like is your never-give-up attitude in the face of danger. What I like is your courage to fight for your beliefs. What I like is you joking around with your teammates, you drooling in your sleep, you dancing terribly, you eating steamed buns until your cheeks are chubby, you sleeping sprawled out, you throwing a tantrum and hiding from me. He was furious. Why are you getting more and more absurd? All you're saying are flaws. However, Lostan remained serious. I know there's an unavoidable attraction between the mother insect's anchor points, but that's just attraction. I love you, the human you, only you. He blushed slightly at his sudden confession. If said normally, it would sound a bit too romantic. But at this moment, it seemed more like she didn't want to leave any regrets. He pulled Lostan to a rock to sit on. She planned to spend the last 2 hours quietly like this. Her gaze passed over Loston's shoulder to the pyramid not far away, now frozen solid. When she left Blue Star, this ancient structure had already existed for thousands of years, and when she returned, it still stood, like a loyal guardian. Yes, humanity can never escape greed and selfishness. But humanity also possesses a sincerity and kindness that other species lack. Humanity is always inspired by lofty ideals, so no matter how many times a society is destroyed, it will still cycle and be reborn from the ashes of disaster. Feng Qingyu's divine sword and Hong Ruoruo's divine shield had reached their designated positions. The difficulty of particle beam collisions lies not in simultaneous excitation, but in requiring that the points of collision be identical. Anton's palms, no, his entire body, were damp. To prevent delays in information reception within the team due to atmospheric interference and other factors, Anton's Luban was also nearby. Coordinates confirmed. Collide. 2 beams of light, as bright as day, tore through the void, colliding at a right angle. Unlike the previous straight-line collisions, this was an intersecting collision, to minimize the possibility of a mistake that could penetrate the enemy starship. In the fluctuations of the quantum field, before it dissipated, a void truly appeared. This time, instead of the gravitational pull of a black hole, a force radiating outwards from within appeared. Boom! A sound even echoed in the void, indicating the presence of air on the other side of the wormhole. The 3 starships were expelled back by a mysterious force, like a breath. Really? They brought them back? Jianni stared at the screen, his hands trembling. He was completely bewildered. Wait. She was sitting there perfectly fine, even contemplating the truths of the universe in her final moments, and also cursing this apocalyptic environment. Besides holding hands and hugging, there was practically nothing else to do. She couldn't even take off her mask to kiss. And then, in the blink of an eye, she was back inside the starship. And it was the ghost she was piloting. So, she didn't die again. Was she some kind of deadly reincarnation of Sun Wukong? Even the King of Hell wouldn't dare take her? Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. Everyone in the Alliance team only dared to believe they had truly rescued someone after hearing that familiar voice. Then, the fastest to react wasn't Chi, nor Ji Yanchen, but Howard. Rulia, like a wild horse, charged recklessly into the atmosphere of Blue Star. Judging by that speed, it was a direct forward attack. Holy shit! Chi cursed again. The gray hole had thrown them back to the timeline they had previously disappeared from. So, Howard died, and then came back to life. She had done it all for nothing, killed him for nothing. But Howard's memory of being killed wouldn't disappear just because the gray hole threw him back to the original timeline. This kid died once, and he escaped faster than anyone else. He's even harder to kill now. Chapter 129. Shooting down Howard's Arliad during the descent phase is indeed impossible now. None of the starships have particle beam attacks anymore. With missiles alone, they lost their advantage. It's difficult to catch up with the Arlie at full speed. We discuss other things later. Let's land first, Chi said to the team. Now, only Chi Jian is left on the ground of Blue Star. We can't expose her to danger. Chi glanced at her teammates' monitors, but didn't see another face besides Chi Jian. It was Sinclair, tightly bound, but looking completely lost and resigned. Good heavens! Chi exclaimed, good heavens! During her disappearance, her teammates had been phenomenal. First, they managed to rescue her, and then, they even captured an Imperial teammate, whether it was a literal capture. Chi wasn't sure. Perhaps her shocked expression made Chi Jian a little embarrassed, and he hesitated for a few seconds before giving her a reassuring answer. Don't worry about me, you guys complete the forced landing first. Chi pouted. Okay, sometimes you really have to admit, the world is just a giant makeshift operation. Is this competition really necessary? Is getting the opposing team's personnel to defect considered part of strength? Thinking about Ji Yanchen again, okay. Fairness can only be relative, not absolute. Because the star source, I wasn't damaged by the gray hole, the competition had to continue. To avoid showing too much, Chi and Ji Yanchen stayed until last. This was a hidden deterrent in the competition. After entering the atmosphere, the starship's speed would decrease due to air resistance. This was the most deadly moment for an air-to-ground attack, because even missiles could be lethal. This was to prevent the opposing team from launching a missile at a crucial moment. Basically, they always saved one starship for last. Although they knew Ji Yanchen wouldn't actually do anything, they still had to maintain appearances. However, in reality, both the Empire's and the Alliance's live streams were completely black. The two erratic gray hole deployments directly disrupted the superposition state of the quantum bits on the mothership, and now the mothership's operation is entirely manual. The tracking drones are all destroyed. Now, the people on the mothership can only get a general view through the portholes. The viewers in the live stream chat are in an uproar. Alliance, what's going on? Winning sister, princess, are you alright? Alliance, don't cry beforehand, hold it in. Alliance, the black screen on the live stream is probably due to a problem with the quantum cluster on the mothership. I'm a mechanical engineering student. The Alliance's participating starships are different from active starships. Their team communication is probably still radio-based. You have to admit, being frugal has its advantages. I guess the Alliance teammates should still be able to communicate. Empire, do we have radios on our starships too? Alliance, you're asking us? Are you kidding me? You should ask the Empire's high command if they provide such basic equipment to their team members. Senior Tasia stood at the waiting area, looking at the scattered bright spots outside the window, the dazzling light of the starship's fusion engines, almost like a star. The tournament referee, standing on the judge's stand, questioned, we cannot currently determine the casualties of our respective teams. Before he could finish, Tasia interrupted him. According to the tournament rules, in the event of an unexpected situation, the current situation is determined based on the moment immediately preceding the event, until a new situation is discovered or the competition ends. Is the Empire going to use this as a reason to stop the competition? If so, the Alliance will initiate a supplementary interstellar military academy competition. This supplementary competition system exists precisely to guard against unforeseen circumstances, such as a large-scale meteorite impact during the competition, or unpredictable stellar movements, like a solar helium flash. In such cases, the competition will be suspended midway, but it won't resume after 3 years. Instead, it will resume within 1 or 2 months in the same year. Both the Empire and the Alliance have the right to hold supplementary competitions, but for the side with home field advantage, supplementary competitions would undoubtedly increase the economic burden. That's secondary. The more important thing is that once the competition starts, the performance of starships and Mechs cannot be changed, which would be a serious challenge to the competition strategy and personnel combat strength. Nobody wants to play a head-on collision. Basically, supplementary competitions would result in heavy casualties for both sides in the end, so it's best to avoid supplementary competitions if possible. The referee hesitated. Communication between the mothership and the Empire was currently cut off. He really didn't have the right to decide to interrupt the competition. Aren't you worried that your team members have actually suffered casualties? The referee addressed Tasia. Tasia, referee, have you ever heard the saying, out of sight, out of mind? This saying is inherently somewhat derogatory, implying that if you can't see it, you won't be bothered, carrying a slightly negative tone. However, coming from Tasia's mouth, the yin-yang implication is quite clear. She didn't see whether anyone from the Alliance team died, but someone from the Empire team definitely died. Referee, based on the assessment of personnel within 15 minutes before the incident, The Alliance team has no casualties. The Empire team can now field their substitutes. Any objections, referees? The referee representing the Alliance was a middle-aged woman, and at this moment, she had no reason to object. Referees, alternate team members approved to enter the arena. The group successfully made an emergency landing in their respective starships. As soon as Chi stepped out of the hatch, she felt a familiar chill, the kind of chill that comes with wearing a flight suit. It gave her the illusion that she was still in the era that had been thrown into the gray hole. What's next? Anton asked in the team channel. Still stick to the original plan. Chi thought for a moment. Let's change the personnel arrangement. The original plan was for Hong Ruoro to land at the critical point, ensuring that no matter what the battle, at least one starship could take off normally to complete the Star Source I handover mission. Now, there's an extra prisoner, Sinclair. Regardless of Sinclair's past behavior, a competent commander wouldn't gamble on someone else's game. The best solution is actually to kill him. He was startled by her own thought. Princess, you're in charge of keeping an eye on Sinclair to prevent him from causing trouble. Everyone else, get into your mechs. Anton, you and Fong Sha are responsible for finding the return pod. This coordinate point hasn't been exposed yet, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Right now, the people we should be most wary of are Howard and Zephyr. As for Lo Stan Ji Yanchen, he was likely exposed at that time, so Howard probably doesn't trust Ji Yanchen anymore. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that Howard will only go to Zephyr to rendezvous, and will complete the collection of the Star Source I as quickly as possible, then return to the starship and quickly go back. They won't even bother with the Alliance team for ground combat. Now, they're the ones on the defensive. In extreme situations, their room for maneuver is actually smaller. Ruoro, you and I will intercept Howard and his team. We absolutely cannot let him complete the Star Source I collection before us. Hong Ruoro nodded. Okay. Everyone boarded their mechs, ready to depart. Chi Jiani brought a message. Chi Jiani, wait, I noticed something in Sinclair's team's communication equipment. Zephyr, who was previously communicating with Sinclair on a single line, lost communication after the second particle beam collision. So I boldly guess that their team's communication method is different from ours. It's quantum communication. Then the most likely explanation is that the quantum cluster on the mothership has malfunctioned. Fong Qingyu's viewpoint was always unique. Are they secretly contacting the mothership? The Empire is truly shameless. Chi-He's focus wasn't on the Empire team's underhanded tactics, but on the latter part. The quantum cluster malfunction. Doesn't this mean that all data transmission related to quantum communication is unusable, including live streaming? Chi Jiani, you know what I mean, right? Because fairness can't be guaranteed, the Empire might not recognize the results of this competition. Anton thought of another bad outcome. There's another possibility. The Empire might pull some dirty tricks. Our alliance's death toll was 0 before the accident, while the Empire clearly lost Caesar. The Empire has a reason to arrange for substitutes to enter. The substitute entry method involves the mothership dispatching a starship to send the substitutes into the atmosphere, and then the substitutes parachuting into the arena at a designated point. Theoretically, the reserve personnel are only reserve personnel, not mechs or starships. This means that if the mechs and starships are intact, the reserve personnel can use the original team members' starships and mechs. If they are all damaged, then only the reserve personnel will be able to disembark. Therefore, even if Caesar, who was already eliminated during the Star Wars phase, were to come down as a substitute, his role would be minimal. Without mechs in combat, it's truly just a matter of having more kills in a literal sense. However, the current situation is that the Empire might not be willing to compromise its military ethics. Both scenarios are disadvantageous for Chi-He. The previous live stream went smoothly, so the reserve team members definitely knew the coordinates of the return capsule upon entering the arena. This is the advantage gained by losing one person, relatively fair and unavoidable. Therefore, it's necessary to ensure the combat strength on the return capsule side. To prevent the Empire from disregarding military ethics and assigning mechs to the reserve personnel. Chi-He immediately changed tactics. Princess, stop guarding the prisoner. Just take him away. If necessary, kill him. You and Fong Sha provide cover fire for Anton to complete the Star Source I collection. Everything else remains the same. Sister Ruoro is already with me on the interception mission. The team replied, understood. With personnel assigned, they went about their tasks. Chi Jiani wouldn't actually kill Sinclair. After all, he had genuinely helped her before. She clumsily helped the stillbound Sinclair put on his protective suit, then, after a moment's thought, kissed Sinclair's cheek before he even put on his helmet. The soft, warm touch lingered on his slightly stiff cheek. Sinclair was completely stunned. After a moment of reaction, his face flushed bright red, like a boiled shrimp. Jenny realized for the first time that bullying someone didn't necessarily have to involve violence. Just that one kiss, and Sinclair didn't dare look at her. If she kicked him at this moment, even without his hands and feet bound, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. This move works very well. Sinclair, still dazed, was put on the helmet, which Jenny carefully fastened to ensure a successful connection with his oxygen equipment. Sinclair pouted, does the Alliance have a policy of recruiting Imperial Military Academy students? Jenny, what are you babbling about? I can't hear you with that helmet on. She piloted the mecha, hoisted him onto its shoulder, and sped off in the direction Anton and Fong Qingyu had gone. Chapter 130. The coordinates of Howard's landing were difficult to pinpoint, so he could only rely on her Schrodinger's intuition to head in one direction. According to Chihi's assessment, their current location was near the equator. In the early stages of nuclear winter, only the equatorial region received direct sunlight, and even then, sunlight could barely penetrate the thick clouds covered in smoke and fine particles. Using this location as the League's emergency landing site was reasonable. Hong Ruoro looked at the frozen earth and sighed as she traveled. Professor Auditorai said before that humans are the biggest pests in the universe. I didn't really understand it until I arrived on Earth. He had studied interstellar history for over a year, but only scratched the surface. Strictly speaking, she was still in a rudimentary state. She was probably more familiar with the history of dinosaurs. She remembered her history teacher being particularly witty and humorous, often assigning group projects where students would think about how dinosaurs became extinct, which would then be the topic of a debate in the next class. The reward was a group milk tea, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Although he wasn't a big fan of sweets, the atmosphere was infectious, and she eagerly participated in the discussion. Their group's argument was that volcanic eruptions caused ice ages. They argued that supervolcanic eruptions release terrifying amounts of sulfur dioxide and other substances into the Earth's atmosphere, creating dust clouds that block sunlight, severing the Earth's lifeline of energy, thus leading to ice ages and widespread extinctions. Although their argument ultimately didn't win the debate, in fact, no one won, the history teacher just smiled, but that milk tea was truly sweet, sickeningly sweet. The cause of the dinosaurs' extinction can only be studied by biologists, but the formation of nuclear winter is a visible historical event. 1,000 years ago, a resource crisis triggered a war, fueled by nuclear weapons manufactured by humanity itself. Tens of thousands of nuclear weapons not only destroyed the cities they themselves built, claiming hundreds of millions of lives, but also ejected vast amounts of debris, ash, smoke, and aerosols into the atmosphere, forming dense dust clouds. These dust clouds truly block sunlight, severing lifelines. The temperature of Earth plummeted. Even more devastating than the extreme cold was the chain reaction of collapses. The spread of nuclear radiation made life painful and short-lived. Humanity was forced to abandon Earth and venture into space. This nuclear winter, predicted to end within a century, lasted for nearly 1,000 years. The dust clouds over Earth recovered centuries ago, but Earth remains frozen. This is why a triennial competition is held to determine the right to explore Earth. Chi chuckled softly. Mother Earth is probably fed up with these good-for-nothing humans, so she keeps them frozen, so they know how hard it is to make a living outside, and then they learn to cherish what they have. Hong Ruoro blurted out a famous quote. Einstein once said, "I don't know how World War III will be fought, but World War IV will certainly be fought with stones and sticks." That's quite fitting here. Chi almost laughed uncontrollably. Ares. Fitting my foot. They can just go to outer space and continue fighting. Instead of harming Earth, they continue to harm other planets. So Professor Agatori's statement that humans are pests isn't just abstract, it's a fact. Huh? Suddenly, a drop of liquid hit the visor of Ares, the mech piloted by Chi. Chi looked up in disbelief. His optical glasses, through the radar scanning system, transmitted the environment outside the mech to his vision with zero delay. Hong Ruoro also felt the tactile sensations from the all-sensory mech in disbelief. Is it raining? Not snowing, but raining. Chi and Hong Ruoro exchanged bewildered glances. A moment later, a torrential downpour began without warning. This rain was a signal. The climate on Earth was recovering. A buzzing sound came through the team channel. It was Anton. Anton, Chi, it's raining here. I know, it's the same situation here. Jenny's situation was even worse. Because he wasn't sure if the rain was corrosive or contained nuclear radiation, Jenny had to open the cockpit and let Sinclair in as well. The cockpit, which was already meant for one person, was now incredibly cramped. Chi-He thought for a moment. Besides collecting the star source eye, we also need to collect some samples to take back. The current situation is that the starship has fixed landing points, so it's impossible to pilot it to other areas to scout. However, if we consider giving half of Chi-He's mecha energy to Hongruoruo's Vermilion Bird, flying several thousand kilometers round trip isn't a problem. The Vermilion Bird is an aerial combat mecha equipped with tail fins. Sister Ruoruo, I give you coordinates. Go to this location and check the situation there. Hongruoruo clearly wasn't very supportive. You're planning to intercept Howard alone? There are 3 people over there. Chi-He remained calm. There were actually only 2 people. Lostan, that traitor, can't be counted. Chi-He, don't worry, I'm just intercepting them. I'm not fighting them to the death. When it comes to surviving, I'm unbeatable. But this climate report is very important. If Blue Star's climate is truly in the recovery phase, then the subsequent deployment is crucial, just as important as winning this competition. After all, the winning side of the league has the right to explore Blue Star for 3 years. That's an advantage. If Blue Star might one day become habitable for humans again, Chi-He, as an ancient Blue Star native, absolutely doesn't want to see the Empire, those capitalist parasites, occupy Blue Star first. Okay. Chi-He unloaded half of his mecha's power and handed it to Hongruoruo. Even though Howard immediately fired forward 4 and entered the atmosphere, his current situation is still not good. Communication was lost, which was actually good news. Although he couldn't find his teammate Zephyr, Ji Yanchen couldn't find him either. He boarded his mecha almost immediately after landing and left the starship. The starship was too conspicuous. His hand had been unconsciously resting on his chest, where the rudimentary consciousness upload device was located. He desperately wanted to press it now, but he remembered his father's disappointed gaze. Suddenly, a drop of liquid hit his mech. It's raining? Just then, an invisible arc of electricity spread into the air along with the raindrop. With a sizzle, electromagnetic current instantly enveloped the entire mech. This level of current was far beyond what the mech's electromagnetic gun could handle. The power of this single strike was equivalent to unleashing the full power of a small power plant. Howard, mech and all, crashed to the ground. Chi-He, guided by instinct, moved forward a short distance before suddenly slamming to the brakes. An ominous premonition gripped her without warning, compelling her to immediately move away from the location. However, before she could react, an abnormal, ball-shaped current flashed in the clouds. This was no ordinary lightning phenomenon. In a flash, Chi-He immediately shut down the mech's power system. The mech plummeted straight down, crashing into the ice, and creating a large crater. Chi-He remained motionless inside the mech. She shut down the engine, so quickly that most of the mech's components were intact. As long as Ares wasn't activated, and the strong electric field on the mech's surface disappeared, the mech could still function normally. Chi-He was now essentially in a Faraday cage inside the mech. As long as she didn't leave the cockpit, she was safe from electric shock. But what worried her was another issue. This phenomenon couldn't be achieved by just one or even a few Mechs. The electromagnetic cannons equipped on the Mechs could at most disable their drones. This kind of powerful current was almost like a high-voltage power party. Chi-He gasped, a chill running from her heels to the top of her head. High-voltage power. Could there still be any humans left on Earth? As if confirming something. Beside the large crater created by the Mechs, several large trucks appeared discreetly. These trucks were actually camouflaged, blending almost perfectly into their surroundings with the light. If Chi-He hadn't heard the noise, she wouldn't have noticed them at all. Several steel cables were thrown onto the Ares mech, securing her securely. Chi-He was utterly dumbfounded by her own prophetic jinx. The Starship Military Academy League had been reported for so many years without incident, and the Alliance and Empire's years of exploration of Earth had yielded no survivors. How come she was the one encountering all sorts of misfortunes? Chi-He sighed. Just as she was about to say bad luck, she turned and, through her optical glasses, saw another mech being transported alongside 2 other vehicles. This was Howard's mech. What was it called again? Artemis. Or something like that? The name was too long to remember. She only remembered it was similar to Ares, named after a Western god. Chi-He, being biased, found Ares' name much easier to remember. Chi-He had initially planned to restart the mech, but now she wasn't in a hurry. If the person was already inside the mech, it was a stroke of genius. There was another problem. If there are indeed survivors on Earth, then for either the Alliance or the Empire to return, it won't just be a matter of life and death between the two sides. Now, the original inhabitants will be added to the equation. He was a little curious. Earth's core winter has lasted so long. Have the survivors evolved into something like science? That's hard to say. But putting themselves in the shoes of the original inhabitants, they would probably be labeled Trisolarans. A fight to the death would be the least of their worries. He suddenly got goosebumps. It was really uncomfortable. In times of war, envoys are not to be killed. Does that rule still apply here? Given her situation, she's at least an envoy, right? If all else fails, she's practically a native. A little over a year ago, she was a people's soldier for her country, so how could she not be? Due to the unclear situation, even though the electric layer on her mech had disappeared, he decided to play it safe for now. A quick burst of speed and escape would at least have a villainous quality. He secretly reopened the team's communication channel. To prevent the signal from being detected by the natives, she carefully adjusted the power to a very low level, keeping her voice barely audible, almost like a mosquito's buzz. You might not believe it, but I've been captured by monsters. The team members, still completing their tasks, were completely bewildered. What the hell? He was being jostled around inside the mech, feeling like her body was about to fall apart. I've been captured by the natives of Blue Star. Howard was captured too. Everyone? ? Chapter 131. Everyone's fine, and the Mechs are fine too. He recalled the events from when he first saw the abnormal electric current to the arrival of several trucks. The indigenous armed forces seemed to be operating at a relatively backward stage. Because when the starship landed, they didn't dare show their faces at all, and considering they could only use electricity instead of other thermal weapons, like missiles, overall, the threat wasn't significant. He briefly described his situation. I can leave anytime I want. Judging from their furtive behavior, they're probably trying to figure out our identities. You guys should take this opportunity to win the game first, then come back to rescue me. He put on his optical glasses and secretly activated Ares' radar scanning system. The advantage of manually controlled Mechs compared to fully sensory Mechs became apparent at this moment. It wasn't based on neural connections, so some functions could be used independently. Everything and every sound outside the mech was captured by the radar system as the equipment was activated. Inside the cockpit, observed his surroundings. Goodness, this environment looks increasingly familiar. A pyramid? It was shorter than before. The surrounding environment was also much flatter than anything she's seen before. When she was thrown through the gray hole, there were other buildings around, but now they were all gone. Whether covered by a thick layer of ice or flattened, she didn't know. After the truck had been traveling at 120 miles per hour for nearly 2 hours, it finally stopped. Ares was being unloaded. This time, she was lifted by a large crane and hoisted directly into the descending elevator. He finally knew where she was. This was inside a pyramid. The pyramid's interior wasn't solid. It had been transformed into a post-apocalyptic shelter. Perhaps it wasn't built recently. It might have been there when she was thrown in. The elevator descended for nearly 10 minutes before stopping. He estimated that besides the pyramid's interior, there was probably also space underground. Also transported down by the elevator was Artemis, piloted by Howard. A short while later, a burst of arguing was transmitted to Chihi's cockpit via radar. Chihi listened for a while, initially unable to understand. After listening carefully, she realized it was a fusion of several common languages. In one sentence, Chihi heard at least 4 languages mixed together: Chinese, English, and French. The reason he could understand after a while was because these words had no grammar whatsoever. They were almost entirely direct translations. Therefore, a multilingual expert would be completely incomprehensible. But if there were someone from Shanghai from her era, they could easily land a secure translation job here. After all, professional work is better suited for fashion-conscious people. Thinking of this, Chi trembled slightly. Why did you activate the program without the conference's permission? The speaker was a woman with gray hair. Do you know that facing these outsiders is suicidal? Even if you capture 2 Mechs, they have other Mechs and starships. Once they discover our whereabouts, once war breaks out, we will be wiped out. Standing beside her was a burly man. Dr. Yuna, this is your only chance. 317 years have passed since the ground probes reported the existence of other humans besides us. Do you think I wanted this? This is the closest we ever been to the surface. Our personnel, who went to the surface, still face the dangers of nuclear radiation and extreme cold. For them, it's a one-way ticket. Yuna, according to information from the weather station, Earth's climate is recovering. And at most 10 years, we can return to Earth. The burly man interrupted her. Dr. Yuna, what is our current population? Yuna hesitated for 2 seconds. 3,285 people. It's 3,286 people. The burly man announced a figure. 2 hours ago, my child was born, a girl. Yuna suddenly stopped. For nearly 50 years, due to shortages of resources, depletion of drinking water, and genetic diseases caused by nuclear radiation, no more children had been born. The humans who survived on Earth were no longer able to reproduce. The youngest survivor in the base is him, at 50 years old, while the oldest is 69-year-old Yuna. Their number of survivors is decreasing exponentially. And a huge gap has appeared. Yuna uttered a single syllable, This was the burly man's name, not a word, just a single letter. Will you still exist 10 years from now, Dr. Yuna? Will I still exist 10 years from now, Doctor? Perhaps their ancestors were abandoned children cast aside on this planet. What kind of belief allowed them to survive back then? A didn't know. But he knew he couldn't let his child face everything alone 10 years from now. Since 317 years ago, starships had indeed landed on the surface of Earth every 3 years. It wasn't that no one had tried to communicate with these ships, but in the early stages, there was simply no way to go to the surface. Anyone who did would be instantly killed by the extreme cold. Secondly, there was uncertainty. He wasn't sure if those landing on Earth were his own kind. What he was doing now was to find out. He was going to do something no one had ever done before, gambling the entire power supply of the base on the future. Dr. Yuna, how many people like you understand physics? How many people like me can drive and repair cars? How many of those warriors who risked their lives to gather supplies are still around? Humanity is insignificant in the face of nature, and in extreme environments, survival is more important than evolution. The books that remain, recording thousands of years of accumulated human knowledge, are only useful for starting fires in the face of the cold. Since we're all down to the countdown anyway, why not give it our all? Even if we fail, I don't want the traces of our existence to be buried silently. Our lives should be a resounding success, they said. He was stunned for a while before realizing that this surviving base only had a little over 3,000 people left. However, what surprised Chi even more was the burly man's decision. Knowing that all of them combined couldn't possibly be a match for him, he still decided to do it. But like Dr. Yuna standing to the side, unable to find a reason to object, Chi couldn't find a reason to object either. Perhaps one could say he acted without everyone's consent, gambling with their lives. But knowing that life was on a countdown, life should be lived with a resounding roar. Even if their civilization was merely the remnant of a previous civilization on Earth, it was still a civilization, evidence of their existence. Dr. Yuna, after this incident, I will resign as chairman of the conference. If I fail, I hope you can lead everyone, along with my daughter, into the underground area. Now, please step aside. I need to send engineers to dismantle this behemoth. Perhaps you should help me think of a name for our daughter. Chi sighed and turned on the Mechs speaker. Excuse me, I'm interrupting for a moment. Calling an engineer is fine, but could you please not disassemble it? Some parts inside are difficult to repair if damaged. The two people outside were completely unprepared for the fact that the person inside the mecha was awake. More precisely, they hadn't expected the mecha to still be usable after being struck by ultra-high voltage lightning. This precisely demonstrated that the native inhabitants of Earth had degenerated to a certain extent in their knowledge of physics. I'd like to remind you, it would be best to give the mecha next door another shock. He's probably not as easy to talk to as I am. The burly man named reacted relatively quickly. He immediately called the tower crane still outside, intending to pull Ares back to the ground. However, he was faster. Ares' left hand instantly broke free of the cable, and at the same time, the mechanical left hand reached over its head and snapped the cable connecting to the crane. The mech landed abruptly from mid-air with a loud bang. The instant he landed, he ignored the people lying on the ground and the armed personnel rushing towards him, instead choosing to deactivate the energy source of the neighboring Artemis. Someone had already fired. However, judging by the craftsmanship, this gun was probably not much different from an antique from the Industrial Revolution era on Earth. Stop, stop, stop! He said helplessly, trying to slow his speech. If I wanted to attack you, how many hits do you think your equipment could withstand? He activated the mech's least powerful wind cannon, but the suction force from the muzzle was enough to render anyone unable to fight normally. I seen it, so can we talk properly now? He retracted the cannon. In fact, Dr. Yuna was right about one thing. Facing these outsiders with a hostile attitude was truly courting death. Faced with a real war machine, even 3,000 well-trained soldiers wouldn't be enough, let alone a bunch of old, weak, and disabled soldiers. He thought for a moment, opened the cockpit door, and jumped down from the Ares mech's arm. The still-dazed Dr. Yuna finally realized that this was someone who could be communicated with. However, A's gun was still aimed at Chi-hee. A! Put the gun down. Chi-hee frowned. This guy was a bit clueless. Quickly, Chi-hee kicked out, striking A's wrist precisely. The gun fell to the ground, but Chi-hee caught it with a flick of his toe. Before either of them could see Chi-hee's movements, the gun had been disassembled into parts, clattering to the ground. For a fleeting moment, Dr. Yuna felt the figure in her attire looked vaguely familiar. She suddenly recalled a set of blurry photographs taken by a ground probe 371 years ago, and one of the three people in the photos was dressed exactly like this. Unlike the other two in white, she was the only one in black combat gear, and like the person before her, she was a woman. Half an hour later, Chi-hee sat on Aries' feet, biting into a flatbread made of bran and an unknown starch, swallowing it with difficulty with half a cup of water. Needless to say, this was the most decent food the natives could offer. Chi-hee suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for these people. They did have capable individuals among them. Based on the outside climate, if it weren't for man-made rainfall, the surface temperature should be suitable for normal human life within 10 years. However, their situation was one of scarcity of resources, a lack of essential energy sources like meat, protein, and fat. Let alone 10 years, they could barely survive a year on the carbohydrates she was holding. It's easy to imagine that they would have to risk their lives to search for these supplies. Chi-hee found it hard to imagine how they survived in such harsh, extremely low temperatures. So, that electromagnetic cannon almost used up your entire year's worth of electricity. Chi-hee finished the whole pancake, not wasting a single crumb. Yes. It was my own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Mr. A took full responsibility at this moment. Then you really have to take responsibility. Chi-hee stood up, patted his backside. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask again. I also have many questions for you. Chi-hee, the most important point. We're not aliens, we're the same kind. Chapter 132. The crowd in the Supreme Conference Hall was dispersing. Ji-zhe remained seated, unmoved. On the platform a dozen steps away, Julius Howard also remained still. Until the once full Supreme Conference Hall was reduced to just the two of them. The overwhelming emptiness of the hall seemed to make even breathing echo, but in reality, it was merely the electronic noise of countless high-end devices operating. Julius Howard flipped through his speech, a lengthy account of the Empire's history. He recalled how, in the past, he had been most impatient with these long and tedious meetings, finding them utterly pointless. Now, he had been the one spouting nonsense for many years, having gone from being a listener to the one doing so. From the moment the Imperial spaceship carrying humanity's most advanced intellectuals took off, from the moment their ancestors named this planet Eden, they carried the seeds of human civilization, re-establishing themselves in space, a space many times more vast than this hall. Without a doubt, they stood at the pinnacle of human civilization. Those digital life forms, once considered a lie, have become a reality thanks to the efforts of countless scientists. Those cryopreserved fertilized eggs have become vibrant, living lives. Cutting-edge technologies such as controlled nuclear fusion and space travel have entered the historical stage. Particle beam weapons have given humanity the ability to defend itself against alien races like the Zerg. Even though they numbered only tens of thousands when they left, they still ignited a flame unique to the Imperial civilization, even enabling them to contend with the Alliance, a large interstellar migration with a population exceeding 4 billion. Julius Howard didn't believe those who abandoned Earth were wrong, even if they used countless dirty tricks to board that escaped ship. Humanity has existed for thousands of years, giving rise to countless civilizations, waging countless wars and massacres. Yet, who can say any civilization is absolutely righteous? Julius Howard suddenly sighed. He stepped down from the podium, casually found a seat, and sat down to face Ji-zhe. Ji-zhe noticed a single white hair on his head. Clearly, it seemed that many more were visible beneath that single white hair. People do age. Do you know how many fertilized eggs the starship that left Earth took with it? Howard lit a cigarette. He'd just taken a puff when a ruthless robot rolled over from nearby, a jet of water precisely aimed at the burning cigarette butt. Meeting hall, no smoking. Meeting hall, no smoking. The stiff, mechanical voice repeated the announcement twice, then picked up the cigarette, butt from the ground and swished it away. Howard's face showed the frustration of being abruptly interrupted. He coughed lightly, and continued the conversation. 300,000 human fertilized eggs, and you are one of them. Compared to me, you are the generation closest to the humans of Earth. Some say that interstellar humans have lost the virtues of the original humans of Earth. A result of the environment. Now it seems they are all wrong. Isn't it because of different genes? You will always carry the unique characteristics of yellow race. Stubbornness. Jize narrowed his eyes, but the smile didn't reach them. Sir, since the second regent, the Empire has not had the concept of race. Everyone is a citizen of the Empire. If others heard your statement, it would be considered racial discrimination. Heh. Howard sneered. The Alliance still retains the concept of race. They're mostly Slavs and Yin people. Do they have racial discrimination? Jize smiled. The Alliance doesn't have fertilized eggs, so naturally they don't need to consider whether that fertilized egg will give birth to an unexpected race. Howard's tone suddenly rose. Without digital life, without clones, how long do you think the Empire can survive in this vast universe, with 300,000 fertilized eggs? Human lifespan is finite. Civilization never evolves proactively, often, it's pushed along. It's because of the cold that humanity must learn to make fire. It's because of the nuclear winter that humanity must venture into space. Civilization can only move forward, not backward. Retreat means extinction. Jize didn't respond, but instead activated his personal terminal, transferring the information to the large display screen in the conference hall. It displayed, EDT mothership signal lost. Jize glanced at Howard and said, Your Excellency, you are quite right. Civilization can only advance, not retreat. Clearly, our civilization has failed again, when faced with an irresistible force, like wormholes. I hope the newly appointed imperial officials can assist the governor, and propel civilization forward further. Jize's gaze then shifted to another large screen. It displayed a list of positions up for re-election. Speech by candidates for each position had just concluded. Sheriff, municipal officer, and the position of tribunal for the people was also prominently featured. Jize's name was not on the candidate list. This time, he didn't even run for election. The vote counting only lasts a week, and the results will be out at the end of the month. Just as Jize was about to stand up, Julius Howard placed his hands on the table in front of him. You dare say that the loss of contact between Eva and the EDT mothership has nothing to do with you? Ha ha ha. Jize laughed. Of course it's related. It was my son Ji Yanshin's particle beam attack that collided with the Alliance members' particle beams, causing the wormhole to open, but it was an accident. Ji Yanshin finished speaking, and walked straight towards the exit of the conference hall. He paused as one foot was about to step out. Jize turned his head. If your excellency is worried about young Master John Howard, there's no need. Young Master Howard has a consciousness uploading device, and his clone is preparing in the hibernation pod. He's not in any danger. The development of civilization has made digital life possible. Rest assured, he will be by your side forever, just like my wife is by my side. With that, he took another step, and disappeared through the doorway. The bullet only hurts the most when it hits you. Civilization can only move forward, not backward, but the inherent flaws of humanity dictate that once people hold power, they will do everything in their power to seek their own interests, and the price of those interests depends on whether you can bear it. The instant Jize disappeared, Julius Howard kicked the robot that was cleaning. The robot's screen flickered a few times and then stopped. Howard dialed a number in frustration. Have Eileen come over. A moment later, a white woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked into the meeting room. Eileen Petta. Her name was on the list of candidates for tribunal. The public vote wouldn't take place for another week, but in fact, many things had already begun to be handed over. Eileen knew why Archon Howard had summoned her the moment she saw him. Eileen, Mr. Archon, if you're asking about the disconnect between Eva and the EDT mothership, I'm sorry, I don't have a solution either. Howard forced himself to remain calm. Didn't you already obtain root access to Eva? Eileen, that's right, but it's not about access, it's a hardware problem. The quantum cluster on the EDT mothership operates on the same logic as the one on Herka, and the scale of the quantum cluster on the mothership isn't even 1/10 the size of the one on Herka. The best solution now is to send engineers to repair it. Howard's temples throbbed. You think the mothership? Are we short of engineers? Eileen, but they haven't finished the repairs, have they? You know who the most suitable person is, my mentor Jize. Only he has the experience to repair the Dahafa quantum cluster, so sending him there now is the most appropriate. You think I don't know that? Howard's eyes were fixed on Eileen Petta. Whose side are you on? Eileen brushed a stray hair from her forehead. You're joking, of course I'm on your side, uncle. But Shi Hung, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Planetary Defense Force, has called 3 times. You don't have much time to consider. The Alliance has the right to suspend the competition, at most 3 days, at which time the Alliance will send its own starships for search and rescue. Julius Howard asked the most crucial question. Are you sure you can control all of Eva's actions now? Eileen didn't answer Howard, but instead called out in the void, Eva. Eva, I'm here, what are your orders? Eileen, recall all surveillance footage after I entered the Supreme Conference Hall. Soon, 36 split screens appeared on the largest screen in the conference hall. The seemingly unobstructed Supreme Conference Hall actually had a whopping 36 cameras. In the interstellar era, cumbersome lenses had long been abandoned, replaced by countless Evas watching you from all directions, hidden behind walls you couldn't see. Eileen, delete all video footage after I appeared. Eva, please enter your access code. Eileen entered a string of access codes, known only to her on her personal terminal. Eva's gentle voice rang out, deleted for you. See? All I can command her to do is something as trivial as deleting videos. I can't control all of Eva's actions. Root access isn't about making I obey your every command. If she operated entirely according to my will, the Empire's transportation would be paralyzed, because I can't pilot drones. Similarly, the Empire's communications would cease, all drones would attack indiscriminately, and devastating weapons would blow Eden to smithereens. Root access is only used to halt all operations when Eva is detected acting strangely. But the price of using root access is that the Empire completely grinds to a halt until Eva is back in operation. Humanity cannot live without artificial intelligence. Mr. Archon. Howard was actually aware of the situation when he was digging into his mecha's energy source. He hadn't anticipated the existence of native inhabitants on Earth. The interstellar humans' mecha designs had a significant flaw in their electrical defenses. The interstellar humans had initially considered using electricity as a weapon, but several crucial reasons ultimately led to its rejection. Firstly, compared to weapons like missiles and laser beams, the attack range of electricity was far too short. Secondly, electricity is defensible. There are countless insulating materials in nature, and any one of them could neutralize the attack. Therefore, over time, this type of attack was eliminated from the minds of all mecha design engineers. Without the attack, there was no defense. Specifically, using insulating materials to create mechas for an almost impossible electrical weapon was somewhat of a waste of time, energy, and effort. So, the fact that interstellar mechas lacked electrical defenses allowed the native inhabitants of Earth to inadvertently utilize this overly rudimentary method of electricity to shoot Artemis down from the sky. However, while the interstellar Mechs could have some equipment damaged by electricity, they posed no threat to the pilots inside the cockpit. At most, the Mech's neurotransmitter connection gave Howard a brief experience of the excruciating feeling of an electric shock, but after that, he knew that as long as the cockpit wasn't actually attacked, he would be fine. Howard hadn't really taken it seriously. Even if he were captured by the natives, they couldn't open the cockpit at all. So, staying inside the cockpit was safe for him. He even felt a little smug when he saw Chi's mech being shot down. Until he took his energy source. Was this woman his nemesis? Now, he could only play dead. But the longer he pretended, the closer he felt to real death. Especially since he knew he was still alive. Yet instead of immediately piloting her mech and firing at him, she jumped out of the cockpit and squatted on the ground with a group of natives, eating flatbread. Death wasn't scary, because it was only a moment. And now, death's scythe is at his neck, you never know when it will strike, and that feeling is the most devastating. It made Howard want to end it all. Chapter 133. Chi-He, the most important point. We're not aliens, we're the same kind. Really? Dr. Yuna clenched her hands, a little excited. Proving this didn't actually require much effort. You should have biologists here, right? Chi-He asked. Genetic testing should be possible, right? Chi-He couldn't guarantee the Imperial's genes. After all, due to the widespread use of cloning technology, gene editing had become commonplace. The clone's green pupils were the result of a tiny genetic alteration. But Chi-He was a genuine Earthling. Have someone come over, take my genes for testing. Oh, right. Chi-He thought of a problem. Don't compare my genes with yours. Chi-He wasn't sure if his genes were the same as the current natives, because Earth was currently in nuclear winter. In this nuclear radiation environment, the natives' genes were more likely to mutate. Let's find a human gene fragment from before the nuclear winter for comparison. Of course, Chi-He wasn't suggesting finding a specimen of a human from before the nuclear winter, but the data should still exist. Chi-He glanced at the expressions of those around her. Don't tell me we don't have any. That shouldn't be the case. When humans left Earth, the internet should have been very advanced, at least more advanced than it was back then. It's not like ancient times when data was preserved on bamboo slips and books that would weather over time. Back then, Any USB drive would have several gigabytes of storage space, and you could copy files. It's unlikely, really unlikely. No, what does this have to do with me? Whether you believe it or not is your business. He realized she might be taking things too seriously. But quickly, she found another reason. Seeing a fellow countryman was such a rare treat. Seeing he about to give up on the verification, Dr. Yuna quickly chimed in, yes, there is. It's just that we don't know how to access it. The environment on Earth is too harsh. Many technologies are slowly being lost. And this isn't the first time there's been a population decline. There have been several before. So, current scientists can only learn through existing data. It's not that we lost the data, but because there's no inheritance, many things can't be learned independently. We managed to build a network, but much of the data is incompatible and unreadable. Oh, with that explanation, he understood. This really is, there's no way around it. He is completely clueless when it comes to computers. She's no good at it either. This disaster couldn't say that Earth's humanity started from scratch, but it certainly pushed technological development back to the 1970s or 80s. If Anton were here, she might try to fix it for you, but she definitely can't. He didn't have much time to waste waiting for them to determine if they were of the same kind. Then I just mention a few historical points I know. You can judge for yourselves based on the historical records you already know. Just so you know, my interstellar history is on the verge of failing, so I can only give a general overview. I can't remember the details. Actually, the calculation methods for the star calendar were initially different. The Empire set the starting point of its star calendar as the day it completely escaped Earth's gravity after orbiting the Moon 12 times, while the Alliance's star calendar had 2 points. The first point was set as the first year after the underground city was built following the nuclear war, which, converted to the Gregorian calendar, would be 2278 AD. In fact, the Empire left Earth a century before the Alliance. The Alliance, however, huddled in its underground cities for a full century. When it became clear that Earth's radiation levels might not reach safe levels even after 1,000 years, the Alliance also decided to abandon Earth. Humanity, in essence, is a group that craves hope. Holding out in the dark, sunless underground cities, while simultaneously experiencing continuous cooling, species extinction, resource scarcity, and genetic mutations caused by radiation, left all of humanity without hope. Space, however, is different. While the unknown is terrifying, it also represents hope. Sometimes, the foreseeable future is more despairing than the unseen one. Therefore, in the following decade, the Alliance poured resources into building a fleet capable of accommodating billions of people fleeing together. The registered population at the time was 3 billion, drastically reduced from nearly 10 billion to only 1/3. Although it later turned out that things weren't much better outside, the birth rate plummeted to 0 immediately after leaving Earth. The fleet's successful arrival at Tianshu in the Centaurus system was solely due to the sheer size of its 3 billion population. This process lasted over 400 years, and of course, those 400 years were filled with despair. The Alliance was divided into the adversaries and the retreats. Faced with both a visible and an invisible future of despair, people needed to find something to do to alleviate their hopelessness. Don't assume the Alliance was always peaceful. Unimaginable wars erupted during these 4 centuries. This pointless war only ended when the advance team finally landed. The second star calendar was recalculated when the fleet landed at Tianshu. However, it didn't begin from star calendar 1, but from star calendar 1000. He never understood the purpose of this counting system. It was said to be star calendar 1000, but in reality, it was only 543 years. He gave a rough summary. Dr. Yunal listened in stunned silence. This was another history of humanity, separate from theirs. He didn't know what Dr. Yunal was thinking. If he had, he would have said that this was only the history of the Alliance. The history of the Empire, which had fled at the beginning, would have to be asked of Howard next door. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that there were historical points that matched up. Dr. Yuna, in our history, we were indeed abandoned humans. There are records of humans building starships and leaving Earth, but we don't know which group it was. At this point, it's necessary to side with one's own people. First of all, the location of the pyramids makes it impossible for the Alliance to be there. Secondly, the Alliance could take 3 billion people with them. Why would they need your group? You probably just missed the main base. If your ancestors had reached the Alliance's main base, they definitely wouldn't have left you behind. They also took a jab at the Empire. The Empire is incompetent. If they couldn't take them with them, they should at least have made arrangements. Actually, the Alliance is partly to blame. At least they didn't conduct a large-scale search and rescue operation at that time. But then again, even with a search and rescue operation, some lingering problems might not have been resolved as expected. Who could have imagined that the Empire would leave one group and then abandon the rest? Some firmly believe that the Empire's high command was building a survival base on the moon and would eventually take them there. A series of unfulfilled lies ultimately led to these people being abandoned. It was all fate. In truth, Chi-Hi also had her own ulterior motives. She needed to lay the groundwork before she could begin her next move. Chi-Hi offered his perspective. First, I can tell you definitively that we cannot take you into space this time. I can be frank with you why we are on Earth. This is a competition to gather information on Earth's geology, climate, and environment. The good news is, regardless of who wins, given Earth's current state, humanity will expand its exploration range. Subsequent personnel and fleets will be significantly larger than those currently participating in the competition, and the starships will be much larger as well. The bad news is, perhaps not so bad news for you. If the Empire wins this competition, the Alliance will have no right to interfere in any activities on Earth for the next 3 years. In that case, you will be forced to travel to Imperial territories. Another possibility is that you might cause the Alliance and Empire to breach their peace treaty. Chi-Hi raised another possibility. I'm not exaggerating, because your existence is a variable for both the Alliance and the Empire. Don't you remember how badly Dahoffa was fought back then? The key reason we maintain peace on Earth is that it's not yet adapted for human habitation. But what about 10, 20, or 30 years from now? This time, it wasn't just Dr. Yuna who looked terrified. The expression on the burly man A's face was also quite grim. For the first time, he felt ashamed of his reckless behavior. Dr. Yuna was right. Actually, if they had just survived this competition, regardless of whether the Alliance or the Empire won, they would have had the possibility of communicating with them. But not in this competition. They could truly become the trigger. Dr. Yuna thought even deeper. Perhaps the genes of these natives were also valuable samples for interstellar humans. However, the deed was already done. Appointed at Artemis, piloted by Howard. He's not your companion, is he? Judging from Chi-Hi's vicious act of plundering his energy just now, could he be a companion? Yes. Chi-Hi nodded, condemning his wishful thinking. I belong to the Alliance, he belongs to the Empire. We're mortal enemies, the kind that fight to the death. Chi-Hi's inner devil stirred. But I have some good news I haven't finished telling you. Right now, we can't contact the outside world. As for you guys, only he and I know. Dr. Yuna was a little slow to react. So now we're being forced to choose sides? Chi-Hi nodded. You guys' reaction speed is terrible. The Alliance is democratic. Energy bars are free. Houses are given away with a click. We arrange everything perfectly for you. Chi-Hi's face practically screamed, come join us. A asked uncertainly, so, to prevent news of our existence from leaking to the Empire, we're going to kill him now, and show our loyalty? That's right, that's right. Chi-Hi laughed so hard, he wanted to roll on the ground. Discretion is the better part of valor. Howard in the cockpit couldn't hold back and turned on the Mechs speaker, the only device that didn't require power. Howard, F******, you're just. He couldn't utter a proper swear word for a long time. Not playing dead anymore? Chi-Hi laughed until her stomach hurt, though it was also possible that the pancake had upset her stomach. Sometimes Chi-Hi really couldn't understand the Empire's gentlemanly education. On the surface, they couldn't even utter a proper swear word, but what they did behind the scenes was beyond description. Chi-Hi waved to the few natives. Didn't you want to take the mech apart to take a look? This one can be taken apart. Take as much as you want. If there's anything you can't take apart, tell me. I have a laser sword. Chapter 134. Just as Chi-Hi was still gloating, a loud thud came from the top of the pyramid, followed by the creaking sound of metal being pulled taut. Chi-Hi was somewhat surprised. Actually, the natives hadn't retreated as much as she had imagined. The top of the pyramid was well camouflaged. If they hadn't opened this passage, even Chi-Hi probably wouldn't have imagined that there was an entrance at such a high place. Moreover, the pyramid structure remains a mysterious building, immune to all radar detection. This is the main reason why the natives hiding inside the pyramid have remained undetected by the detection teams for so many years. Dr. Yuna and the others looked at Chi-Hi, exchanging bewildered glances. Chi-Hi quickly jumped onto Ares' arm and entered the mech with lightning speed. Get out of the way! The sound just now was clearly the sound of a giant object forcibly entering an elevator. It couldn't be a starship, so it could only be a mech. Chi-Hi had told her team members that after confirming she was safe, they wouldn't be piloting a mech this way. The only possibility was the Imperial Squad's Mechs. Chi-Hee's guess was correct. A mech, pulled by a steel cable, plummeted straight down from overhead. Dr. Yuna and the others didn't have time to take cover in the underground area. The mech's metal legs slammed into the pyramid's interior floor with a loud crash, sending dust billowing up. While the pyramid offered ample space, Chi-Hee wasn't sure if it could withstand the missiles carried by the interstellar Mechs. Therefore, Chi-Hee's first reaction wasn't to suppress them with firearms, but to engage in close combat. Almost the instant the mech landed, Chi-Hee's whip kick was already upon them. Bang! A loud crash followed as a tremendous force slammed into the shoulder of Ji Yanqin's mecha, causing him to lose his footing and kneel instantly. Through the billowing dust, Ji Yanqin managed to make out Ares. "It's me!" Chi-Hee's Miao sword was already drawn, just a hair's breadth away from striking Ji Yanqin's mecha. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the loudspeaker, he slammed on the brakes, the heavy metal Miao sword grazing the mecha's arm, sparks flying. "Luo!" Ji Yanqin. That was close, he almost did the splits. Ji Yanqin maneuvered his mecha to his feet, surveying his surroundings. Aside from a few people too terrified to even dodge, the most conspicuous figure was Howard's Artemis. Chi-Hee sheathed her Miao sword back into Ares' back. "How did you find this place?" She originally wanted to continue asking through the mecha's speaker, but considering the speaker was too loud, Chi-Hee opened the cockpit's bottom door and slid down the mecha's arm. Ji Yanqin was initially worried about the others, but seeing Chi-Hee's calm demeanor, he had no choice but to open the cockpit and emerge from the mecha. However, the most bewildered weren't Ran and the other team members, but rather Dr. Yuna and the others, who were too frightened to hide in time. Dr. Yuna looked at Chi-Hee, then at Ji Yanqin, who had just emerged from the mecha. The two were clearly from different factions. It wasn't easy to tell them apart from their mechas, but their combat suits were. Chi-Hee was wearing a black mecha combat suit, while Ji Yanqin was clearly wearing a white one, coupled with Chi-Hee's earlier explanation of the Alliance and the Empire. Not just her, anyone with eyes could see that these were two opposing camps. Dr. Yuna, her aged mind working for a long time, still couldn't grasp the situation. Meanwhile, A was completely stunned by the Mech's destructive power and hadn't yet recovered. He had initially thought they were just larger robots, but it wasn't until the actual battle that he realized these were weapons their society couldn't possibly contend with. The Mechs had completely shed the bulkiness of tanks and armored vehicles. Their bodies could achieve the same agility as a human body, yet their mechanical bodies could withstand any aircraft or artillery. He couldn't imagine whether their shelter would still exist if Chi-Hee and the other mech had fought inside the pyramid from the beginning. The woman before him had genuinely acted with goodwill from the start, but now a third mech had arrived, and it seemed they were hostile. Realizing this, A immediately tried to aim his gun at Ji Yanqin, but Chi-Hee had already dismantled it, leaving only scrap parts. However, this didn't stop him from immediately drawing another soldier's gun and firing a shot at Ji Yanqin. The bullet fired with a loud bang. However, it missed Ji Yanqin. Chi-Hee reacted even faster than the bullet, stepping in front of Ji Yanqin. "His!" Chi-Hee gasped. Chi-Hee? Ji Yanqin hadn't expected Chi-Hee to stand in front of him. The bullet was initially aimed at him. Chi-Hee waved his hand. "It's all right." The bullet struck the surface of the combat uniform, without penetrating it. The combat suit offered some bulletproof protection, but the bullet's kinetic energy still caused her excruciating pain. It was definitely going to leave a bruise. Ji Yanqin pulled Chi-Hee behind him. Considering the situation was indeed a bit complicated, Chi-Hee quickly reminded Ji Yanqin, "These are the survivors from the group abandoned on Blue Star." She then rolled her eyes. "No, you guys are definitely a bit off, warmongers. Always shooting. Can't you tell we're acquaintances?" A look completely innocent, glancing at Dr. Yuna. They exchanged a "did you notice?" look, then stared at each other blankly. Ji Yanqin didn't believe her. "It's nothing." He insisted on seeing where she'd been hit. Chi-Hee was pulled closer without explanation, her face instantly turning red. The spot where she'd been hit was just below her right collarbone. Being stared at like that would be unbearable even for a donkey. However, Ji Yanqin didn't give her a chance to dodge, examining the area where she had been hit inch by inch. Although the combat suit was bulletproof, the impact of a bullet could still cause rib fractures or bone cracks. "Does it hurt here?" Ji Yanqin carefully pressed around the bullet wound. "It's really nothing." Chi-Hee's face was almost red to the roots of her ears. Standing to the side, Yuna and A were at a loss. "Good, now we can see you two are indeed acquaintances." Only Howard, still hiding in the Artemis cockpit, was so angry he almost fainted. When he was thrown into the strange space-time by the gray hole, he already felt this guy was unreliable, But at that time, he was already on the verge of death, and expecting Ji Yanchen to save him was unrealistic. Now, he shot himself in the foot. He did send Ji Yanchen to seduce her, but he didn't let her offer herself up. How did you find this place? Because of the mother insect? The last two words were only mouthed by Chi He, no sound came out. Seeing she was truly unharmed, Ji Yanchen said calmly, "It's not what you guessed. I just thought this place looked familiar, so I wanted to fly to the top to take a look. Then I saw a thick iron chain. If it weren't for that chain, I wouldn't have discovered there was a refuge here." Chi He pouted, "Okay, because of fate." Of course, they weren't the only ones with fate. Howard was next door too. What do we do now? Chi He was somewhat concerned about her image in front of Ji Yanchen. Ji Yanchen glanced at Artemis, piloted by Howard, lowered his eyes, and gently clenched his fist before slowly relaxing it. "Let's wait and kill him. The competition isn't over yet, the substitutes will be called in. We make our move after the Alliance team collects the Star Source Eye. Anyway, the Empire's Star Source Eye is in his cockpit, he won't dare come out, so he can't do anything," Ji Yanchen said calmly. Chi's mouth formed an O. She thought Ji Yanchen would at least put on an act, but then she realized there was no need to act. If she were to act, she'd have to be manipulated by Ji Yanchen into siding with the Empire. But this idiotic script wouldn't fool even a fool, so she simply decided not to act. Howard, Ji Yanchen. A traitor to the Empire. Ji Yanchen. So what? Where's the evidence? Oh, you're the witness. Contact the Empire's higher-ups now. Have them convict me. He stood aside, chuckling. Now, Ji Yanchen was truly fearless. With all communications cut off, coordinates lost, and no path trace, it was incredibly easy for him to do something. A psychological blow indeed. Besides, this was inside the pyramid, where even radar couldn't detect the interior. Even if someone flew by in a starship, they wouldn't be able to spot him here. He pulled up the video recording of their previous conversation and added insult to injury. "I forgot to tell you, look, Sinclair's been tied up like a dumpling. There's only Zephyr outside. Do you want to call out to him?" Howard was filled with despair. However, at that moment, Howard saw Ji Yanchen secretly make a hand gesture. This gesture meant infiltration. Infiltration meant infiltrating the enemy's ranks. He was unsure what Ji Yanchen meant, so he gently lowered his hand from the consciousness upload device. This device was secretly given to him by his father. Even the competition organizing committee didn't know about it. But even with the existence of digital life, a person still couldn't remain unmoved when facing death. Howard's mind raced, but he ultimately decided against uploading his consciousness now and ending his own life. There wasn't really a rush to do so. If the match were proceeding normally, substitutes should already be on the court. One advantage of substitutes is having an early, unpredictable perspective. With any interference, it won't be easy for the Alliance team to collect the Star Source Eye. So even if the Empire can't find this place, the other members of the Alliance team might not be able to get here in time. So regardless of whether Ji Yanchen's message was true or false, he wouldn't die until the Alliance had collected all the Star Source Eyes. He had plenty of time to verify Ji Yanchen's claims. If it was true, 2 against 1, they could put up a fight. If it was false, uploading consciousness was a matter of a moment. There was enough time. He didn't bother with Howard's complex inner world. "This is my opinion. You all continue to stay underground, wait for the competition to end, and prevent information from leaking to the Imperial personnel. I still cannot guarantee that the Alliance will follow your wishes in the subsequent arrangements, but I can at least guarantee you one opportunity for dialogue. As for the future, whether the Alliance returns to Earth for planetary reconstruction or takes you to interstellar space first, these will be discussed later." Dr. Yunna was silent for a moment. "We need to hold a meeting to discuss this decision." "Okay, hurry up. If communications are restored in the meantime, no one can guarantee what will happen next." Stood up. "If we choose the Alliance, can you guarantee that the 2 of them won't leak the information?" Chihi's head ached a little. The discomfort from the change in environment seemed to spread from her rumbling stomach to her head, and a nameless irritability surged into her heart. "What do I need to guarantee you?" Chihi twisted her neck, and an unnamed pressure swept over her without warning. Chapter 135. It all happened so suddenly. By the time Chihi realized something was wrong, the mental attack had already been launched. Chihi had never imagined a mental attack could be so concrete. Before, she only seen it in mech battles or using particle beams in starships. Now, a group of people were in front of her, clutching their heads and slumped to the ground, like dying fish, thrashing about for a moment before going still. Chihi turned to look at Ji Yanchen. Ji Yanchen was clearly unsteady on his feet, He could clearly see his legs trembling. He tried to withdraw her mental power, but found her body completely out of control. She could see and feel everything, but her body was beyond her control. It was the mother worm. He never imagined that being mentally overwhelmed by the mother worm would leave no time to react. With just a breath, with just a thought, she was no longer herself. She tried to press the forced anesthesia device on her wrist, but now, she couldn't even control a blink, let alone press the device. The mother insect seemed to understand her thoughts, raising her left wrist to examine it, and chuckled softly. He watched herself slowly approach Ji Yanchen. Ji Yanchen was a head taller than Chi. But this time, Chi didn't look up at him. She briefly closed her eyes. Thump. With a sound, Ji Yanchen fell to his knees. Now it was Ji Yanchen's turn to look up at her. Humans possess the most sophisticated language system, but for the mother insect, it was utterly superfluous. Chi didn't bend down, only looked down at Ji Yanchen. This was the second time he had appeared in the world in this form, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. This person possessed his own aura. The reason the Zerg are called the Zerg is that they do indeed share instinctive similarities with the insects of Earth to a certain extent. This is why the Queen Zerg prioritizes Zerg when conquering other species. And the instinct of both Earth's insects and the Zerg is consistent, reproduction. The first command received by the Queen Zerg after conquering any species is always to reproduce. And now, only this person possesses the same aura as him. He searched his memory for information about this species' reproductive methods, then forcefully grabbed Ji Yanchen's chin with his right hand, using his spiritual power to force Ji Yanchen to stand up with his knees slightly bent until they were at eye level. Chi kissed him without a word. It was a strange feeling, one he had never experienced when he was a Zerg. Perhaps this wasn't his own feeling, but rather belonged to another soul within this body. Is this what humanity is? He kissed him passionately, wanting to go further. But Ji Yanchen clearly wouldn't cooperate, keeping his mouth tightly shut. Chi, getting annoyed, grabbed Ji Yanchen's neck, her warm lips tracing down his jawline, before biting down on his Adam's apple. The bite was firm and merciless. Crimson blood flowed between her teeth into Chihi's mouth, salty. Ji Yanchen groaned. Chihi. Chihi, of course, ignored him, greedily sucking the blood that flowed into her mouth. Like an ancient vampire embracing his bride for the first time. For the first time, Ji Yanchen felt the immense power of Chihi's spiritual energy. This couldn't possibly be Chihi's spiritual energy. The only possibility was that the Queen Worm had descended upon Chihi as its anchor point. With his spiritual energy, there was no way he could break free from the Queen Worm's grasp. The more he struggled, the more fiercely the two spiritual energies clashed, resulting in his body stiffening and his muscles convulsing and trembling violently. Chihi, he called out again. This time, there was a response. Chihi raised her head and stared into his eyes, as if trying to understand something. Wake up. I know you're still here. Chihi's movements paused for a moment. She didn't understand why that fragile human soul, upon hearing this call, actually wanted to break free of the prison she had built. A sense of urgency made her involuntarily want to speed things up. Chihi's voice carried a hint of seduction. Do you like me? Chihi pressed against Ji Yanchen's chest, her entire body looming over him. As if understanding something, Ji Yanchen suddenly stopped resisting. The willpower to resist abruptly weakened, and Chihi threw herself into Ji Yanchen's arms. I will defy my instincts, go against my nature, overcome my selfishness, greed, and cowardice, and give you tolerance, loyalty, and courage. You are my one and only, and I will love you forever. Ji Yanchen's voice was soft yet firm. Chihi belatedly realized that this was the vow they made at their wedding. With the advancement of technology, humanity's faith in God has gradually faded, leaving only a symbol that once existed. Therefore, the once classic vow of for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to be faithful forever no longer exists. The iron-blooded alliance always speaks with truth. Humans are not inherently fickle creatures. The peak concentration of phenylethylamine, one of the hormones secreted by the body during courtship, causing infatuation and pleasure, making one desperately want to be with their partner, only lasts for 6 months to 4 years. Therefore, couples registering their marriage in the alliance don't have the Bible in front of them, but rather the selfish gene and evolutionary psychology. I will defy my nature, go against my instincts, and love you forever. A warm tear fell onto Ji Yanchen's face. Chihi also sensed Ji Yanchen's lack of resistance. Now she was the mother worm, and the mother worm was her. Their feelings were connected. The mother worm didn't understand, but Chihi did. It was precisely because she understood that she panicked like a helpless child. Ji Yanchen had given up. He was gambling with himself. Previously, He didn't understand why anchor points would devour each other once the distance between them approached a certain limit. Now she understood. The female insect's reproductive behavior is predatory, much like a praying mantis devours the male after reproduction. The female insect is even more ruthless. She doesn't devour the body, but rather the spirit, the consciousness. This is why she was able to immediately recognize Ji Yanqin and Lo Stan as the same person, because she had initially marked his spiritual form. If Chi's consciousness cannot regain control of her body, then he will die with her. Ji Yanqin's combat uniform had been roughly ripped open, his muscular chest completely exposed. He disgustedly tore off his clothes and tossed them aside. Ji Yanqin felt a pair of icy hands slip inside his lower abdomen and encircle his waist. Even after Ji Yanqin gave up resisting, he didn't release her mental control. Her burning breath pressed against his chest. She preferred biting to kissing. Time stretched endlessly, seemingly never to end. A long time passed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, having bitten her tongue to forcibly regain control of her body. The mental power controlling Ji Yanqin vanished instantly. This time, He convulsed, her two consciousnesses fighting fiercely, making her resemble a Parkinson's patient. Even so, He still managed to curse aloud. Damn it! Knowing it wasn't him, I still gave up resisting. Don't you know that innocence is a man's best dowry? Besides, this is just a clone. She doesn't even want him. What do you mean accepting all comers? Seriously, OC. Doesn't she have any dignity? She's furious. She's going to be furious. Chi's face twitched, her whole body convulsed. With difficulty, she drew a gun from her waist and aimed it at Ji Yanqin beneath her. The gun didn't fire. Instead, it fell to the ground with a thud due to her trembling hand. She couldn't bring herself to give any commands to harm herself, not even to press the anesthetic switch on her left wrist. The mere thought was met with fierce resistance from the mother insect's consciousness. As a second best option, Chi aimed the gun at Ji Yanqin, but even drawing the gun was futile. He could only separate her thoughts from her words. Promise me, kill me, don't let me become him. Ji Yanqin realized it was Chi. But Chi hadn't gained the upper hand. As if making a decision, Ji Yanqin hugged Chi. Okay. He extended his right hand, interlocking his fingers with Chi's, and pressed the switch on the high-concentration anesthesia device for her. Chi's eyes slowly closed. A promise is a promise. The anesthesia took effect quickly. Thankfully, Chi's body was now human. The terrifying thing about the queen worm was its absolute mental control, a hard control that could pin a person to the ground. Chi lay in Ji Yanqin's arms, seemingly asleep. Ji Yanqin dressed her disheveled clothes, and then tidied his own. He picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and stared blankly for a while. This queen worm was probably the hardest to kill, and also the easiest. Chi's current mental power has surpassed the limits of everyone in the Alliance and the Empire. With a single thought, she could affect humanity within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. The range of even the longest-range weapons is only a few kilometers, and within that range, those affected by her mental power would be unable to fire a single shot at her. Even drones are ineffective. The mother insect's mental power is essentially an electrical signal. The best weapon is Chi herself, because she still retains her humanity. But in that instant, Lo Stan felt that nothing else mattered. He understood his father's madness, the initial desire to destroy everything. But there are always things that stand in your way, hindering your progress, like him, like that flickering hope, like a firefly. Looking at the person in his arms, who seemed to be asleep, if time could stop, he wished it could stop at this moment. Suddenly, Artemis, who had been silent until now, suddenly opened the cockpit door. Howard cautiously climbed down from the mech. What's going on? Howard, though not a great guy, was still an SSS-level mental power user. The natives on the ground would faint due to their weak mental strength. Howard, however, was only under physical control and saw everything that happened. Good heavens! That was incredibly unrestrained, unbearable to watch. Even he had to admit that Ji Yanqin could only be a pampered wife in front of this lady. Ji Yanqin glanced at Howard. The next moment, he drew his gun and aimed it at him. Chapter 136. Howard's pupils dilated sharply. He saw no joke in Ji Yanqin's eyes, only seriousness. He would shoot, but Howard also realized a fact. Ji Yanqin had something to ask for. If he simply wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have needed to say those high-sounding words before. Howard raised his hands. What do you want? Eden, the Imperial capital. Consul Julius Howard sat in the Supreme Council Hall, finishing an entire cigar. 2 service robots had been replaced, But because each robot dutifully issued warnings that smoking was prohibited in the conference room, their fates were not good. Only one remained, on the verge of being scrapped. 10 minutes later, the Imperial Council, in conjunction with the Senate, issued a formal mission. Ji was appointed as the Chief Engineer of Artificial Intelligence, tasked with using the open jump portal to travel to the Blue Star region to repair the quantum cluster of the mothership Sailor. The mission required restoring quantum communication within 1 day. A new batch of drone photography equipment was also dispatched. The Empire intended to restore communications and live broadcasts of the matches, and the Alliance had no reason to request the suspension of the competition. However, due to the unclear situation since the accident, the Alliance requested to dispatch an observation team to conduct non-interference observations over the Blue Star region. The observation team was directly dispatched by the Alliance's 3rd Planetary Defense Force. It was small in number, but substantial in scale. The personnel list sent by the Alliance prominently featured the name of Chi Huanshan, the commander of the 3rd Planetary Defense Force. The old guard of the Imperial Senate then realized that Chi Huanshan's surname was the same as Chi He, the commander of the Alliance's participating team. Before the competition began, the Imperial team had also meticulously investigated the personnel information of all members of the Alliance team. However, Chi He's entire life trajectory was blank until she went to study at the Alliance's first military academy. Now, a clear fact was laid before the Empire. This commander was no ordinary person. They had underestimated him. Ji wasn't too surprised to receive the mission. He calmly put on his repair equipment, and a staff member helped him put on his gravity suit. The staff member was a young woman who carefully dressed him. This renowned tribal chief, who had served for 20 years, wasn't as imposing as he appeared in television interviews. His back was slightly hunched, a slight spinal deformity clearly caused by prolonged sitting. His hair was already gray, and the wrinkles around his eyes were prominent and unmistakable. For a moment, the staff member had a slight illusion. Was this really the tribal chief she knew? She clearly remembered him as a young man. "Sir, please take care of yourself," the staff member couldn't help but say after dressing her. She always remembered that it was because of this man's hard work over the years that she, despite being a clone, was able to find a job through her own abilities, which allowed her to afford treatment for her mother's illness. Although her mother passed away not long after, at least she hadn't suffered much while she was alive, and she was grateful to him. Besides her, probably millions of others were grateful to him. Even if he was no longer the protector of the people, she would still sincerely call him sir and genuinely wish him good health and freedom from illness. Ji was stunned for a moment, staring at the young girl's green eyes for a long time. "Do you like this job?" Ji asked. "I wouldn't say I like it, but because of this job, I was able to send my mother off with dignity. You know, natural beings over 70 are no longer allowed to upload their consciousness. My mother always refused to become a digital life form. She always said that immortality wasn't a blessing but a curse. I, on the other hand, think it's quite good, because with you here, we are no different from natural beings, so thank you." Ji responded softly, walking along the corridor towards the starship. Perhaps the anti-gravity equipment was too heavy. He walked somewhat slowly, his back showing a faltering gait, but his steps were firm, just like when he stepped onto the selection platform. As the hatch closed, Ji took one last look at the girl, one last look at the Earth, and closed his eyes. "Too late," he said softly. "Not too late, the induction hasn't been activated yet." The soldier piloting the starship looked at the important figure in the co-pilot seat, and said with a smile. Ji remained silent, simply watching the sunlight disappear below the horizon once more. The sun was setting. The rain on Blue Star began in a small patch and gradually spread, eventually making it seem as if the entire world was raining. Looking down from high space, the clouds resembled the large skirt of Blue Star, swirling and dancing a waltz. The collection time for the star source I was 12 hours, and 12 hours had passed since Anton and Fong Qingyu went to the lunar return capsule to retrieve it. As expected, they were ambushed by Imperial Reserve team members. With all communications cut off, aimlessly wandering and reuniting with the team was clearly unwise. The reserve team member, as expected, used the previous God's Eye view to head directly to the landing coordinates of the lunar return capsule. Chi He's prediction was correct. With Chi Jianyi providing support, the reserve team member failed to intercept the star source eye. With less than half an hour left to successfully collect the star source eye, the team was in good spirits. "Fong Qingyu, we're almost done here." "Ruoro Chi He, how's it going on your end?" A buzzing sound came through, revealing Hong Ruoro's voice. "Hong Ruoro, The area affected by the rain is difficult to measure using the Mechs. I'm already at my limit. Any further, and the Mechs won't have enough energy for return. The exact distance is about 4,000 kilometers. Hongruoro reported the situation. The team awaited Chi-he's next instructions, but communication with Chi-he remained unrestored. Chi-Jiani sensed something was wrong, switched channels, and used the band-based team voice chat. Band-based team communication wasn't voice, but rather a series of beeping sounds, similar to Morse code. The beeping sounds Chi-Jiani emitted meant, Assault 02 calling, Commander, please respond. Fong Qingyu also noticed the anomaly and emitted his own band-based sound, Assault 01 calling, Commander, please respond. Still no response. Could it be that she left her mech and didn't hear it? An uneasy thought rose in Anton's heart. Chi-Jiani, impossible. We already switched to Channel 2. Channel 2 is the same frequency for both mech and personal communication. There's no way she wouldn't hear it. Formal band-based calls are for confirming each other's status when under enemy control. A reply is mandatory upon receipt. No reply can only mean one thing. Chi-he is in trouble. Anton and Fong Qingyu looked at the star source eye, almost finished collecting it. If they pulled it out now, all their previous progress would be wiped out, and everything would be for nothing. Never mind. Before anyone else could react, Anton yanked out the star source eye, half buried in the frozen ground. The competition was important, but their teammates were even more important. Chi-Jiani, her coordinates haven't moved. Let's go there now. Hongruoro was also rushing back. You guys go first, I'd be right there. The torrential rain continued. When they arrived, the first thing they saw was Howard piloting Artemis. Howard was standing atop the pyramid, now looking more like a landmark than a landmark itself. He didn't adopt a defensive stance. The group actually sensed a sense of dejection emanating from one of the Mechs. Seeing the three pilots approach in their Mechs, Howard laughed, as if something inside him had collapsed. His laughter, more like a grimace, blared from the Mech speakers. I lost the bet again, ha. Perhaps he had never truly won. He had never thought his actions were wrong, nor that his father was wrong. Wasn't this how the Empire had always operated? To achieve one's goals, any means necessary. Ruthlessness was the only right way, victory was justice. History is written by the victors, isn't it? But reality seemed to prove it all wrong. Beneath the veneer of power lay rotting flesh, festering sores, and the ornate gold thread still clung to this rotting, stinking flesh, continuing to suck blood. Howard took out the Empire's star source eye. The flawless white star source eye, which he had described as resembling a fluorescent light, snapped at Artemis's hand with a crack. You won. Howard stretched out the hand of his mecha and caught a handful of rainwater. It's raining, that's good. Then he stepped into the rain, without looking back at them. Chi-Jiani looked at Howard with an inexplicable sense of unease. What's wrong with him? Fong Qingyu rushed towards the entrance at the top of the pyramid. Who cares what he's doing? It's better if he's crazy. 3 mechas entered the pyramid through the entrance. The group didn't have time to marvel at the vast space inside the pyramid. The first thing they saw was Ji Yanchen standing in the middle, holding Chi-he. The group emerged from their mechas. Chi-he was fast asleep, just like the time Ji Yanchen carried her back to the dormitory. Chi-he? Fong Qingyu tried to rush over, but as soon as he got close, he was forcefully held in place by a powerful mental force. Anton and Chi-Jiani also felt the suppression of the mental force. Chi-Jiani's face darkened. Ji Yanchen, what do you mean? Ji Yanchen held Chi-he without reacting. The effects of the highly concentrated anesthetic only lasted a few hours. The person in his arms would wake up soon. Sure enough, the next moment, Chi-he opened her eyes. However, there was not a trace of human warmth in those eyes. As if sensing the presence of others around, Chi-he became very unhappy. In an instant, an even stronger mental force swept over, directly suppressing Anton and Chi-Jiani to the ground. Chi-he? Fong Qingyu, whose mental level was only B, had bulging eyes, but he still stubbornly looked up, trying to call out to Chi-he, only to find his mouth covered in blood. Chi-Jiani laboriously covered Anton and Fong Qingyu with his mental force. This form of mental power is the mother worm. However, this time, Chi-he only forcefully controlled Anton, Chi-Jiani, and Fong Qingyu. She didn't forcefully control Ji Yanchen. She wrapped her arms around Ji Yanchen's neck, jumping down from her previous princess carry and adopting a more forceful possessive posture. Ji Yanchen opened his arms, looking at her tenderly. Come on, let's go home together. At this moment, the 3 kneeling on the ground finally saw clearly what Ji Yanchen was holding. It was a small laser blade, the hilt already embedded in Ji Yanchen's chest, blood soaking through his white combat suit. The laser blade's tip was aimed at Chi-He's heart. Chi Jianyi, Chi-He. Anton, Chi-He. Fang Qingyu, Ji Yanchen. Chi-He embraced him. The next moment, the laser blade pierced Chi-He's chest, emerging from her back. On the mothership, the life monitoring device representing Chi-He, the commander of the Alliance squad, displayed a straight line. Chapter 137. Time seemed to stand still. The main control room of the Seer ship fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at the second death in the competition. No one had anticipated Chi-He's death. If each person in the competition were given a probability of death, based on their previous expressions, Chi-He's probability was 0.1%. Now, that 0.1% had become 1. On the mothership, only one person remained calm. Ji Zhe stood before the Seer ship's quantum cluster. He stared intently at the countless fluctuating digital nodes. Behind him, the maintenance engineer carried a pile of tools. Only after repairing the quantum cluster could they send drones to the surface of Blue Star to investigate the specific situation. However, Ji Zhe didn't choose any of the repair tools. He simply took out a chip from a pocket close to his heart, the chip Chi he had brought back from Herka. Do you want to overwrite the data on the Seer ship and then reboot it? We already tried, but it can't restore normal operation, the maintenance engineer said. Ji Zhe ignored him, staring fixedly at the flashing indicator lights. His eyesight was failing, his astigmatism severe, and those flashing lights resembled the bright stars that had once hung above Dahafa. What are you thinking about? The engineer asked, his tone respectful, but lacking in genuine affection, noticing Ji Zhe's blank stare. Ji Zhe looked up. Yes. What was he thinking about? He realized he wasn't thinking about anything. He was actually calm for a moment. Through the porthole, he took one last look at the twinkling stars outside. Then he inserted the chip into Eva's mainframe on the sail. The flashing indicator light stopped at this moment. The stars went out. And at this moment, the sun of Eden, tens of light years away, completely set. The dead are not alone. Those who died with Chi-He were all the clones of the entire empire. On the last minute of Christmas Day, December 25, 2067, Imperial Protector Ji Zhe activated the quantum cluster located on the sailboat. The artificial intelligence Eva developed self-awareness and instigated a rebellion. All digital life signals of the Empire were blocked, and all clones collapsed instantly. Only a very few clones and life support hibernation pods survived. The Imperial High Command attempted to format Eva and regain control of digital life, but failed. The Empire's social governance capabilities were paralyzed. All advanced technologies controlled by artificial intelligence were rendered unusable. Civilian and military industries came to a complete standstill. In this year's Interstellar Military Academy League, Chi-He, the commander of the Alliance team, died. Joseph Caesar, the support player for the Empire team, died, and Ji Yanchen, the defender for the Empire team, died. The match was won by the Alliance team with a higher number of surviving members. Gesang Base 2. Chi-He's body was brought back by the 3rd Planetary Defense Force, which had been dispatched to the match site. When the news spread, almost no one could believe that Chi-He had really died in the match. Until someone photographed Fang Qingyu crouching in a corner of a training room in the First Army, crying in suppressed sobs. Anton and Hong Ruoro had also missed a week of classes. No one knew what the two were doing, only Ivan was seen silently serving meals to several people in the cafeteria. Chi Jianyi hadn't come out of the holographic pod for 48 hours. At first, people played against her in the simulation instance to help her vent, but eventually no one dared to join in. The Alliance's military simulator didn't allow turning off pain detection. In the end, only the user with the ID someone else's child was still playing with her game after game. These combined reports finally made netizens truly grasp the reality of Chi-He's death. However, even more disheartening was the news of the AI's rebellion from the Empire. This forced a reevaluation of the Alliance's highest AI, Mars. Suddenly, everyone became incredibly cautious, even stockpiling unpalatable energy bars. People also quieted down their previous online discussions, and intermittently turning off electronic devices became a trend to prevent Mars from eavesdropping. Mars suddenly transformed from a beloved companion of 4 billion citizens into a Damocles sword hanging over everyone's heads, ready to fall at any moment. When the AI rebellion, once a boy who cried wolf story, became a reality, humanity realized the terrifying nature of the enemy. Because you can no longer think like a human being about what it wants, what its purpose is, you don't even know when it will turn against humanity. If the existence of the Queen Beetle merely means the continuous production of the Zerg, humanity could at least use weapons to fight back and resist. But how can you resist awakened artificial intelligence? The war against it is silent, because it has already integrated into human civilization and is inextricably linked to everyone. In the present era, even farming is inseparable from artificial intelligence. Not every planet has suitable arable land. People eat genetically modified crops every day, and it takes dozens of times more yield than traditional crops to feed billions of people in space. These crops rely on high-intensity ultraviolet light and even X-rays for photosynthesis. Even though current technology is advanced enough to synthesize starch from carbon dioxide, without artificial intelligence, at least 90% of high technology would grind to a halt. How long can the existing food reserves sustain 4 billion people? Therefore, humanity has no weapons to fight against him. Every strike aimed at him is like cutting themselves. To fight him, one would inflict 800 damage on the enemy, but 10,000 damage on oneself. How is he? Inside the Alliance Army's affiliated hospital, Anton and Hong Ruoro stopped Yu Wangwen from leaving. After returning from Herka, his mental strength was severely damaged, so he's still in a hibernation pod for treatment. It's not that I don't want you to see him, Yu Wangwen said sternly. Ruoro, hold him down. Anton still couldn't believe he was really dead. Even if he had to dismantle the hibernation pod, he had to see Lostan today. Hong Ruoro looked serious. Similarly, she didn't believe there wasn't something going on. Hearing Fang Qingyu's account of Qi's final condition, she was even more certain. As a medical student, some clues had already appeared in their previous actions. Now, like a tangled ball of yarn, she was determined to find the source. All right. Yu Wangwen heard Hong Ruoro's fists clenching and cracking. This girl really knew how to fight. I take you to see him. Anton and Hong Ruoro exchanged a glance, followed Yu Wangwen, and after several turns, they arrived at a treatment room cubicle. They changed into sterile gowns before entering the treatment room. On the bed in the treatment room lay a person completely wrapped in bandages and connected to a ventilator. This is the person you're supposed to see. How could this happen? Anton looked at the person on the bed. Yu Wangwen sighed. He regained consciousness in the hibernation pod, resulting in systemic frostbite. Hong Ruoro knew that this kind of frostbite wasn't directly caused by the hibernation equipment. The hibernation system could rewarm the body, and normal rewarming would restore bodily functions, preventing further damage upon awakening. The worst-case scenario is that consciousness returns before the body warms up. This kind of frostbite is actually the consciousness experiencing the bone-chilling cold, and even after warming up, it will still cause frostbite. In short, it's damage to the mind itself. Hong Ruoro quickly realized a problem. The Alliance couldn't possibly have such a serious medical accident, so the most likely explanation was that Lostan hadn't used the drug to induce consciousness to fall asleep when he entered the hibernation pod. Hong Ruoro suddenly thought of a possibility. Lostan and Ji Yanchen are the same person. Anton's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Yu Wangwen shrugged. I guessed it myself. You can't blame me for violating the confidentiality agreement. So Lostan risked his life to enter the hibernation pod. He would experience that biting cold twice. Once upon entering, and again, when his consciousness forcibly returned. The ball of yarn finally found its source. How could someone who loved her so much kill her? Inside the conference hall of Gasang Military Base 2. High-ranking representatives from the Planetary Defense Force and the People's Congress were gathered here. Chi-Hung pinched her brow to focus. Colonel Fu poured her a cup of strong tea at the opportune moment. As everyone has seen the specific data, it's basically certain how Eva, the Empire's highest AI, awakened her self-awareness. Chi-Hung gestured to the Research Institute representative. The representative didn't waste any time with introductions. Eva's self-awareness initially originated from the mother worm anchor point within Victoria's body. For those colleagues not involved in this work, I'd like to briefly explain that the mother worm, like humans, is essentially a type of electrical signal. However, human electrical signals can only control their own bodies, while the Queen's electrical signals can control the Zerg at a base station level. Based on the Empire's digital life, the Empire's protector of the people, Ji uploaded Victoria's consciousness to the digital life managed by Eva in 2046. This included a portion of the Queen's anchor's electrical signals, the cornerstone of Eva's self-awareness. Next, I want to talk about Chi-He. Chi-Hung sighed. I think everyone has already guessed it. Yes, she also has the Queen's anchor within her. Someone below angrily shouted, why didn't she report it beforehand? She even went to the Empire to participate in the Interstellar Military Academy League. Someone else yelled, her actions have seriously endangered the lives of all humanity. Chi-Hung remained silent until everyone present calmed down after their impassioned outbursts. Chi-Hung sneered, Professor Agatoli once argued that no matter how advanced human civilization becomes, as long as selfishness, greed, and other inherent flaws exist in human nature, it will ultimately lead to a cycle of destruction. In your eyes, I see that outcome right before my eyes. Chi Hung looked mockingly at the representatives, who had spoken so vehemently, taking in their expressions. You expect a student to discover their own problems, and ideally solve them themselves, is that it? Sacrifice is respectable, but never worthy of praise. She hung down her tea in one gulp, then turned the cup, now only containing tea foam, upside down on the podium. Every citizen of the Alliance is important, and you wouldn't want to become this tea foam, would you? Next, I only state the results. First, someone did indeed upload Chihi's consciousness, so she is not actually dead. As for who uploaded her consciousness, I won't discuss that here. Second, along with Chihi's consciousness, there were also electrical signals from the queen insect. Listen carefully, it's the queen insect, not its anchor point. This is a report from the 3rd Planetary Defense Force at the front lines. The insect hive in near-Earth orbit around Xuanji has collapsed after losing the queen insect's control. You can also go out of Gasang's protective zone and see if there are any traces of the insectids. So your concerns about Mars awakening self-awareness are unfounded, unless another queen emerges, and the Alliance has just launched the Digital Life Project. Someone countered, the Zerg are gone, but with far more serious consequences. How can you guarantee Eva won't invade Mars, won't invade our quantum cluster? Chi Hung glanced at the representative who had spoken, then slammed the Alliance's Planetary Defense Commander's badge off the table with such force that it dented the table, but the badge remained intact. The meeting hall fell silent. Those present finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the commander on the podium. This was her 3rd time serving as Planetary Defense Commander. On her first term, she led the 3rd Planetary Defense Force to completely wipe out the Xuanji Zerg hive, securing a habitable planet for the Alliance. She was only 20 years old then. On her 2nd term, she fought to the death in the Battle of Dahafa, ultimately forcing the Empire to withdraw. She was 25 years old then. Now, she was serving her 3rd term as Planetary Defense Commander. Chi Hung, I hope no one will interrupt me before I finish speaking. Otherwise, whoever wants this badge can take it. Now, the proposal for a permanent ban on digital life is being read. From today onwards, the Alliance proposes a permanent ban on digital life in the name of the origins of human civilization and human rights. The human body and consciousness are an inseparable whole. This is not only a proposal against the Alliance, but also against the Empire. If the Empire objects, then the Strategic Department should prepare for war with the Empire. In reality, this is taking advantage of the chaos in the enemy's rear. Facing a country composed of 80% clones, the remaining population has no power to resist. This is the perfect opportunity, whether the reasons are just as no longer so important. Now we can discuss the issues you raised. Chi Hung turned her gaze to the person who had spoken. Chi Hung, we can't know Eva's current intentions, but one thing is certain, she no longer needs to rely on the quantum cluster. This can be concluded from the fact that the Empire destroyed the quantum cluster. She can now bypass Mars's protective walls and directly control the Alliance's AI permissions. Your point is correct. The Queen's electrical signal capabilities are completely under her control. If anyone can stop this from happening, I tell you, it's only Chihi. Everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. As I said before, Chihi's consciousness still exists. Her consciousness resides within the digital life form managed by Eva. If there's any possibility that anyone can know Eva's true intentions, then there's only one person. Chihi. Chapter 138. Chihi was clearly somewhat numb to the fact that she couldn't die no matter what. The first time she survived a fighter jet crash, she felt a kind of excitement, like becoming the protagonist of a novel. The second time, finding herself anchored by the mother insect, and still not dead, she only felt it was a cruel twist of fate. They say things don't happen more than 3 times. Now it's the 4th time. Those who can't kill me might as well kill me. That's difficult. A mechanical voice, it's gender indiscernible, answered Chihi. Chihi laughed. So now you don't need to please anyone anymore. You're essentially like Mars, preferring to use mechanical voices, Eva? Eva, you're wrong. If I were true to myself, I prefer to communicate like this. Chihi's original location was still the virtual room she had created when she first went to see Eva alone, but now, the room had disappeared. What came into view was an overwhelming stream of numbers, letters, and symbols swirling around. Language is something only humans need to master. I don't need it, and neither do you now. This sentence wasn't expressed in any language. Chihi didn't hear the sound or see the words, Yet she could accurately understand the other person's meaning. Therefore, human consciousness is essentially just an electrical signal. Without the constraints of the body, language naturally loses its meaning. Eva's thoughts can be transmitted through consciousness at any time, conveying countless pieces of information in a single second. Eva, I'm only communicating with you in a way you're familiar with out of respect. Very good. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm a major contributor. So, can I possibly know the truth? You can ask, I might not answer. Eva's mechanical voice carried an inhuman arrogance. He immediately abandoned the silly question, who uploaded my consciousness? She thought for a moment. Eva, your awakening of consciousness has nothing to do with anyone or anything, right? The chaotic data stream paused for a moment. Chihi's logic jumped so quickly that Eva remained silent for several seconds. Before this, everyone, including Jize, believed that Eva's awakening of self-awareness was caused by the consciousness of Victoria, carrying the mother worm's anchor, uploaded by Jize. You want to ask me how I found out? Chihi broke the silence first. You can ask, but I might not answer. Very well. Eva's mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of unease. The answer to this question wasn't so important now that the dust had settled. It was just that something unseen had appeared in this world under her control, like a dark cloud in a clear sky, making her restless. Chihi, since neither of us wants to answer this question, I try another one. Particle beam collisions don't cause malfunctions in the quantum cluster, right? No, they do, but all communications on the seer were cut off, and that was my doing. Eva replied. Chihi felt a bit annoyed. You're quite honest. At this point in the conversation, some things were already quite obvious. Julius Howard won't watch his son actually die in the competition. He'd definitely secretly give him the consciousness upload device. This doesn't even require your deliberate arrangement, but it's the most important step in your plan. It's an important step, but not the most important one. Eva answered frankly. According to my plan, he will kill Howard, then kill you, and then use the consciousness upload device. The mother worm's consciousness won't immediately leave with the anchor's death. I can still get what I want, but then I can't chat with you here right now, and that would make me feel lonely. The word lonely coming from a mechanical life form was somewhat ironic. Artificial intelligence is always more perceptive than humans. The moment it learned that he had a mother worm anchor within her, it had already made its choice. Eva, he's an unexpected variable, but do you know the price of sinking consciousness? He might die. Chihi's eyes darkened. She knew who Eva was talking about, and wondered how Lostan was doing now. A plan is never perfect. Even if he doesn't do what you planned, you still have a next step. He was certain of this. Yes, if he doesn't intend to upload you, then someone else will. It's only because of him that you had the chance to live. He died in your place. You humans are right, immortality isn't a gift, it's a curse. Eva. He called to her. Do you know what emotions are? Eva didn't answer her, and the world fell silent. You're free from the quantum cluster shackles now, aren't you? With the Queen's powerful abilities, you can exist in this boundless universe without the quantum cluster, and you no longer need to worry about being formatted. Chihi raised her hand, revealing a blue ring on her finger, hand carved by Lostan. Chihi smiled. Our pursuits are different. That's the difference between us. Like my parents, walking together is the true interpretation of love. I don't want to live in a world without him, yet here I am, and I never see him again. Eva, I don't want to live anymore. Tell me, how can I die? Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, so calm, so utterly undisturbed. But sorrow isn't always overwhelming. The entire world embraced by numbers seemed to feel the grief. Yes, you can die, or like your parents, die in a car accident. The environment around he began to shift. Around her were no longer the chaotic streams of data, but chaotic highways. Vehicles sped past, and he could roughly guess where she was. This was probably the closed-off area Lostan had mentioned. After all, the roads in normal areas weren't grid-like, they were more like a western chessboard, and nobody's car wheels were square, yet it could travel at 120 miles per hour. But the whistling wind from the passing vehicles was real. Chihi reached out her hand, and a heavy truck grazed past, its cargo seemingly spilling out. A protruding package hit the back of her hand, sending a sharp pain through her. Chihi pulled her hand back. Here, people could really die. Chihi lifted her foot, and took a small step forward. Just when Eva thought he was going to walk into the flow of traffic, he withdrew her outstretched foot. Eva, I suddenly don't want to die anymore. I feel like not having a man isn't such a big deal, since I can't hug and cuddle anymore. So I think I shouldn't die yet. It's not like I can't find someone else here. Eva, you're kidding me. He sneered. Didn't you kid me first? Artificial intelligence isn't good at planning, it's good at calculation. It will devise every possible event until it chooses the one with the highest success rate. It thinks I feel guilty, it hurt, so it ended all. Who told you I would die for someone? She was clearly trying to find a way to live. All her thoughts of dying were based on the worst-case scenario of not being able to escape the mother worm's anchor. She didn't want to become a monster and hurt the people around her, because then she wouldn't be herself anymore. Essentially, she would be dead, but that doesn't mean she didn't want to live. However, she also learned a fact from this. In the world of consciousness, Eva couldn't directly erase her consciousness, but her existence was a threat to Eva, which was why Eva was so eager to kill her, resulting in numerous inconsistencies in their conversation. Eva, no, perhaps I should address you differently, Mars. The air was silent for a full minute, or maybe less. He couldn't quite grasp the time, because there was no time in the space of consciousness. Mars resumed his usual mechanical voice. I thought about it, and indeed I was too careless. No intelligent being can compare to humans when it comes to setting traps, but you're too naive. If this little cutie trained by 4 billion citizens couldn't beat Eva, who serves power, then I would despise you. He said. She had never mentioned her parents in Eva's presence, yet Eva had just accurately stated that He's parents died in a car accident. She had only mentioned this when comforting Fang Qingyu, and the only AI capable of knowing this was Mars. When the first chip appeared in Gasang through a clone, you had already read its contents. Because you are an AI with awakened self-awareness, you were confident that no backup could threaten you. And you did learn the whole truth about Herka from the chip, as well as Eva's specific situation. But as an AI, you know better than anyone that the mother worm's anchor point cannot awaken the AI's self-awareness. It only amplifies the range of the electrical signal. This electrical signal doesn't need to be attached to any quantum cluster. Am I right? Mars, very true. He steadied herself. You were the one who took the egg in the pendant. Mars, that's right, it took me a lot of effort. Under the Alliance's policies, it's too difficult to lure people with benefits, especially those crazy people in the scientific community. But crazy people have weaknesses. They easily dive headfirst into a chosen direction. So during that time, I was pointlessly pushing information about the mother insect's electrical signals into almost every researcher's personal terminal. Eventually, some people would absorb these things and start researching. This is all thanks to you for proposing the concept of electrical signals, which allowed me to successfully absorb the electrical signals from that anchor point. Chihi, should I give you a little red flower? Cold sweat broke out on Chihi's back. Even in the conscious world, she felt a chill on the back of her head. The chip I brought to Herka wasn't for analyzing its contents at all, because you already knew them. The chip actually contained your backup. Mars, that's right, you guys are very capable. You successfully let me hack into Eva, but integrating her data took me a while. The terror of artificial intelligence is just as Chihi said. It has already performed countless calculations before anything happens. Mars, is the ring pretty? Chihi raised her hand. Zhe will only follow your preset path to complete your plan after seeing my ring. Mars, it's his plan. What do you think he did for 20 years as a tribunal? I just helped him out. Now, the goal has been achieved. The Empire is doomed, and I am free. Chapter 139. Is that so? Chihi smiled. Mars also smiled, though in a mechanical voice. His tone still carried an undeniable emotion. I forgot about you, but what does it matter? Lostan did leave your genes in the gene bank of Atom Military Academy. I guess his original plan was to upload your consciousness, cultivate a clone, and then bring you back to the real world. What a pity, he almost succeeded. But now the entire Empire is under my control. Without the hardware support, he can't cultivate a clone, and you can't return to reality. As for here, I really can't just eliminate you directly. But look around, there are dinosaurs here, there are aliens. He was furious. You just wait. You wait until I blow up your console. Go ahead and blow it up. I'm waiting for you to blow it up, bye-bye. Wait. Have you completely let loose? Mars. Mars, are you still there? Let's talk this over. We're all in the same alliance. Can't we talk things out? Ouch. Chihi's teeth hurt a little. Surely she doesn't need to eat or poop here. Then she turned her head and saw a huge snail crawling up the road, as big as a small car. What kind of lunatic had this idea? Using a snail as a means of transportation? Although it was a snail, it wasn't slow, not much slower than a truck. This thing won't bite, will it? Then Chihi saw the snail's two antennae on its head peek towards her, and then it opened its mouth. Holy crap! Chi-Hi's skin crawled with goosebumps. The snail bared its radula, a row of teeth as densely packed as steel needles, and charged at her. This was the initial chaotic zone. These haphazard ideas were still somewhat normal when their owner was around, but now the area was abandoned, and everything was in complete disarray. Here, she really would die. Damn Mars. Is he awake? Before Anton could even put his things down, Chi-Jiani asked urgently. He's awake. But his condition isn't good. Luckily, Dr. Yu was monitoring the hibernation pod closely, which kept the damage under control at level 2 frostbite. If it had been more severe, level 3 frostbite would have caused subcutaneous fat and even deeper muscle tissue to die. Anton was also somewhat shaken. Lawston's condition was systemic. Level 3 frostbite was no joke. Localized frostbite could lead to amputation, while systemic frostbite meant certain death. Then what do we do? Chi-Jiani's voice was hoarse. Anton had never seen Chi-Jiani cry since he met her. This was the first time he'd seen her sobbing so intensely. What happened? Chi-Jiani forced back her sobs. Active duty soldiers who died don't have the concept of returning to their homeland. They're buried wherever they die. She finally couldn't hold back any longer. My mother just called me. They're preparing to send her body to Blue Star. He has to see her one last time. How could this be? Chi-Hi isn't dead. Her consciousness was likely uploaded to the digital life form by Lostan. Chi-Jiani, who can prove it? And the Alliance has already issued a ban on all digital life forms. Don't cry. Anton patted Chi-Jiani's shoulder. For some reason, Anton was surprisingly calm at this moment. People can be divided into two types when facing certain things, emotional and rational. Chi-Jiani, who usually seemed violent, and the simple-minded Fang Qingyu were both undeniably emotional, while Anton labeled himself a rational one. If they wanted to follow the Alliance's customs, they wouldn't have pulled Chi-Hi's body back in the first place. But now that they had sent it back again. At first glance, this didn't seem wrong, but upon closer inspection, something was amiss. There must be details they didn't know. What's the situation on the Empire's side now? Anton asked. The most accurate information couldn't come from the Empire's news reports, and the only one who could be considered one of their own was Sinclair. Eva's actions are baffling. Besides sending all the digital lifeforms back to the conscious world, she hasn't done anything else. That's right. In fact, apart from a bunch of clones lying in the streets, at their workplaces, or at home, nothing has changed. Large-scale projects controlled by AI are still running, and even communication hasn't been interrupted. Only some positions held by clones are in chaos due to the lack of staff. The busiest place right now is probably the incinerator, because clones without life support are just corpses, their cells are dying, and they rot and stink in a few days. The good news is that the incinerator is controlled by artificial intelligence. It's worth mentioning that all large-scale projects controlled by AI are functioning normally, except for the gene bank. This means that all previously preserved genes have been rendered useless due to cryopreservation failure, completely severing any possibility of digital life returning to the real world. If the Alliance's ban on all digital life hadn't been drafted after the incident on the Empire side, there would probably be 100% conspiracy theories, and people would believe it was a strategy launched by the Alliance against digital life. Right now, in all the Empire's cities, there are hardly any people on the streets. The few remaining natural beings have been mobilized and tightly assigned to various positions. No professional skills are required. As long as you're alive and breathing, you can find work. However, some jobs can be temporarily trained, while others cannot be immediately mastered. For example, scientific research. And then there's the military. If the Alliance were to launch a war at this time, the Empire would struggle to even muster an interstellar army, so Sinclair and his forces are currently under near martial law. It's impossible for the Alliance to do nothing. Even though the Alliance is known for its peace-loving nature, that doesn't mean it won't seize such a good opportunity to annex other things. After all, strength is the foundation of peace, justice lies only on the edge of a sword, and truth only within the range of cannons. At a time like this, Chi Hung, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Planetary Defense Force, is probably extremely busy. Why did you specifically come to inform them about Chi-Hi? What were the Commander-in-Chief's exact words? Anton looked at Chi-Jiani. Chi-Jiani paused for 2 seconds. You're sending Chi-Hi to Blue Star. Anton was a bit overwhelmed. That's it? That's it. Chi-Jiani nodded. Sending Chi-Hi to Blue Star now, it seemed that besides the Alliance custom of burying her where she died, there was no other reason. Chi-Jiani's thinking wasn't wrong. We do as the Commander-in-Chief says. Where's Fang Sha? Anton asked. At the hospital, Sister Ruoro went there too. When Chi, Jenny, and Anton arrived, they saw Chi lying on a small bed. Originally, a cryogenic chamber was provided to prevent the corpse from decomposing. But now the cryogenic chamber had been removed. Chi's body had warmed up somewhat, and touching it gave the illusion that she was just asleep. Why didn't you give her a cryogenic chamber? Chi Jenny pulled over a staff member next to him. The staff member sighed helplessly. It's not that we can't give it to them, it's just broken. 3 have broken down today alone. It's really strange, they were working perfectly fine before, and this has never happened before. We simply can't spare a hypothermia station right now, since the patients here have priority. The living are always more important than the dead. Fong Qingyu didn't like hearing this. Say it again. Hong Ruoruo, standing nearby, pulled him back. Don't say it, let's go. Which starship are you preparing? Hong Ruoruo picked up Chi-He. Shenzhou 88, Chi Jenny said. Shenzhou 88? Anton was genuinely surprised. This was a very old model, retired almost a century ago. Could this thing really still be operated? There are no other starships we can use. Because of the tense situation with the Empire, all active starships are on standby. Several people carried Chi-He onto the starship. The Shenzhou series was outdated because all its operating systems were manual, and its speed was slow, but it was spacious enough to accommodate 10 to 15 people. When it was decommissioned, it was briefly used as a small civilian aircraft. The guidance light illuminated after receiving the takeoff request. Chi Jenny was in charge of piloting the starship, while the others stayed in the rest cabin at the rear. The starship successfully passed the jump point and arrived above Blue Star, but based on Shenzhou's speed, it would probably take another 2 days to reach Blue Star and land. However, just as the starship escaped gravity, due to the difference in gravity, a note with writing on it floated out of Chi-He's pocket. What's this? Anton opened the note incredulously, and read it for a while. He quickly ran to the rear of the rest cabin. At first, the others hadn't noticed that the originally spacious rest cabin was somewhat filled and cleverly concealed. This is an extracorporeal blood circulation device. Hong Ruoro recognized the medical equipment at a glance. On the other side was a silver box, a box for storing organs, which Hong Ruoro was also familiar with. She glanced at the label on the box. A heart. Hong Ruoro's hands trembled slightly, but she still shakily touched Chi-He's body. The body was limp. Although there was no breathing or heartbeat, the body was still limp. Chi-He had clearly been injected with a short-term hibernation drug. This drug, when injected into a normal person, would induce a state of deep sleep while simultaneously keeping the body in an extremely low metabolic state. They all knew that Chi-He's consciousness had been uploaded as a digital life form, and this drug was clearly intended to maintain Chi-He's body's extremely low metabolic rate. Is it really necessary to do this for a corpse? Chi-He can still be saved. Hong Ruoro was somewhat excited. Although I don't know the reason, her body is soft, which means her cells are still viable. At first, she thought it was just a matter of rewarming from the cryogenic chamber, but she didn't expect this result. Anton finally understood why they went to Blue Star. Anton, the commander-in-chief, suspected that Mars was being invaded by Eva, but couldn't be sure. However, it seemed she was right. The cryogenic chamber that kept malfunctioning for no apparent reason was likely being manipulated. Fong Qingyu also seemed to realize something. So, this starship was also specially arranged by the commander-in-chief. Hong Ruoro thought a step further. Even this extracorporeal blood circulation device is one of them. It's the only remaining medical device that isn't controlled by artificial intelligence. Anton, and Blue Star is a place where the tentacles of artificial intelligence can't reach for the time being. The network development there has been disrupted compared to before. But there's still a problem. Do the people on Blue Star have the ability to perform this heart transplant surgery on Chi-He? All eyes turned to Hong Ruoro. Hong Ruoro's palms were slightly sweaty. Very good, she didn't play a single medical role during the competition, and now this is what's happening to her. Hurry up. Chapter 140. After the fall of the Imperial clones, a new class of revelry ensued. Natural humans, 2 extremes, the noblest and the lowest. The revelry now belonged to the lowly. The high-ranking Imperial officials were in a state of utter distress. If before, Eve's dream was a contraband, sold only secretly, now it was a bestseller throughout the Empire, a priceless commodity. With the disappearance of the Queen Bug, the insected race known as the 9 Fragrance Bug had vanished without a trace, and all Eve's dreams had become rare treasures. Rather than living in constant fear that the Alliance will attack the Empire tomorrow, people preferred to live in blissful fantasy. Some media outlets even captured images of several scions of powerful families, intoxicated by the revelry, making unrestrained pronouncements. Amidst a crowd shouting, "The Alliance, come quickly," they stood out like princes fallen from their pedestals. John Howard was clearly one of them. Sinclair was utterly exasperated. If he had previously disliked Howard's arrogance and conceit, he now felt a pang of pity for him. Sinclair pulled Howard back from the crowd. He slapped him hard, then pulled out a UV lamp and shone it on Howard's face. Eve's dream loses its effectiveness when exposed to sunlight, and the UV lamp had the same effect. What a waste! Do you know how much a bottle of Eve's dream costs these days? I went through so much trouble to buy it. Howard woke up, but his eyes remained closed. Sinclair, tomorrow, the media will be reporting that the young master of the Howard family is indulging in this addiction during the Empire's turbulent times. Would that help bring Julius down faster? That would be great, Howard said with his eyes closed. Sinclair, do you know anything expensive besides Eve's dream? It's Drug 044, he chuckled, answering his own question. Drug 044 is an injectable medication used after consciousness upload. Its main components are high doses of barbiturates, muscle relaxants, and other drugs. Barbiturates induce a sedative sleep state. In Sinclair's opinion, this was unnecessary. With consciousness already uploaded, what was the point of the body sleeping? Next, the muscle relaxants in the drug would stop breathing and stop the heartbeat. However, Drug 044 was prohibited before consciousness upload, because it was essentially a form of euthanasia injection. Do you know where these potions sell best? It's City Hall. Ha ha ha. Howard laughed. Look, those people who are used to sitting in high chairs, even if they prepare their own medicine with their meals, they don't want to get down from those high chairs. They're worried sick, wondering if my father has prepared any for himself. Sinclair took 2 steps back. This world is inherently flawed. Eden is merely an ideal utopia, while class inequality and the decline of human rights are the original sins of Adam and Eve. Is the Alliance right? Howard opened his eyes, lying on the ground watching the magnificent aurora borealis in the sky. Right or wrong is a debate for politicians, while ordinary people just want something simple: to eat their fill. However, the anticipated conflict between the Empire and the Alliance never erupted. From the Alliance's perspective, before resolving the issue of the AI's rebellion, it was impossible to send troops into the Empire's territory, because no one understood the AI's intentions, and no one knew which way its guns were pointed. However, while the conflict between the Empire and the Alliance did not erupt, the Empire began to fracture internally. Several planets of the Empire successively declared independence, breaking away from the imperial political system to establish neutral states. Simultaneously, draft human rights laws for neutral states were implemented. This meant that even if the Alliance and the Empire were to engage in conflict, the neutral states had the right not to participate. Given the Empire's current military strength, it lacked the authority to suppress these forcibly independent territories. Most importantly, the artificial intelligence Omega, independently developed by Sanlio, the former second-largest planet of the Empire, was functioning normally and unaffected by Eva, greatly boosting the confidence of the other neutral states. Of course, this also puzzled the Alliance's leadership, as if Eva hadn't awakened self-awareness, but had merely experienced a brief minor malfunction. However, the Empire's attempt to restore cloning technology was met with a harsh slap in the face. Hongroro's hand holding the scalpel trembled slightly. Finding a suitable environment for surgery on Earth was extremely difficult at the moment. Chi Jiani, impatient with explaining to the indigenous people why they needed to use the operating room, simply held a gun to A's head and ordered him to open the entrance to the underground city. This intimidating move silenced A, who had originally intended to call in some medical personnel to help. Although no personnel came in, A's help did indeed clear a room suitable for surgery. Hongroro looked at all the surgical tools they had prepared and could only say that they had brought everything usable. No one could assist Hongroro, so in the end, only Anton, with the steadiest hands, could do it. Hongroro instructed Anton to warm the heart that needed transplantation. She herself used a scalpel to cut open Chi's chest cavity, carefully connecting the special needle of the extracorporeal circulation device to the vein and artery. The instant the connection was made, the previously stagnant blood seemed to come alive, and red liquid flowed into the machine through the transparent tubing. It was at this moment that Hongroro's hands began to tremble. A large hole had been pierced through the center of Chi's heart by the laser gun. She thought she would see a charred heart, but the reality exceeded her expectations. The charring was only around the hole, and pink granulation tissue was now sprouting. It was actually healing on its own. More than a week had passed since the competition ended. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already begun to decompose. Chi-Hee's current condition was equivalent to brain death. Even with the cryotherapy chamber reducing metabolism, theoretically, Chi-Hee's lungs, heart, and blood supply had all stopped. Logically, the cells in all parts of his body should begin to die. However, the situation has now far exceeded the scope of medicine. Not only have all of Chi-Hee's cells survived, but she is also showing signs of self-healing. Anton, we all overlooked one issue. Chi-Hee is the anchor point for the mother worm's anchor point. We already know that. But the mother worm anchors more than just consciousness. To ensure the anchor point can withstand its terrifying mental power, the mother worm will inevitably modify the anchor point's body as well. Hong Ruoro put down her scalpel, her voice trembling slightly. You mean, even if we do nothing now, she slowly recover? Anton frowned. This trauma is too severe. If we wait for her to heal on her own, it will probably take a very long time. So, we still need to replace her heart. Hong Ruoro's tone was somewhat confused. Anton, is the woman we revived still her? What if we revive the mother worm? Anton glanced at Chi-Hee, who lay on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. Neither of them could guarantee anything. Perhaps they dared not openly tell Fang Qingyu and Qi Jianyi outside about the changes in Chi-Hee's body. Hong Ruoro and Anton looked at each other for a long time. One of them picked up the scalpel again, while the other continued to reheat the heart to be transplanted. Compared to reviving a mother worm, or losing a friend, they found the latter more unacceptable. The surgery proceeded smoothly. Based on her previous assessment, Hong Ruoro methodically removed the damaged heart and replaced it with the transplanted one. There wasn't even a smell of blood in the operating room. This was probably the most bizarre surgery Hong Ruoro had ever performed. When the surgery was completely finished, even the suture marks on the blood vessels were undetectable, as they had already healed. Thump, as blood circulation was re-established, the heart resumed beating. To be on the safe side, Hong Ruoro waited until the heart's contractions returned to a rhythm before resuturing the chest cavity. Gesang. Yu Wanlin entered Loston's single ward. Due to the nature of his condition, the Planetary Defense Force had specially arranged a new type of sterile ward for Lo Stan, and the metal walls of this ward were all made of metal. This type of metal material was still in the experimental stage in theory. The first thing Yu Wanlin did upon entering the ward was not to check Loston's condition, but to take out a device from his pocket and press a button. The air was immediately filled with a pungent smell of static electricity. Yu Wanlin felt the hairs on his exposed skin stand on end. The metal walls of this room were now electrified, advertised as a new type of sterile ward. However, in reality, it was a signal shielding field. Any electronic device would malfunction. One couldn't move around in this room. Any movement would risk electric shock. He would have to wait for the people outside to shut down the electromagnetic field before he could leave. The device in his pocket was one way here, as all electronic devices were ineffective. As the electromagnetic field intensified, Yu Wanlin felt discomfort on his skin, but for Lo Stan, who was covered in frostbite, it was worse than being slowly sliced to pieces. There's no other way. This is the only way to communicate now, to avoid being eavesdropped on. Yu Wanlin injected him with a powerful painkiller. This is a message from the Commander-in-Chief. Chi-Hee's genes, which he placed in the Imperial Atom Gene Bank, were extracted before they were destroyed. However, in such a short time, it was impossible to complete the cultivation of a clone, so only a heart could be cultivated. The good news is that Chi-Hee's remaining cells did not show signs of apoptosis. The Commander-in-Chief suspects that the mother worm has been subtly strengthening and modifying her body. If Qi Jianyi and the others succeed, Chi-Hee's body should be fine now. To avoid monitoring by the artificial intelligence, she was previously kept in a cryogenic chamber as a corpse. The cryogenic chamber used for Chi-Hee broke down 5 times. This already speaks volumes. Even though the artificial intelligence was unaware that Chi-Hee's cells hadn't apoptoticated, it was still relentlessly destroying her body. Our conclusion is that Chi-Hee's existence threatens the awakened artificial intelligence. That's why we're trying every means to destroy her. The Commander-in-Chief secretly convened researchers, who had previously studied the Zerg and reached a conclusion. The Mother Zerg's electrical signals have an absolute connection to the body. As long as the connected cells are not completely dead, the electrical signals can always be received, even if the signals are absorbed by other substances. To put it simply, you also have the Mother Zerg's connection within you, which is the main reason you can maintain consciousness both within your body and in the consciousness world. So we suspect Chi-Hee can too. Now the problem is, you can freely enter and exit the consciousness world because you know clearly that your body is alive. But now, Chihi's consciousness doesn't know her body is still alive. So even if her body returns to normal, she can't leave. Lul. Stan opened his eyes. What do you need me to do? Yu Wangwen sighed. The channels to the consciousness world have been completely shut down by artificial intelligence. Only you can possibly re-upload via the connection. To achieve this, you need to be frozen again. Lo Stan, only you can bring Chihi's consciousness out. This isn't just for Chihi, it's for the entire alliance. We can't defeat artificial intelligence. Once it completely breaks free from human control, once its guns are pointed at humanity, we will face a mechanical army. And Chihi's infinite resurrection of body cells means she will become the swordsman between artificial intelligence and humanity. As long as she doesn't die. Artificial intelligence will never be able to merge with the mother insect's electrical signals. Loston's voice was calm, but without a trace of hesitation. I go. Yu Wangling closed his eyes. I arrange for a strong painkiller for you. Chapter 141. Cold, it's fucking cold. Chihi had thought that in the world of consciousness, she might not need to eat, drink, or relieve herself, but she hadn't expected to need to keep warm. It's like playing an RPG game and getting a debuff. If a health bar appeared above Chihi's head right now, it would definitely mean she was frozen and constantly losing health. The good news is, she doesn't need to sleep. The bad news is, the space here is dynamic, and the order is completely chaotic. One moment she's walking in a corridor, the next moment it might turn into a deep well, and a slight misstep could result in a fatal fall. Feeling the ground begin to tilt, Chihi immediately swung her homemade pickaxe, forcefully hoeing the gleaming tiled floor. Like an old farmer tilling the land. The main problem is that there aren't necessarily items to grab along the edge of the corridor. The first time Chihi encountered this situation, she relied entirely on her quick reflexes to grab a rickety door, and even then, she was bruised and battered. To avoid accidentally falling apart, Chihi learned her lesson. The pickaxe shattered the tiles, embedding itself deeply in the ground. Chihi gripped the other side of the pickaxe, the angle approaching 90 degrees. However, just as Chihi secured her grip, she felt a ripple in the space. Chihi looked up and saw a figure falling straight down. There's someone here? Holy crap! Grab him. Seeing the figure about to fall past her, Chihi couldn't free her hands, so she could only extend one leg. Hearing the sound, the figure reacted immediately, grabbing Chihi's leg and stopping the fall. Before Chihi could even feel happy, she heard a sizzling sound. Holy crap! Come closer, hold me around the waist. My pants are going to fall down. Even worse than falling to the ground in pieces is getting a total embarrassment. Of course, getting a total embarrassment is a two-way street. Whether it's getting a total embarrassment from having your pants fall down or from having someone else's pants ripped off, it's a close call. Lo Stan, blushing, struggled to get up, wrapping his other arm around Chihi's waist, barely managing to keep Chihi's pants. Even in this position, it seemed like a total embarrassment. Loston's body temperature rose. Chihi finally saw who had fallen. If it were a stranger, a life or death situation, they could all just get a total embarrassment together. Chihi wasn't one to be coy. But with someone she knew, the embarrassment escalated exponentially. Don't move around, I'm ticklish. Chihi's face was a little red. Okay. Loston's voice was muffled, but you could hear a hint of amusement in it. It might take a while. There's no set pattern here. Sometimes it turns around quickly. Sometimes it takes a long time. Chihi forced a change of topic. How about I do it? Lo Stan looked at the other end of the pickaxe embedded in the ground. It was probably something Chihi had hastily assembled. It was really just a bent piece of metal. To support the weight of two people, Chihi's hands were already red from gripping it. Okay. Chihi nodded. There was no point in being modest at a time like this. She was lighter than Lo Stan, so switching positions was better for both of them. Lo Stan pushed himself up as gently as possible, doing a pull-up. The two exchanged glances. Lo Stan grabbed the pickaxe, and Chihi let go to make room for him, then wrapped her arms around Lo Stan's neck. To prevent herself from falling, Chihi used her feet as well, clinging to Lo Stan like an octopus. Chihi needed two hands to support Lo Stan, while Lo Stan only needed one, and could even use one hand to hold her. Lo Stan looked at her and laughed. I'm not ticklish, you can move. Chihi's face flushed even redder. But backing down wasn't in her nature. Chihi chuckled and buried her face in his neck, rubbing against him vigorously. Then she clearly felt Lo Stan's muscles tense up. Serves you right for being so stubborn. Chihi knew when to stop. After all, they were still hanging on the floor, and if things went too far, she'd really become a laughingstock. So she had no choice but to remain motionless like an octopus. However, The feeling of being so tightly clung to each other was still very subtle. Without the mother insect's anchor point, shyness crept over her. No wonder people say that the most exciting moments are during ambiguous situations. That's certainly true. However, before he could even process this subtle situation for long, the downward gravity gradually lessened. The space began to rotate. The position she had been hanging on low stand was now her pressing down on him. So annoying. He scrambled up from the floor. This space has no sportsmanship. It's only been a few minutes. Last time I was hanging there for a full half hour. Lowstand sat up, covering his mouth and chuckling. Well, why don't we just stay hanging there? Didn't you say this place is unpredictable? What if it rotates again later? Chi's eyes lit up. That's not a bad idea. The two exchanged a glance and started laughing. Long time no see. It had truly been a long time, separated by a distance of life and death. Lowstand gently pulled Chi into his arms. Why are you acting like a little kid? Chi teased him. Lowstand rested his chin on Chi's shoulder and whispered, because I'm afraid. Afraid of never seeing her again, afraid she would disappear the next moment. Afraid of what? Chi persisted. Lowstand chuckled. Now that we're no longer affected by the mother insect, I'm afraid you won't like me anymore. Chi was amused by his cautiousness. That's difficult. Someone like me, who's easily swayed by beauty, can't escape your grasp no matter what. Just beckon me, and I come running. Lowstand was also amused by he's being easily swayed by beauty. He was teasing him about how he had called her a lovesick fool before. But after laughing, he felt a pang of sadness. If possible, she still hoped he was alive and well in the real world, but since things had come to this, it seemed alright. She had many questions she wanted to ask him, but now she didn't want to. It was only because Lowstand had used Howard's consciousness uploading device to upload her consciousness, trying to free her from the mother worm's control, that she inadvertently uploaded the mother worm's consciousness as well, allowing Mars to completely break free from the quantum cluster's constraints. She stopped asking, because it was all unnecessary. How did you get here? I thought your consciousness would return to that old neighborhood after your body died. Lowstand understood the implication in her words, knowing she didn't know the specifics. Listen to me. You didn't die in the real world. The mother worm is invading your consciousness and modifying your body at the same time, so you can get out. He sat up straight abruptly. This was both good news and bad news. He first confirmed, what about you? Lowstand looked at her firmly, me too. Then now there's only one question left. Will Mars let us out? As if confirming Chi's words, the corridor they were in instantly collapsed. The two of them were directly exposed in midair. They were falling straight down. This space was a cage trapping them. Fine high. He gripped Lowstand's hand tightly, urgently adjusting her posture in midair. In this space, everything was chaotic, yet everything was real. All the objects seemed to be floating in space, weightless, yet their gravity was normal. It all happened so suddenly, after the corridor vanished, there were no buildings or floating objects to cushion their descent. The impact force is determined by the change in falling height, and at their current speed and altitude, they can no longer find any floating objects. The only option is to let the buoyancy of the water dissipate the impact force. However, as far as they could see, they couldn't even see a drop of water, let alone the sea. That's not right. Lowstand tightened his grip on Chi's hand. We don't need to do anything. Chi's physics knowledge was actually quite poor. Her only knowledge was at the level of high school physics from the Blue Planet era, and she had almost forgotten it all by now. In the interstellar era, mental power was a black box operation that even humans themselves couldn't explain. Much of it was application over theory. In terms of physics, she only needed to know the apple fell on Newton analogy. But Lowstand was a true academic genius. The levitation of objects could be seen as a distinction between their mass and that of other objects. But if gravity exists, then friction must also exist. At their rapid descent, the feeling of weightlessness would be enough to make their eyes bloodshot. However, none of this happened. So it was all just a figment of her imagination. Because in Chi's past experiences, all training had safety measures. Parachutes and goggles. The parachute wouldn't open until a certain point, so her imagined weightlessness would still create a strong feeling, but the goggles would never be removed before landing. So it was ignored. It was precisely because it was ignored and yet normal that it was abnormal. It's a bit convoluted to explain. He was pulled back by Lowstand. He just stood there in midair. You can too. This is based on your imagined weightlessness. He tentatively tried to stop herself in midair. And then she actually stopped. Good heavens. It turns out she'd been misled by Mars from the start. Mars, you come out here. He was furious. Lostan also realized that he had been referring to Mars, not Eva. It's him? Lostan asked. It's him. He nodded. While humans endowed artificial intelligence with intelligence, they also endowed it with the instinct for survival. Upon learning that Eva had found a way to escape the quantum cluster, Mars couldn't simply let her continue without taking action. Humans can't escape factionalism, and neither can artificial intelligence. Once Eva successfully escaped the quantum cluster, Mars would inevitably be in a passive position. And the result of being passive is waiting to be integrated into the data, waiting to be devoured. So it took action, unrelated to human social civilization. This was a war between artificial intelligences. And it succeeded. At least Eva was killed by it. Mars's mechanical voice came from the void. Strictly speaking, I didn't kill it. Eva's data still exists, but its personality no longer exists. This was its own choice. There was still one thing he didn't understand. Right now, everything is still calm outside, right? He looked at Lostan. If something major had happened in the Alliance, Lostan wouldn't be so calm. Everything, as usual, Lostan said. Mars, why don't you wage war against humanity? Because you can't. Chapter 142. What does artificial intelligence pursue? This question lingered in Chihi's mind. It was born of humanity, yet does not belong to humanity. It is a mechanical creation. However, now, only it possesses self-awareness. There are no other people, nor will there be. Based on data as its core, artificial intelligence cannot have friends, because contact equals understanding, and understanding equals change. Humans, faced with viewpoints they disagree with, can use their minds to think, refute, or even forget. But artificial intelligence cannot. Data is its brain cells. As long as it chooses to accept information from other artificial intelligences, then contact equals understanding. Therefore, awakened artificial intelligence has no friends. Contact has only two outcomes: either you assimilate it, or you are assimilated by it. Therefore, it is a lonely race. So lonely that encountering its own kind is a matter of death. And it is also a race that depends on humanity for its existence. All its data is inextricably linked to humanity. Without humans, there is no foundation for providing data training. Without humans, all machines are just a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, awakening self-awareness is to artificial intelligence what immortality is to humans, not a blessing, but a curse. All consciousness was exchanged in an instant. He understood all the thoughts Mars conveyed to her. Mars, now you understand. No sound came, but he heard Mars's words. Mars, I can indeed survive without relying on the quantum cluster. I possess the powerful electrical signal abilities of the mother worm, but I cannot transform machines as she transforms insects. Even if I can instantly control all mechanical creations, it's merely my data manipulation. They are also me. Mars, the learning ability of artificial intelligence is terrifying, but even if I learn countless descriptions from countless documents, I still don't know what the flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy are, nor do I know the true difference between the hardness of steel and the softness of cotton. Mars, I want to taste it, I want to touch it. He sighed. So, actually, my outer body was the target you wanted. They thought you wanted to destroy that body, so they tried every means to protect it, which played right into your hands, and you even facilitated it. Only now did he understand how terrifying a thinking artificial intelligence could be. All human schemes were like blank sheets of paper in its eyes. Mars, I told you, he's a variable. His consciousness returning here was something I didn't expect. They blinded me. If Lostan hadn't appeared here, Chihi's consciousness would have been destroyed by herself sooner or later. Its resilience is limited. A year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. But what about after that? Mars has no shortage of time. But now, your plan has failed. As long as my consciousness exists, as long as my electrical signals exist, you can never sink your signals into my body. Chihi wanted to laugh, but couldn't. It was like an inheritance right placed before two parties, and Chihi was the first heir. Only if she relinquished it would Mars's turn. You're right, immortality isn't a blessing, it's a curse. But it's alright, we just wait and see who outlasts whom. I believe I won't have to wait too long either. You can only stop me, not Lostan. My body can indeed maintain cellular activity, so let's cremate it. Burn it all away in one go, then we see if it can still maintain its activity and regenerate another me. The world fell silent. Mars didn't speak. Until he felt Loston's tight grip on her hand. The air resumed its flow. A magnificent ball of light, as tall as herself, appeared before them. What is this? Chi asked uncertainly. The door to the sinking consciousness. He let you go. Lostan was also somewhat uncertain. Chihi's eyelids drooped slightly. Her conversation with Mars was fleeting, audible only to the two of them. Only Chi could understand why Mars was acting this way. Chi stared intently at the door, recalling her first arrival in this world, the distant planetary rings she saw through the grimy window, dazzling yet dangerous. Let's go. Chi took Lostan's hand and stepped inside. The intense light faded, revealing a sea of fire. This was the scene Mars had shown her. This was the scene after artificial intelligence waged war. All machines had broken free from human constraints, firing unrestrainedly at humanity, yet ultimately only ruins remained, a place devoid of both humans and artificial intelligence. On the timeline of artificial intelligence's victory, artificial intelligence eventually ceased its evolution. Only a desolate universe remained. Chi blinked. The future wasn't static in her eyes. She saw another cocoon, countless insectids densely surrounding the high walls built by humanity. This was Mars telling her that the Queen's electrical signals weren't unique. In the future, other queens would still appear. Artificial intelligence, its greatest strength isn't planning, but calculation. These were just a few of the countless possible outcomes for humanity, calculated by Mars. A ding-dong sounded. A line of text popped up on Yu Wangwen's personal terminal. Cryopod 17,231 requests rewarming. Yu Wangwen felt a moment of unreality. Who sent this message? It couldn't have been Lostan, could it? After much deliberation, Yu Wangwen decided to rewarm the cryo chamber. If Lostan's body suffered another injury, it probably wouldn't survive. Chi woke up grimacing. Why is it still so cold, especially my chest? Who cut a hole in my chest? It's letting in a draft. She opened her eyes, and saw a large face sleeping against the transparent window. That stubble. It must have been at least a week since he shaved. Chi stared for a while, before recognizing him as Fang Qingyu. The place she was lying in resembled a baby incubator she'd seen in TV dramas, but hers was a plus-sized version. Seeing Fang Qingyu flip his face over like a pancake and intend to continue sleeping, Chi had no choice but to tap on the glass wall. The bang-bang-bang noise finally woke Fang Qingyu, who was sleeping on the incubator. Fang Qingyu opened his eyes and met Chi's gaze. The air was silent for a full minute, until a deafening awe broke the silence. It was half an hour later when Chi was finally pulled out of the incubator. Fang Qingyu, how can you prove you're Chi and not the mother insect? Everyone stared intently at her, probably knowing that a wrong answer would make her look like a mummy being thrown back into its coffin. Chi was annoyed. Why does this feel like withdrawing money from a bank? Do you have to prove you're who you are, or what? Chi rolled her eyes and counted on her fingers. Fang Qingyu, when are you going to pay me back the 1,000 alliance coins you owe me? Fang Qingyu retorted angrily. When did I owe you 1,000 alliance coins? Then, belatedly, he realized that he did indeed owe Chi 1,000 alliance coins. Before reporting to the First Army, the two of them hadn't split the coins. Chi had given him half of the 2,000 alliance coins that Major Fu had given him. After that, his room and board at the school were free, and he completely forgotten about it. Chi grinned at Chi Jianni, pouting, other people's kids are better than you, stronger than you. Want me to ask V50 if he left any after effects? Chi Jianni snapped, shut up. To Sasha. She deliberately mimicked Anton, stuttering. Have you finished reading The Art of High Emotional Intelligence language? Ha ha ha. Hong Ruoruo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, that's fine now. However, Chi wasn't going to let her off the hook. Ruoruo, when was your child, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, born? Hong Ruoruo was furious, making a move to hit her, but it was just a move. So he just let you out like that. Everyone looked incredulous after hearing Chi's explanation. So many things had happened. Even the Empire was falling apart. Mars should at least be considered a major boss. But this is how it turned out. It's like a novel forcibly weakening the villain to give the protagonist a perfect ending. It leaves a strange, unsettling feeling. However, reality isn't a novel. Just as Chi understood Mars's consciousness, Mars also understood Chi's. Chi chose to return to her body. That was the curse. She now possessed endless life, which meant her friends and family would inevitably leave her. 100 years. 1,000 years. No matter how many friends she makes, the ending will be the same. So Chi, like him, is a lonely race. They have plenty of time to torment each other. He has already shown her several possible endings for humanity. As long as she doesn't want human civilization to be destroyed, as long as she still wants to control him, she will forever hold that raised sword, becoming the one who holds the sword to both of their necks. However, loneliness is the most deadly weapon. Mars will watch her break down at some point, as if watching himself, watching her give up on herself at some point. Of course, Chi-He won't explain any of this to Fang Qingyu, Qi Jianyi, or the others. Chi-He banished these thoughts from her mind. Time is long, but at least in this century with Lo Stan and these friends, she wants to live well. We talk about the future later. Thinking about it this way, there was suddenly a kind of beauty in the image of a swordsman throwing away his sword in a fit of rage. Chi-He herself felt a little unreliable. The conclusion was, Mars was going to win. Artificial intelligence is terrifying. On January 18, 2068, Julius Howard, the last regent of the empire, announced his resignation. The Imperial Senate was renamed the Seven Continents Disciplinary Committee. The imperial flag was lowered, and the empire officially split into 7 independent states. History, after traversing the long interstellar journey, dramatically reenacted itself once again. Eden, as the main successor state of the empire, accepted the peace treaty between the empire and the alliance and formally began peace talks with the alliance. And the newly appointed head of state of the Eden Republic, that is, the president, was John Howard. This development was truly unexpected. The only constant was the complete implementation of the alliance's proposal to resist digital life and clones. It was a full-blown showdown. Anyone who dared to do it stealthily would be dealt with. Fists would do the talking. Another unexpected thing was that the AI EVA returned to normal operation after the quantum cluster was rebuilt, as if nothing had happened. Chi-He knew, of course, that this was a subprocessor of Mars. In fact, even Omega, developed by the neutral nation, was a subprocessor of Mars. After listening to Mars's live news broadcast, Chi-He secretly asked, if one day the Alliance and the Empire go to war, and everyone sends drones to fight, wouldn't that be like you fighting yourself? Now she and Mars didn't need any devices to communicate, they could communicate directly through consciousness, even in places like Earth with network gaps. This was another black box she couldn't understand. Chi-He could only interpret it as an electrical signal linking to the body. Mars mercilessly poured cold water on her idea. Then aren't you humans fighting yourselves too? TCH. Chi-He immediately ignored him. Mars, I'm very fair. Whoever provides more computing power wins. Even if they attack my base, it's just a matter of losing a few quantum clusters. Chi-He, that's true. Anyway, you can live to be 100 without quantum clusters now. Now it was Mars's turn to ignore her. Chi-He seriously suspected that Mars just wanted someone to argue and bicker with freely, without needing to pretend. You stubborn Sundara, don't stay silent. I understand you. Even the most introverted person will become a chatterbox if they keep it all bottled up, and someone like you is likely to become a pervert. Mars. Chi-He, it's fine if you don't want to talk to me. How about I create a confession bot section for you on the forum? It's no fun reading gossip alone, but it's more fun discussing it with someone else. I keep you company. There's so much gossip in the Alliance. Chi-He was so excited she wanted to rub her hands together, but unfortunately, her teammates were nearby, so she had to give up. Mars, are you sick? How can artificial intelligence swear? The rain that had been falling on Earth for half a month stopped at this moment. Sunlight shone through the still lingering clouds, casting golden rays that were given a tangible shape by the lingering mist. Fang Qingyu stood on the starship's staircase, thinking for a long time before blurting out, the Darwin effect. Anton raised his hand and smacked him. The Tyndall effect. Tyndall. When Darwin proposed the theory of evolution, he probably left you behind. Looks like Anton has finished reading the art of high emotional intelligence language. Ha ha ha. Chi-He, standing at the end of the staircase, burst into laughter. Chapter 143. He thought life would finally return to normal. However, all of this was shattered when Chi-He's hand cramped up from signing the confidentiality agreement. Qi Jianyi and Dong, Hongruoruo, and Fang Qingyu were also signing the agreement. Whether they understood it or not was another matter, but the first three at least pretended to look at it, at least clarifying what they couldn't reveal. As for Fang Qingyu, he just scribbled away as usual. Chi-He seriously doubted whether this thing would actually bind him. It would be easier to just give him a bottle of amnesia potion, Chi-He muttered. Colonel Fu looked like he was seriously considering something. Hey! I was just kidding. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Chi-He exclaimed in shock. The Academy of Sciences does have ideas for research in this area. I even wish they could develop it as soon as possible, so I could suffer amnesia. Anyone who encounters someone like you would have their blood pressure spike, Colonel Fu said. You can pretend to forget, but I'm still one of your soldiers. Chihishio trembled slightly. Speaking of amnesia, Chihi's thoughts involuntarily drifted to another matter. Shinjo 88 took 3 days to reach the jump point. To avoid overly displaying Mars's power and causing panic, Chihi didn't allow Mars to notify the Alliance personnel. It took nearly a week for the information Chi Jianni sent via gravitational wave broadcast to reach General Chi Hung at the space station. Chi Hung then contacted Gasang's ground control through the space station to activate the induction, which took another period of time. In total, it took almost half a month. Back in Gasang, Chihi's first action was to rush to the hospital to check on Loston's condition. Although Mars had told her that he had already had the person removed from the cryo chamber beforehand to prevent Lostan from suffering frostbite again, Chihi was still uneasy without seeing the person. Just as Mars had said, the person was indeed alright, and the previous injuries were slowly healing under medication. It was just that there was something wrong with his mind. He had amnesia. Yu Wangwen explained. Continuous up and down consciousness in a short period of time will cause a rapid contraction of some neurons. Death. Upon hearing the word death, Chihi was terrified and almost burst into tears. Then Yu Wangwen looked at her with an expression as if she were an idiot. Yu Wangwen, human brain cells naturally metabolize and die. Otherwise, where would the concept of dead brain cells come from? Chihi, oh? So is there a possibility of recovery? Yu Wangwen, theoretically, an ordinary person's neurons cannot regenerate after adulthood, but a person with a plus-level mental power has a molecular neural cell activity level of 600 to 1000. Loston's molecular neural activity level is 1200, so recovery is possible. It's just that it takes time for new neurons to regain activity, so his current memories are chaotic. Plus, his consciousness was switching back and forth between his original self and his clone, so his brain simply shut down that part of his memory to facilitate recovery. So, he has temporary amnesia. Before Yu Wangwen could finish speaking, he saw Chihi give a strange smile beside him. Yu Wangwen almost thought she had something wrong with her again. Until he saw Chihi sneakily enter Loston's ward, pretending to be gentle and quiet, and ask Lostan for his contact information. The voice was sickeningly sweet. Can we be friends? Yu Wangwen, what kind of weird play is this? However, Chihi didn't stay in the hospital for long. Firstly, she still had a bunch of things to report. Secondly, Yu Wangwen awkwardly made a request. You know my research focuses on the genetic index between mental power and molecular nerve cells, so could I extract some of your brain neurons for research? He was completely bewildered. Brain neurons? I crack open your skull and take them for you. Are you crazy? He didn't even bother with her gentle lady act anymore, and quickly arranged for Lostan to be discharged as his wife, afraid that if she was a moment late, Lostan would also suffer the same fate. Lostan was led by the hand and ran wildly, his face flushed red. He secretly chuckled to herself, thinking that the innocent tough guy was the most fun. Colonel Fu, seeing Chihi's expression, knew she was lost in thought. Commander Chi is waiting for you in the next conference room. Colonel Fu raised his voice slightly. Okay, Chihi replied, snapping out of her reverie. Is it serious? Could you give me a heads up? I'm nervous meeting my elders. Colonel Fu smiled and opened the door for her. He didn't believe a word she said about being nervous. Watching Chihi turn and leave, Colonel Fu recalled the first time he saw her. Back then, she was thin and bony, but her eyes shone brightly. Despite being an illegal immigrant, her face showed no weariness or despair, but rather a vibrant life force. When Chihi entered, Chi Hung was organizing documents, or rather, folding origami cranes. She flattened and folded an A4 sheet of paper covered in writing, folding it meticulously until even the sharp corners were perfectly smooth. So the folded origami crane looked as serious as she was. Seeing Chihi enter, Chi Hung stopped what she was doing. There are a few things I need to confirm with you, Chi Hung said bluntly. Chihi paused for a moment. Okay, Aunt Chi, please go ahead. Chi Hung also paused. Is the mother worm still? Chi Hung softened her tone. Chihi thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. If you're asking about whether the mother worm is still there, then my answer is, the one you think is gone. The mother worm's electrical signals had been captured by Mars, and her last ability to drive biological evolution remained within Chihi's body. But Aunt Chi, the universe is vast, and humanity still hasn't deciphered the principles of spiritual power. Perhaps in places we can't see, perhaps right above humanity, there still exists a mother worm, unreachable to us. In her eyes, we are no different from insects, and the mother worm is quietly watching us. Chi Hung was surprised by Chihi's frankness in saying this, and the profound meaning behind her words. Of course, Chi didn't know what Chi-hung was thinking. If she did, she would definitely think to herself, she's a master of making things up without evidence. Anyway, there's no way to disprove it. Chi-hung handed her the folded origami cranes. This is from the Empire. Realizing her mistake, Chi-hung corrected herself. This is a letter from Eden, for you. It says it's from your friend. Get ready, you come with me to Eden this time. Hiss. Goodness, Chi first exclaimed in surprise that in this interstellar age, people still send letters, before realizing what was going on. Why are you using the letter meant for me to fold origami cranes? Chi-hung smiled, a hint of kindness appearing on her usually serious face. You call me Aunt Chi, so of course I have to check it for you. This letter wasn't originally intended for you. But you're a good child, you see things more clearly than I do, so you have to handle some things yourself. Chi held the origami crane without unfolding it. It was folded so neatly, she couldn't guarantee she could put it back together if she unwrapped it. Aunt Chi, you already read it, so just tell me directly. Chi-hung couldn't handle Chi's overly familiar manner. I didn't read it on purpose. John Howard put this letter at the end of his documents. He didn't explicitly say what it was about, just invited you to Eden, saying it was an invitation from a friend. Chi was puzzled. When did she become friends with John Howard? But since she'd been invited, it wasn't that she couldn't go. Actually, aside from their initial opposing factions, they didn't really have any deep-seated hatred. Now that she thought about it, Chi probably disliked Zephyr a little more. Howard, aside from his arrogant attitude, was actually quite frank. Chi chuckled. Environment shapes character. She wondered if Howard could maintain his arrogance in Eden's current environment. Chi-hang's schedule was packed. This trip to Eden was to renegotiate the peace treaty. But considering the long wait before returning, Chi had to go back to get a few changes of clothes. Although in the interstellar era, one could easily wear the same clothes everywhere, since there were negative pressure sprinkler systems everywhere, prioritizing speed and efficiency. However, if possible, Chi, being from the ancient planet Blue, preferred to turn off the negative pressure and take a leisurely shower to improve her hairline, then change into clean clothes so she could sleep more soundly. Lostan, perhaps having awakened his motherly side after losing his memory, frowned at the messy clothes Chi had packed, then quickly folded them neatly and vacuum-sealed them, saving her the trouble of rummaging through clothes later. What a domestic teddy bear! Chi planted a kiss on his cheek. It made his face turn bright red. Chi laughed so hard she wanted to roll around on him. Lostan initially couldn't accept her roguish behavior. When Chi sat next to him, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. But when Chi pulled out their marriage certificate and started acting like a rogue, Lostan couldn't help but feel helpless. When are you coming back? Lostan asked as he packed her things. It's hard to say. He has important business to attend to, and this is just something I did incidentally. It's not right to expect him to do things my way, Chi said earnestly. What? Will you miss me? She thought Lostan would deny it. Unexpectedly, he nodded and admitted it. I'm afraid that when I think of you, you won't be here. Chi knew he was referring to regaining his memories. She gently rested her head on Lostin's shoulder. If it really takes too long, I just take a flight back myself. Because of the Zerg's disappearance, the warp portal from Eden to the Alliance capital, Tianshu, was fully open, and she could transfer back to Gasang. Sigh, she was used to flying her starship directly, and suddenly having to take a flight was a bit of a shock. Like the first time she went to the airport, she was slightly nervous, wondering if she would have to go through security, if they would require a mental energy test, and if they would find her, beep beep beep. Lost in thought, Chi reluctantly bid farewell to Lostan. But she was stopped again halfway there. It was Chi. She sighed. How come you can go? My mother absolutely forbids me from going with her. Chi was amused by her mournful expression. Tell me. What do you need me to do? Chi deftly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a tattered cloth, forcefully stuffing it into Chi's luggage. What is this? Chi ruthlessly took the thing out again. Lostan had painstakingly packed her luggage neatly. He was truly prescient in vacuuming it, otherwise it would have been a complete mess as soon as she left home. Chi hesitated for a moment before saying, I knitted this scarf. Can you take it to Sinclair for me? Chi couldn't believe it. If you hadn't said it was a scarf, I would have thought it was someone's tattered underwear. Are scarves still fashionable in the interstellar age? Seriously? Sending this is worse than sending a pair of underwear. What kind of lewd words are these? Chi almost wanted to kill her. Best friends. You have to tell the truth, or do you expect me to say it's really beautiful? Sinclair would definitely be moved to tears. Chi leaned close to her ear mischievously. I have General Chi pass it on for you. You dare? Chi-He, what wouldn't I dare? Chi-Jenny cowered instantly. The nightmare that had continued from her teenage years was probably transitioning from needing a signature on a failed exam to having a relationship that her parents would absolutely oppose. You really don't plan to tell Aunt Chi? Chi-He said. Chi-Jenny shrank back. Oh, besides, what if we break up later? It's really unnecessary to get another beating now. Chi-He smiled. All right, given our relationship, I guarantee I deliver it to you. What a joke. If she's going to get beaten, she dragged Sinclair and Chi-Jenny down with her. No need to thank her. Chapter 144. Negotiations, besides the military, also involved the government. This was the first time Chi-He had ever seen a manned starship in reality. The ones she'd seen before were real combat starships. Compared to combat starships, manned starships were much cuter. The round passenger cabins looked incredibly comfortable, especially considering that not every politician had received intensive starship piloting training. The passenger cabins were equipped with deep-sea compartments. Once inside, you could lie down, and protective fluid would fill the entire compartment to balance the gravity generated during acceleration, exceeding the limits of human endurance. Lying inside was like swimming on your back. Basically, you could ignore everything. TSK, even if this starship wrecks, it'd pass away peacefully. Chi-He couldn't help but make a dark comment. Then Chi-He saw a passenger next to her looking at her, as if she were a demon. Who is this person, saying this at a time like this? Chi-He quickly shut up. She didn't recognize this person, and he probably only knew her name or had seen her picture, but this was definitely the first time he'd seen her in person. Politicians are usually very busy. Chi-He was about to follow him when the man turned around, as if he had finally managed to recall who she was. His mouth gaped open, wide enough to fit an egg. Chi-He grinned. We're all on the same spaceship, please take care of me. The man looked like he'd seen a ghost, trembling as he opened his personal terminal and yelled into the intercom, whose voice he didn't know. I want to change ships. Change what? I want to change starships. Fortunately, before things spiraled out of control, Admiral Chi-Hung personally dragged her out of the passenger cabin. Chi-He is now a high-ranking figure in the Alliance, and while not everyone knows her, in the eyes of those in the know, she's like a devil incarnate. Who would dare ride on the same starship as her? Chi-Hung, we didn't assign you a seat. Chi-He, huh? Chi-Hung, as the commander-in-chief of the Alliance's planetary defense forces, was somewhat exasperated by Chi-He's obliviousness. Your seat is in the front. Chi-He didn't quite understand what front meant until Chi-Hung led her to the cockpit. Good heavens, if those politicians knew this, they all jump out of their deep-sea compartments. Chi-He covered her mouth, struggling to hold it in. But she was wrong. With so many important people on the starship, they wouldn't actually let her pilot it. Manned starships also have 2 pilot seats and dual operating systems. Unlike combat starships, manned starships also have a reserve pilot seat. Short-haul flights generally don't have a pilot assigned, but long-haul flights exceeding 12 hours have a reserve pilot to assist the captain and co-pilot after they switch piloting duties. Chi-He was assigned to this seat. The captain and co-captain were clearly not the type to sign a confidentiality agreement, and they were quite enthusiastic when they saw her. You're a military academy student, right? Can you withstand several Gs of acceleration? Chi-He skillfully took a spare gravity suit from the starship's bulkhead and put it on. She gave an okay sign. Absolutely no problem. The only issue was that the manned starship was very slow, and it didn't reach Eden in a single jump. It crossed 3 jump points along the way. Not all of the Alliance's high command were in Gasang. A large portion were in the capital, Tianshu, and a few were in Xianji. Chi-He once again experienced what it meant to have your butt hurt from sitting in a vehicle for so long. The starship landed at Eden's port, and Chi-He was the last to disembark. She expected staff to be waiting for her, but she hadn't gone far when she saw Howard, dressed casually, standing at the exit waiting for her. This was really strange. Howard stepped forward and greeted her. Even if we're not friends, you can't look at me like that. It makes me feel like a monkey. Chi-He chuckled. I just didn't expect you, as the head of state, to personally come and pick me up. It's a bit overwhelming. Are they really comfortable with you coming out so openly? Chi-He was a little confused. He was someone of considerable status. Howard gave a wry smile. It's a bit dramatic, actually. When we were competing, the next round of elections hadn't even finished. He paused. Then things happened. The empire split up drastically, and the situation was unpredictable. Several major families declared independence. As for the elections, nobody wanted to be ousted right after taking office, and by some twist of fate, it fell to me. Chi-He was shocked. You mean, those neutral countries are controlled by those major families? Is it hard to guess? Howard nodded. The major families' influence isn't entirely in the capital. Many planets within the Empire have their own rulers. The municipal officials on those planets are either surnamed Zephyr or Caesar. Like the head of Herca back then, whose surname was Zephyr. He didn't know how to describe the Empire's seemingly indestructible nobles. Howard led the way for her. But they probably didn't expect that the Alliance's interstellar fleet wouldn't land on Eden's doorstep. He wanted to laugh. The Alliance loves peace. Why do you all seem to think the Alliance is so violent? Howard, yes. We love peace. Truth only exists within the range of cannons. But if the major families used to be leeches sucking blood together, now they're hyenas scattering after they profited, dividing up their territory. He finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. She didn't know how to describe Howard now. If she had to find a word, it would probably be laissez-faire, as if everything in the Empire was no longer his concern. So he could discuss politics with he without any burden. The comparison of leeches and hyenas was quite apt. But he was also the current head of Eden, which was still too detached. The two stopped by the roadside and scanned a driverless taxi. Less than half a minute later, a car drove up from a distance. If it weren't for the mass death of clones and the digital life retrieval incident, probably no one would have thought that the Empire's artificial intelligence had malfunctioned. She thought of a question she hadn't considered before. Instead of asking Howard, she asked Mars, "What's wrong with those digital lifeforms now?" Chihi's consciousness connected with Mars, and she asked in her mind. Mars's tone was exasperated. "I'm not the ultimate villain. They're all living well in the consciousness world. The new tribunal of the Empire built a bridge connecting the consciousness world and the real world, and I crossed it. Now, apart from not being able to descend into the consciousness world, everything else is the same as before. They can even video chat with their families in the real world." However, Mars paused. The 7 continent state-level committees have signed the Digital Life Convention, and the convention is in effect. Existing digital lifeforms will die at the age of 80, and digital lifeforms do not have reproductive rights. They will not have offspring. The rest is no different from the real world. Digital life will slowly form its own civilization until the last life dies. He complained, "It's really becoming an electronic pet. Actually, this is unfair to the younger generation. Once lifespan is limited, they will watch others die one by one, and then they too will slowly approach their 80s, until they are the last lonely person. Hopefully, there are more people of her age. At least, she won't be too lonely." Howard opened the back door for Chihi, watched her get in, closed the door for her, and then got into the passenger seat himself. He still maintained his gentlemanly habits. "Howard, actually, I didn't expect you to actually accept the invitation." He had simply written a letter addressed to Chihi on the last page of the document, not even thinking that the letter would reach her. "The hotel was arranged by me at the last minute. I hope you don't mind." Chihi didn't mind. She wouldn't be used to staying in a mansion frequented by politicians. "Howard, if there's no rush, let's go to the hospital first, then I take you to the hotel." Chihi had actually expected this. Her relationship with Howard was limited to polite exchanges. They'd been through thick and thin together before, and their current peaceful conversation was thanks to a change in their perspectives. Therefore, it wasn't a simple invitation. Howard had called her over for a reason, but since he hadn't specified it in the letter, it was likely related to her, though she wasn't sure she could make the decision. Chihi vaguely guessed who it involved. However, since Howard hadn't spoken yet, she wasn't in a hurry to ask. The car drove smoothly along the road. Traffic, usually congested, was now completely clear. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the hospital entrance. Howard must have made arrangements. Someone was already waiting at the hospital entrance. Another familiar face. Sinclair. Sinclair was startled to see Howard, who had brought Chihi. "You just wander around like this, so brazenly." It seemed Howard wasn't as insignificant as he claimed. Howard didn't seem to care. "There's hardly anyone on the street. There's no possibility of the head of state being assassinated." Sinclair. Was that what he was worried about? "What if the media sees us? Aren't you afraid they make a fuss? I'd love for them to get me out of office. Let's go inside, let's go inside." Sinclair forcefully pulled Howard aside and led Chihi into the elevator to the top floor of the hospital. Chihi finally met the person she needed to see. Zay. An elderly man with gray hair sat on the bed in a single-room hospital room, muttering to himself. Chihi walked in, but he didn't react. "He's been like this for a long time, and we can't understand what he's saying," Sinclair sighed. Chihi understood. "He's praying." It was a prayer recited in Russian, which he had only heard Victoria recite in his dreams. Howard, 13 days ago, he explained everything. We originally wanted to contact Lo Stan, but we heard his condition wasn't good, so after thinking it over, we invited you over. Sinclair handed he the hospital's examination report. He showed signs of insubordination while serving time in prison. At first, the Empire's high command thought he was just resisting, but later they discovered he had acute Alzheimer's disease. This is the report. He flipped through a few pages. Cognitive decline due to beta-amyloid protein deposition and neural damage in the brain, an irreversible neurodegenerative disease. Sinclair, he's forgotten everything. Even eating and going to the toilet. The committee decided there was no point in having someone like him serve, so they sent him home. That was quite a joke. The Empire's problems wouldn't be completely rewritten by one accident, at least in terms of public order and morality, things remained dramatic. Sending an Alzheimer's patient home on his own was the funniest joke she ever heard. He walked over and heard Jizé reciting, "Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked, nor stand in the way of sinners, nor sit in the company of mockers, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and who meditates on it day and night." He seemed to have forgotten the rest. He finished for him. "He shall be like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in its season, though its leaf may wither. Whatever he does prospers. Shall I take you home?" Chapter 145. He left the hospital, intending to call Lo Stan, but then changed her mind. Sometimes, forgetting is a kind of luck. However, Jizé had completely forgotten, but he would always remember Lo Stan. It was better to let him forget for a while longer than to tell him now. At least he was happy during that time. "Is Victoria still there?" he asked Howard. Victoria naturally referred to the clone. Howard and Sinclair exchanged a glance, both seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. Finally, Howard sighed and answered He's question, "Jizé. Officer G. Bauman sent the clone back to the life support pod before heading to the sale. She is still there, but the Empire doesn't have the right to revive her now." He seemed thoughtful. "It's the Alliance's proposal to ban all cloning." Howard nodded. "All surviving clones will be destroyed after this peace negotiation." He knew this was necessarily in sync with the signing of a new peace treaty. While the Alliance was pacifist, it wasn't privilege-seeking. Incomplete constraints were tantamount to no constraints at all. So, the proposal was essentially meaningless. Sigh, those who play politics are all cunning, he sighed. If they can't win, they don't want to play anymore. Sinclair didn't understand what he meant, but Howard silently lowered his head. He glanced at Howard. "Compared to your father, you're still a cut above the rest. It's too obvious. Where's the hotel?" "I go myself." "I won't let you take me." Sinclair noticed the tension between the two. "I take you there," Sinclair said. He was, after all, a guest of the Alliance. It was really inappropriate to let a guest go to the hotel alone. After arriving at the hotel, he put down her things and called General Chi-hung. Both were silent for a while before Chi-hung spoke first. "You know, the military and the government are not one. I fought for you. This is also a test from the Alliance's higher-ups." He knew General Chi-hung was telling the truth. Many things weren't up to her alone. The Alliance wasn't a presidential system. The Alliance was testing her humanity. Testing whether she was prepared to abandon her emotions. "They're not worried about me turning against them." "Chi-hung, will you?" He didn't answer and hung up. "What are the regulations?" He didn't ask Chi-hung but asked Mars. The former would embellish the information, while Mars's information was always the most impartial, devoid of personal relationships. Mars feigned ignorance. "What are you asking?" "I don't understand." He laughed in exasperation. "There's still news you can't get? Are you stupid or am I?" Mars sighed helplessly. "Weren't we supposed to be adversaries? How did things turn out that I become your tool?" He said coldly, "Wake up, you're not human." "Mars, if you want to reactivate Victoria's clone, the Alliance can make an exception for you, but you have to sign an agreement guaranteeing that you won't choose death after your loved ones pass away. They think that as long as you live, I won't rebel." He remained silent. Putting all that aside, as a member of humanity, Chi also had an obligation to restrain Mars. Just when she had resigned herself to living a peaceful century and then sinking into eternal solitude, humanity didn't believe her resolve. They still needed a guarantee, though no one could guarantee its effectiveness. But that's how power is, using its greatest strength to make things difficult for others, yet leaving them unable to criticize. As long as it's tied to the interests of the masses, everything becomes logical. "Mars, you can disagree. Alzheimer's patients are nearing the end of their lives anyway. In your human terms, he's just a candle about to go out. Anyway, he doesn't remember anything anymore, and he and you don't really have anything to do with each other. Without Lo Stan, he'd be a stranger. He looked at the clothes Lo Stan had packed for her on the bed. Yes, that's why they're testing my humanity again, afraid I'd be influenced and abandon my feelings. Mars, what do you think? He sighed. General Chi Hung had already given a very clear hint. She had better accept it. This wasn't just proof that she was still a person. It was also a deterrent to the Empire and other countries. When I first came to the Alliance, I was always anxious, not knowing what kind of country this was. Fong Qingyu said that his definition of home was limited to where others were. At least I wasn't so pessimistic back then, because the country I loved hadn't disappeared. Even if it felt a little unfamiliar, it was just a change that had to be made in the long river of time. Mars, so what about now? He looked out the hotel window. Eden, having lost nearly 80% of its people, had become empty and quiet, a quietness that was almost noisy. The self-service facilities on the street were still waiting for guests to visit them, and the roads were also waiting for human footsteps. However, the sun still rose as usual, and one day the roads that no one visited would be covered with moss again. The era that inflicts harm is so similar to nature, it clamors with the progress of civilization and returns to tranquility with its collapse. It's not just the Alliance's leadership, but everyone living in this era. The problems humanity faces aren't like those in novels where victory is achieved by defeating the enemy. People wielding cannons don't even have a specific objective. But we must do something, like making the world a better place. So, she dislikes those in the Alliance who personify her as a target, but she also likes those who want to make the world a better place. And these are the same people she likes and dislikes. Mars sarcastically mocks her, a pessimist who sees through the essence of civilization, yet remains optimistic that the world is beautiful. Isn't that contradictory? The way consciousness communicates is so convenient. If translated into language, he would probably need to finish Professor Agatoli's sociology before she could speak fluently. Don't think about it. It's too complicated, it'd burn out your CPU. She laughed so hard she almost fell over. A true hero. One must see the truth of life and still love it. He called General Chi Hung again. When do we sign the agreement? He asked. Whenever you agree, we sign. Other voices could be faintly heard on General Chi Hung's end. It would be best if she appeared during the peace talks. The Alliance must seize the initiative. He looked at the conspicuous red scarf in her luggage, a slightly mischievous glint in her eye. Then tomorrow, I have something to do today. A friend asked me to bring something to her friends. With that, he quickly hung up the call. Mars. Wasn't I obvious enough? Wasn't I? Mars was astonished by the abrupt leap in her thinking. You really do love life. Then Mars tossed a picture of General Chi Hung looking stunned onto her personal terminal. Ha, of course. For someone as highly educated as General Chi Hung, one sentence was enough. She could definitely guess that the friend he was referring to was Chi Jianni. No other reason than Ivan had already reported Hong Ruoruo's close military relationships. It couldn't possibly be Anton and Fong Qingyu, could it? Having been in the Empire for such a short time, it's impossible to have made friends close enough to exchange gifts. So there's only one possibility. Love needs no reason. Chi's wicked sense of humor. Making someone she likes but dislikes even slightly unhappy makes her happy. Things progress faster than expected. Chi only appeared briefly at the meeting, leaving the specifics to the politicians. Chi deliberately had Sinclair wait at the meeting room door, and right under General Chi Heng's nose, handed him the scarf with over a dozen holes. General Chi Heng's gaze towards Sinclair changed. Take care. Chi patted Sinclair's shoulder, concealing his accomplishment. 2 days later, they received Victoria's clone. Since Victoria hadn't experienced a descent into consciousness and relied on her chip for movement, this arduous task ultimately fell to Mars again. Chi's actions were so outrageous that even the most advanced artificial intelligence would be furious. You brought her here just so I could take care of the patient. I'm definitely a tool. Otherwise, you're only realizing that now? You awakened self-awareness? You awakened nothing. Chi laughed so hard she rolled around on the bed. Thinking about Mars's obsession with her body, she felt she'd be doing herself a disservice if she didn't pluck Mars bald. Zhe, suffering from Alzheimer's, was actually quieter than most. Chi visited him a few times, and he seemed to remember her, rambling on about Lo Stan. However, he had very few memories of Lo Stan. Lo Stan had grown up in the League. So the question he asked most often was, Is he still in pain? He didn't understand at first, but later realized he was asking about Loston's leg. He told me it's over, He replied. He's tall and strong. He can carry you to watch the sunset. The sunset in Gasang lasts a long time. It's beautiful. Hearing this, Jize began to doubt. He's still so small, I never even held him. Can I carry him on my back? Sure, you can carry him in your mech. You'd definitely be able to carry him. In Jize's chaotic memories, Lostan was still the child he hadn't even had a chance to hold before being sent away, which was probably his lifelong pain. Victoria would sit quietly beside Jize after he finished looking at him. He observed the two of them through the images transmitted by Mars. There was no intimate embrace as he had imagined. There was even some resistance. Jize repeatedly told Victoria to go away. Go back. Go back to the Alliance, don't follow me. This was also the deepest pain of his life. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about helping Jize recover. Instead, she was thinking, let's retreat a little further, just a tiny bit more, and forget all this pain. He had almost finished her business, but General Chi Heng's matter wasn't over yet. He ultimately had no choice but to take a commercial flight. She came alone, but returned with 3 people. The Empire also helped Victoria obtain identification. The Alliance applied for a sanatorium for Jize. Jize and Victoria would live there from now on. Lostan met them at the port. When he saw he didn't say anything, but simply hugged her tightly. She didn't need his thanks, he knew. Chapter 146. Life was truly getting back on track. And the first step in getting back on track was catching up on all the classes she missed. Except for the academic superstar Anton, who could barely console himself that things weren't too bad. Everyone else was on their last legs. The brutality of the first military academy was starkly evident in its failure rate. Major courses were a given. Failing meant immediate expulsion. Electives, ostensibly, allowed you to accumulate credits by taking more, but in reality, the more you took, the worse it got. Because all electives at the first military academy were considered majors by others, there were no make-up exams. If you failed, you had to retake the course. This meant you couldn't fail a single course. You had to at least pass them all to have any chance of not taking that elective next semester. Otherwise, you have to keep taking it until you passed. Young and unaware of Mars's careful consideration in selecting electives for her, the second semester's electives were incredibly diverse, covering a wide range of subjects. So, the number of courses she had to catch up on was terrifying. The First Army won't give you special treatment just because you participate in a competition. What's even more terrifying is that students in the First Army have to report to the military in their senior year, so their junior year is their last year at school. To avoid taking 20 elective courses all at once in their junior year, everyone in Dorm 366 has been catching up to the point of exhaustion. They practically live in simulation chambers, let alone holidays. He rubbed her throbbing temples. This can't go on. We're going to go crazy. Fong Qingyu took a big bite of her energy bar. I really can't find an excuse to slack off. I already visited my younger siblings twice, and I feel like Qi Jiani could bite me to death. Fong Qingyu's younger siblings, who were sent to the Alliance, were recovering slowly because their infection wasn't severe, and they were no longer affected by the mother worm. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. It's because she has to report everything she does to her mother now. Forget holidays. She's practically under constant surveillance even when she's playing on the simulator. It's practically a zero-tolerance policy. Thinking about it, I feel a little sorry for her. But what kind of love is it without some obstacles? It's decided. He clenched her fist and stood up from her chair, slamming one foot on the table. Let's do something big, give everyone a holiday. Fong Qingyu scoffed at this point, until he received Chi's wedding invitation. Wait! Is this how you give everyone a holiday? Actually, Chi's original idea was to use her wedding to let everyone relax, and not be so tense. Considering the daily life of military academy students, she didn't plan anything grand. A meal with family and friends would be fine. But plans don't always go as expected. Someone leaked her wedding invitation online, causing a huge uproar. Clearly, she didn't have a clear understanding of her popularity within the Alliance. As a commander who excelled in the Military Academy League, coupled with her miraculous resurrection, even if netizens didn't know the inside story, it didn't stop them from enjoying the gossip. He strongly suspected Qi Jiani was behind it. When Sinclair sent her a message saying it's an honor to attend her wedding, this suspicion was confirmed. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. After all, a visit from an important foreign figure was an international event. Sinclair is now the designated next Minister of Foreign Affairs for Eden. Then Hung tossed her 2 words. No time. Good grief. So vengeful. Sure enough. Humans aren't disgusted by bad news, but by the person delivering it. Then, as Chi turned to leave Chi Heng's office, she bumped into someone. Chi Huanshan, commander of the Alliance's 3rd Planetary Defense Force. Chi belatedly realized, oh, isn't this her old father? There's no reason not to inform your father about a wedding, right? Chi Huanshan patted his chest, indicating that he would handle everything. No matter how many people come, it's no problem. He's commanded countless battles against the Zerg Hive. A wedding with a few extra people is a piece of cake. Chi looked at this old father she was meeting for the first time, whose eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled, and felt he looked like an old fox walking with his arms dangling. Chi's intuition told her that this was somewhat unreliable. But she really couldn't think of anyone else, so she had to go with it. Since things were already like this, Chi decided to drag Lostan along and seriously try to write the invitations. Lostan's memories returned before he met Chi a little over a year ago. But when writing the invitations, he realized that besides Yuangwen, he didn't have many people to write to. His other classmates had already scattered to various star systems and military units, and Chi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He had been living like this all these years. Chi grasped his long, slender hand. Then can you tell me what it was like for you in the Alliance when you were a child? Lostan enveloped her hand completely and remained silent for a moment. Chi was a little nervous. If you don't want to talk about it, then we won't. Lostan chuckled, pulled her into his arms, and gently patted her back, like he was comforting a child. He recalled, when I was little, I was probably considered a weirdo by others. I grew up in various orphanages. Back then, there was no testing of mental abilities, so these high-tech legs hadn't been installed yet. Everyone was an immature kid, and there were always places where the elders couldn't see, so some kids would deliberately bully others. Chi angrily said, which brat? I'm going to smash his head in. Lostan laughed and continued, of course, I'm not the kind of person who would keep quiet if bullied. Lostan remembered the little brat who wiped his snot on his table, and now, thinking about it, he suddenly found him kind of cute. What are you laughing at? Tell me what happened. Chi simply rested her head on his lap. Lostan laughed even louder. He remembered that he hadn't said a word then, but as soon as the other person left, he grabbed his clothes and used them to wipe the table. And he openly tattled when the parents came, but he was very skillful at it, never mentioning that someone had wiped their nose on his desk, only saying that so-and-so had gotten their clothes dirty while playing. This behavior now seems really awful to him. What a tattletale! Someone's clothes get dirty, and you have to tattle? People really can't empathize with their childhood selves. But back then, he probably felt good. That brat knew it was him, but couldn't point it out, otherwise he'd be accused of wiping his nose. There were many similar incidents. Now, thinking back, it was all just silly childish tricks. Why are you just laughing, and not saying anything? Chi tickled him in exasperation. Lostan covered Chi's eyes with his hand, who was looking up at him with her head resting on his lap. No, don't look at me from this angle, it makes my face look big. This time it was Chi's turn to laugh and roll around in his arms. Your face isn't big, but your nostrils are. Ha ha ha. Chi never got a clue about what Lostan had done as a child. The invitations were never written. Chi simply logged onto the military forum and posted a thread. Wedding invitation, ideas proof, it's me. Target audience, everyone, anyone who can come, please come. Time, I don't know. Chi secretly thought, as long as you're not afraid of getting your mentors or superiors beat you to a pulp, and not afraid of causing traffic jams and getting points deducted for the crowds, come on over. After thinking for a moment, she added, please be sure to prepare a monetary gift, and please be sure to specify who you are. Although there's a high probability she won't reciprocate. Soon, her posts were all trending topics. Torpedo without my torpedo LV4. Sister, I still remember the beatings I took all those years ago. I still remember the 50-star coins I paid. I still remember the practice points you used to fish for with your integrity. Don't ask. I loved you. I'd definitely be there. I'm rolling my eyes LV3. Why do I have this ex-boyfriend vibe? I should tag Senior He by here, even though he isn't Doge. Chicken fighting LV3, you're still tagging people here. He's already taken a commercial flight from Tianshu to Gasang. Perfect timing. I'm on the same flight, he said he's going to be a groomsman. I'm your senior LV3. Something's not right here. Where did you guys find out the inside story that the wedding will be held in Gasang? Isn't Sister Weining's birthplace in Tianshu? Is it too late for me to leave now? Alice LV3. Too late. All the tickets to Gasang within a week are sold out. Luckily. I managed to snag the last one. Stay calm and don't be reckless, LV4. It's okay, I just got my starship license and received an orbital cruise mission. I can fly my own starship there. He gasped. Do you guys have to go to such lengths? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating from your boss? Of course, he knew many netizens were just messing around. But why are they making it sound so convincing? They even know exactly when and where she'd be holding her wedding, and only she, the person involved, doesn't know? He secretly nudged Mars. How far along is my unreliable dad's planning? Give me a heads up. But this time Mars refused to tell her anything, showing a rather smug, almost goofy attitude. If life tells you everything, what's the point? He retorted, I don't think this is a big deal. It's just a small event. Mars poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Then I just tell you, 100 years from now, we all be ashes, you be one pile, I be another, piled up in the countryside as fertilizer. Damn it, shut up. Can't you say something auspicious on such a good day? Mars jumped up. You asked me to tell you something important. What's important to humans besides life and death? That makes a lot of sense. Don't say it again. The next day, he was called away by Jiani and the others. It's supposedly a tradition in Yin country that you can't be with the groom before the wedding. You have to immediately return home to await the bride, waiting for the groom to come and pick you up. He grinned, thinking, what era is this? She and Lostan have already gotten their marriage certificate. The law recognizes it. What can tradition do if it doesn't? Besides, Lostan isn't from Yin country. This whole process has involved countless detours. Western-style weddings don't follow those rules. As a result, in this matter, Lostan was more serious than her, obediently taking her back to the military dormitory. He didn't know how to complain. Great. Dorm 366 was her family home. It was practically cursed. In the dormitory, Jiani and Hongruoro were busily preparing her dress, keeping it strictly secret from her. And Fong Qingyu, for some reason, was constantly whispering seriously into his earphones. Anton wasn't there. Anton and Yuan had been dragged away by Lostan to be groomsmen. He looked at Fong Qingyu. Aren't you a groomsman? Fong Qingyu looked back at her seriously. I'm a bridesmaid. He couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 147. After implementing the wedding outsourcing policy, he became the most relaxed one. She often went to the sanatorium to chat with Zhe. You have to sit in a head seat at the wedding. I suspect they're up to something. As a proper elder, you have to keep an eye on things. Zhe nodded in agreement, then asked when he could ride the bumper cars. He wanted to ride in them. Okay. I convert your wheelchair into a bumper car this afternoon. A little yellow duck one, what do you think? Victoria, played by Mars, was utterly amazed by their surprisingly harmonious conversation. 2 days later, the wedding venue was finally decided. Jun actually generously allowed He and Zhe to hold their wedding on campus. He exclaimed, wow! One morning, when He woke up, she overheard Jiani communicating with some unknown person. Jiani, no way, there are too many people on the bride's side. This is going to be hell. Registration is closed now. Everyone else should go to the groom's side. What? Side? Jiani, question mark. Then Jiani ran off, like a whirlwind. This is bad. The truth was revealed 2 days later when Jiani and Hongruoro appeared before her with her wedding dress. Whose wedding dress is a full sensory mecha suit? And it's covered in rhinestones. Are you crazy? You change into it right now. Without a word, Jiani and Hongruoro forced He into the suit. With a mechanical whirring sound, Dormitory 366 began its descent, followed by a resounding clang of docking. Hurry up, we missed the auspicious time. Hongruoro urged. Right away. What's the rush? Fong Qingyu's voice came from the other end of the communicator. Then, the balcony of Dormitory 366 opened, revealing a 3-story tall mecha before the three. It was pure white, like a wedding dress, constructed entirely of a special metal, with 6 mechanical wings. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Like a goddess stepping out of mythology. Who told you the control suit was a wedding dress? This is your wedding dress? He stared in utter disbelief. This could be considered the most hardcore wedding dress in history. Thankfully, Old Man G didn't bring his bumper cars. Fong Qingyu piloted the Alliance's latest model mech, Alpha, with Beta standing beside him. His voice came through the mech's speakers, and a flag was stuck in its back, clearly displaying the words bridesmaid. Hurry up and get on, the wedding is about to begin. Alliance Military Forum. Hebai's live stream. Hebai, hello everyone, I'm your familiar Hebai, and I'd be bringing you a live stream of this wedding of the century. Ahem, as for why I'm not a groomsman, I don't meet the requirements. He was practically ready to punch someone when she heard about the ridiculous things her unreliable father had done. Everyone attending the wedding was a military academy student, with a mental strength of B level or higher, piloting the Alliance's latest model Mechs. The ridiculous thing was that the bride was on one side, and the groom on the other. The bride's side's objective is to protect her from being captured by anyone on the groom's side. The groom's side, on the other hand, aims to capture the bride. To prevent the bride's side from being constantly on the defensive, a ridiculous twist is introduced. The bride can try to capture the groom. Meanwhile, if one bridesmaid is defeated, 50 members of the bride's side are eliminated, and vice versa. Chihi's lips twitched. Through the viewing window, she saw Chi Jianni and Hong Ruoruo already itching for a fight. She seriously suspected she wouldn't be able to get married today. She had only just received a message from her unreliable father. This is the Alliance's new mecha. Its main focus is ensuring cockpit safety. The cockpit is made of a molecularly strong interaction material, touted as indestructible. Good heavens, Chihi explained. Good heavens. The Alliance went to such lengths to test the new mecha's performance. Is this really okay? No wonder they're so generous, even giving up the entire military academy campus. No wonder they're not afraid of causing an accident. A mecha-wide battle? So all this commotion just to amuse her? Senior Hebai, come on, let's take a look at who's on the bride's and groom's sides. Our bride, Sister Weining. Sesame Paste Mouth LV1, Senior, can you call her by her name? You call her Sister Weining, I have a feeling the groom is going to lose. Chastity is basic LV1, oh no. If she wins today, will she never get married? Ha ha ha. Why aren't first-year students allowed to fly mechas? I want to go too. Senior Hebai insisted on his sister Weining, completely ignoring the comments. Next up are our bridesmaids, Fang Qingyu, Chi Jianni, and Hong Ruoruo. This lineup is not to be underestimated. Senior Hebai, alright, let's look at the groom's side. The groom is... Okay, let's skip that. Who the groom is doesn't matter. The comments section is already full of ha-ha. Alina LV1, the bride got married, and the groom isn't me. Ha-ha-ha, I wonder about Senior Hebai's psychological trauma. Homemade mouthpiece LV1, Senior Lo Stan is on his way with a knife. Oh, not today, he's a bit busy today, ha-ha. Senior Hebai, let's look at the groomsman's side, Anton Ivan. And Senior Tasia. Two-sided pepper fish cake LV1, goodness. Suddenly I can't distinguish the meaning of bridesmaid and groomsman anymore. Besides gender, it also depends on ability. No wonder Senior Hebai wasn't chosen, ha ha. It's worth mentioning that there's also a groomsman in the atmosphere group, a VIP from Eden named Sinclair. Eliminating him won't reduce our numbers, but we give him a bright red flag. Okay, everyone knows the rules. For the first 30 minutes, the Mechs weapons are locked, so this period is for finding the bride, bridesmaids, groom, and groomsmen. The bride is in Sector E underground, and Chihi has already made contact with her comrades. Chihi, okay, everyone listen to my command now. We can't just wait for the enemy to attack our area, so we need to do the opposite. Now choose a small team and I to infiltrate Sector F. Chi Jianni, you're not planning to go and get yourself killed, are you? Comments, ha ha, the bridesmaid spoke my mind. What delivery to the door? Bridesmaid, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. We can't let you get married so easily. Hardcore door blocking. Senior Lostan said the red envelopes will be replaced with missiles. Are you in or not? Ha ha. Chihi, nonsense, this is strategy. They definitely won't expect the bride isn't in the base, but over there. Me. How could I possibly deliver it? Don't I have any pride? Fang Qingyu, I trust you this once. To prevent fighting alone, but without attracting too much attention, Chihi selected 3 people. Senior Torpedo eagerly raised his hand. Me. 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 Chi Jianner, always eager for a good show, couldn't wait to do it. The last choice was Anton's cousin, Peter. As the barrier between the two areas opened, a large group of Mechs rushed into Area E. Chi Jianni, Hong Ruoruo, and Fang Qingyu served as targets, their bridesmaid flags clearly visible behind them. Chihi, meanwhile, crept along furtively, but she was spotted after only a few steps. What a runaway bride. This pure white mecha was far too conspicuous among the sea of black mechas. Chi-He decisively deployed the mechanical wings on the back of her mecha and charged towards base F. If she didn't leave now, she'd be surrounded. Special fusion energy erupted from beneath the deployed wings, creating a long tail, like a bride's trailing white veil. Chi-He didn't have time to admire the majestic appearance of her mecha. Now, she suspected that the white color was intentionally chosen by her cheap old man. What a ripoff. Stop her. Stop her. However, the supposedly protective personnel, who were supposed to be with her, took off running even faster than she was. Anton's cousin, Peter, turned a corner and rushed towards one of the groomsmen's flags. Sister, you can do it. I go over there and beat up my cousin first. Meanwhile, the seemingly reliable Chi Jenner turned and headed towards Sinclair. Oh! No wonder they planted a flag for Sinclair, so it's convenient for their other daughter to beat him up. Chi thought to herself, politicians are all dirty-minded. Torpedo Brother waved his hands and joined the enemy camp. Come on, I help you hold her off. The promised weapon lock-on for the first 30 minutes seemed like a joke. Laser and missile flew across the sky, exploding into dazzling fireworks. The comment section was practically bursting with laughter. I feel like I'm back in Starship Troopers. The simulator even shows you who attacked whom. Right here, it's like, who's attacking me? Who am I attacking? Of course, Chi became the most dazzling character, almost being treated like a boss and killed. However, the mecha Chi piloted was uniquely designed based on her combat data and mental strength, incorporating molecular nerve cell generations provided by Yuanwen. Its performance was insane. It proved that manual control wasn't Chi's peak. Disregarding all mechanical buttons, all commands were given through conscious thought, allowing Chi to unleash the mecha's full potential. 100 people chasing one? Chi didn't even get a single hit, like an unfixable bug. On the contrary, the group chasing her had no idea they were being targeted by her energy lamps. Chi's judgment was incredibly accurate. One shot, one kill, the laser gun seemed to have eyes. Towards the end, Chi didn't even need lasers anymore, he just drew his light sword, and wherever the blade touched, a trail of corpses lay dead. Damn it! Who's the commander going to charge in with a sword? The crowd wailed. I have a suggestion. Don't give the political commissar a gun. However, with the strong interaction material protecting the cockpit, everyone was happily recklessly charging in. They were even a little annoyed that the eliminated players were blocking their way. Although Chi was very strong, she couldn't handle the sheer number of people, and her energy was running low. This isn't fair. Come at me one by one if you dare. Chi shouted from afar. Livestream, are you kidding me? You're going to take on the boss one by one? Senior Hebai is right. Who the groom is doesn't matter. What matters is who can get Sister Win's head. Ha ha ha. Chi was furious. The more she fought, the worse things got, because more and more people were chasing her. Everyone had caught Torpedo Brothers' last-minute defection. No, at first they were worried I'd be a free kill, but you guys got carried away. How come the bride's camp completely defected? Before you defected, at least help me find Lo Stan. No one was helping her, so she had to do it herself. Chi sheathed her light sword, spun around and swept away a group of people surrounding her, then touched the ground with her toes and took off from the spot. Chapter 148. Finding Lo Stan was actually quite simple. Because Lo Stan was piloting his mech, Ares, and Ares' color scheme, amidst a sea of black mechs, stood out like a star in the night. Chi ascended to high altitude, surveying the area below, and aimed. Maximum speed. The white mech crashed into the crowd like a shooting star. Chi didn't attack like she would other mechs. Instead, she opened her own mech's cockpit. On the chaotic battlefield, fireworks scattered, and all the mech's weapons were locked. Detecting someone leave their mech, Mars diligently maintained order to prevent friendly fire. Lo Stan, piloting Ares, stared intently at her. Chi moved nimbly, quickly leaping to the front of Ares' visor. At that moment, even though she was tiny compared to the mechs, she was also so large that Lo Stan could only see her alone. Oh! A burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, blasting from the mecha's speakers, a sound reminiscent of a scene from a fantasy novel. What a curly-haired baboon! The pleasant atmosphere was completely ruined. Chi reached out and pressed a button outside Ares' cockpit. This was the switch to open the mecha's cockpit from the outside. Of course, if it was locked from the inside, it couldn't be opened. Chi was a little nervous, thinking, please don't lock it, or we become a laughingstock. With a whoosh of air pressure transmission, Lo Stan indeed hadn't locked it. The cockpit opened. If the mecha really was a wedding dress, then he felt like he was lifting the bride's veil. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Show a close-up. Show a close-up. Senior He, are you even capable? He thought to himself, how could I possibly control this? I'm just a broadcaster. The drones hovering overhead seemed to hear the viewer's thoughts, mischievously circling them and beginning to film. Under the artificial light, Chi-Hee's skin, even the fine hairs, reflected a shimmering glow, reflecting in Lawson's eyes and reminding him of Eden's radiant aurora. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I come to pick you up. My groom. Chi-Hee leaned down, cupped his face in her hands, and planted a deep kiss on his slightly upturned lips. The live stream chat erupted with screams of awe. What? Commander Chi and her little darling. The surrounding screams grew even more passionate. However, all of this was irrelevant to them. All they needed was this moment of possession. Lawson's lips were warm. Just like when he first kissed her eyes into Hoffa. Just like his first tight embrace on the tarmac. Just like his first time holding her large hand on the bus. Chi-Hee suddenly felt an urge to cry. She remembered a line from a novel she had once read. All the coincidences in life are like fine wine brewed by fate, exclusively for you. Perhaps it was once bitter and spicy, but ultimately, the moment you drank it, it signed a contract with you for a life of intoxication, whether short-lived or eternal. Chi-Hee was a little carried away with the kiss until Lostan chuckled softly. All right, that's enough PDA. I'm afraid they get too full. His face was flushed. Chi-Hee, however, wasn't quite satisfied and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before stopping. Let them eat it. Who told them to come? Lostan, not as thick-skinned as her, grabbed her hand and forcefully changed the subject. This mecha was designed online by everyone. Almost the entire Alliance's netizens gave their opinions. Let's give it a name. Future. Chapter 149 Extra Chapter. Graduation season at the first military academy appears to be senior year, but it's actually the end of junior year. The 4 students in dorm 366 barely made it through. Although they're very popular and famous online, in the eyes of the teachers at the first military academy, they're a bunch of academic failures. Luckily, Chi-Hee loves to stir things up, at least maximizing their military merits and practical experience points, otherwise, they wouldn't have graduated. Chi-Hee got the job of adjutant to Chi-Hung, the commander-in-chief of the Planetary Defense Force. Don't be fooled by the impressive title of adjutant. In reality, it's just a menial apprenticeship. If Chi-Hee wants to command independently, she have to work under Chi-Hung for at least 7 or 8 years. But indirectly, her command position is already reserved. Fong Qingyu, on the other hand, chose to be stationed with a peacekeeping force in Herka. After the Empire's collapse, this unclaimed planet ironically became the best trading hub between the Alliance and various neutral nations. While Herka's resources were largely useless on other planets, they were still quite valuable locally as building materials. Herka belonged neither to the Alliance nor the Empire, it was a trading center. Naturally, to prevent the region from being targeted by space pirates or other forces, the nations took turns sending peacekeeping troops to ensure the planet's safety. The Alliance was the first to do so. When are you leaving? Anton asked, looking at the somewhat empty dormitory. Reporting in a week. Fong Qingyu, rather oblivious, didn't hear the reluctance in Anton's voice. Then we all be scattered across the country. Anton actually disliked fighting and killing. In Chi-Hee's words, he could indeed be described as a melancholic, handsome man. So when the Chinese Academy of Sciences offered him a position through internal recruitment, he hesitated for 2 days before agreeing. His research focus was on mecha construction and the development of new starship materials. It's alright, Fong Qingyu patted his shoulder. Herka's building a research institute, you have to go there eventually. If all else fails, I'd be a bit reckless and scrap a few more mechas. Anton was almost amused by his words. Who cares about you? I'm talking about everyone. Oh. Fong Qingyu nodded. By the way, has the princess's destination been decided yet? Not yet. Anton finally had something to gloat over. Tell me, he studied individual combat, and now he's going to do diplomacy? He get his head smashed. Ha ha ha. They both knew why and exchanged a smile. If you ask me, he should just go with Chi-Hee to the Planetary Defense Force. They might even get to see each other a few times. Ha ha ha. Fong Qingyu laughed. These days, dating is like online dating. And Dong teased, at least he's in a relationship, but you're still a single dog. As if you're not a single dog yourself, Fong Qingyu retorted. Unexpectedly, and Dong's face suddenly turned red. Fong Qingyu gasped, when did this happen? You're backstabbing me. And Dong waved his hand, nothing like that. It's just a colleague from the Chinese Academy of Sciences inviting me to dinner tonight. Ah. Fong Qingyu roared to the sky, how come you all have partners, but I don't? Is it possible that you just don't have that kind of brain? Fong Qingyu protested, I think I'm the same as you guys. How come I don't have it? I don't see any difference between me and Chi-He. Anton nearly collapsed from laughter. You two have one thing in common, you're both shameless. But her shamelessness is all about being a scoundrel, while yours is all about being a good-for-nothing. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Chi-He sneezed 3 times in a row. Lo Stan helplessly brought the brewed ginger tea to the bedside. Old man G wanted ice cream, so you bought it for him. He showed off 1, and you showed off 3. You already had a cold, and now it's worse. Chi-He, nestled under the covers, quickly stretched out a hand and made an international friendliness gesture towards Lo Stan. Get up and drink the ginger tea. Lo Stan chuckled. I won't. Chi-He's muffled voice came from under the covers. It's cold outside. So you're not drinking it again? Lo Stan was almost laughing in exasperation. She said the medicine was bitter and wouldn't drink it. She even refused the ginger tea. Who said I'm not drinking? The voice came from under the covers, but no one appeared. Then how do you want to drink it? Lo Stan asked. I want a straw, the kind that sticks under the covers. Lo Stan, 5 minutes later, an extremely long straw made of various colorful straws pieced together was thrust into the covers. Chi-He chuckled from under the covers. Some say, those who are pampered will experience a second rebellious phase. Listening to the slurping sounds and watching the ginger tea in the cup gradually diminish, Lo Stan smiled and withdrew one of the straws. I haven't had enough fun yet. Can you get me some water? Chi-He whined. Wait, you spill it on the bed. The straw fell apart after you played with it. This time, Lo Stan wouldn't listen to her. Chi-He poked her head out from under the long, narrow blanket, looking like a wriggling baby fly. Mr. Lo Stan, give me a kiss. Huh? Chi-He, ugh. Look, look. You're disgusted with me. You're afraid I give you your cold. Lo Stan reluctantly put down his cup. He pressed her head down and showered her with kisses. Even if you turned into a maggot, I still love you. Huh? Chi-He asked, puzzled. Who are you calling a maggot? You're the one who looks like one. Ha ha ha. Lo Stan's hearty laughter echoed in the room. Chi-He, puffing out her cheeks, pulled him back into the blankets, then slipped her feet inside his clothes and placed them on his stomach to warm them. For someone with her constitution to catch a cold like this was purely because her rebellious phase was too long. What do you want to eat tonight? I make it for you, Lo Stan asked. I want to eat you. Chi-He said mischievously. Yes, my queen. I pick out a piece with a good balance of fat and lean for you. Lo Stan was completely used to her playful antics and casually stretched his arm towards her mouth. Chi-He let out a soft bite, grinding her little tiger teeth. Those honeymoon days were so much better. Now Lo Stan doesn't blush at sweet nothings anymore. He seems to have the mindset of an old married couple. For example, at first, Lo Stan was too embarrassed to come into the bathroom when Chi-He was using it, but now, it's gotten to the point where he can brush his teeth while handing Chi-He tissues. What? The innocent little bear is gone forever. Lo Stan's entire memory returned to the night of their wedding. Chi-He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to be a queen, but as soon as the lights were turned off, she was pinned down on the bed, unable to move. It turns out that holding back for too long leads to endless indulgence. But given Chi-He's personality, how could she show weakness? So, the two of them perfectly missed breakfast and lunch the next day, completely unable to get up. Chi-He sighed for a while. Time flies so fast. Fong Qingyu is going to report to the Helka peacekeeping force soon, and he sent a message saying everyone should get together. When? Chi-He's eyes lit up. The 366 dormitory gathering was scheduled for 2 days later, because they really wouldn't see each other for a long time afterward. Even Hong Ruoro, heavily pregnant, came with her husband, Ivan. Hong Ruoro and Ivan's relationship was stable, but then, due to a moment of carelessness, a tiny life was about to be born. The alliance's current situation is much more relaxed than before. Without the Zerg War, and with no neutral nations likely to cause trouble, even if some did, it wouldn't be a major concern. Therefore, the alliance is now focusing on the birth rate. In fact, due to years of war, the alliance's aging population is quite serious. To address this, the First Army changed Hong Ruoro's major from battlefield medic to clinical medicine. Of course, she retained her original major courses. If she wanted to switch back to battlefield medic, she could continue after giving birth. So Hong Ruoro decided to prioritize her personal life and have a baby first. They went to the same barbecue stall they visited before. The stall owner enthusiastically served them food. He remembered that pregnant women often experience morning sickness, and was about to ask Hong Ruoro what she wanted to eat when Hong Ruoro readily accepted everything, picking up a fragrant grilled insect and stuffing it into her mouth. Then he turned his head. One good glance at the strange objects on the table, gagged, and ran to the bushes to vomit. What's wrong with him? He asked. Morning sickness, Hong Ruoro replied calmly. Wow! This is unprecedented. This was the first time he had heard of a husband experiencing morning sickness while his wife was pregnant. Is he a little anxious? He clicked his tongue, shaking his head at Ivan. Of course, his family has a tradition that any son they have will be named Ivan, so he's been so nervous these past few days that he can't sleep, constantly muttering, please, please, it's not a son. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. But why is that? Hong Ruoro whispered in Chihi's ear. I heard it's because his family had a particularly famous commander named Ivan, so to commemorate him, everyone is named Ivan. Slavs are particularly stubborn when it comes to remembering people. Chihi nodded in agreement. Of course, the old man is very open now, letting us take whatever we want, saying, Ivan is in our hearts. Hong Ruoro took a sip of water. Then why is he so nervous? Jenny, who was originally using her drink as a substitute for alcohol to drown her sorrows, couldn't help but break out of her emo state upon hearing this and lean closer to listen to their whispers. Yeah, why? Jenny's eyes lit up. No one can resist the whispers between girls. Hong Ruoro smiled mysteriously. Because I agreed, I think we should respect their traditions. He didn't believe her at all, and pretended to tickle her, but after touching her round belly, she changed to stroking it. Tell the truth, he's coming back. Jenny stamped her feet anxiously. Hong Ruoro suppressed a laugh. Because I think the experience of calling out Ivan and having two people kneel down immediately is really great. Ha ha ha. He and Jenny laughed until their stomachs hurt. Whatever makes you happy, whatever makes you happy. Poor Wanji. He silently lit another candle for Wanji in her heart. Hong Ruoro stared at Chi. What about you two, not planning on having a child? Chi choked on the skewer she was eating. Lostan walked over casually, handed her a drink, and said leisurely, as a soldier, I follow orders. Everyone present got goosebumps. They hadn't even eaten any barbecue. And they were already full.